Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And always with a warning on these. Before we get started, does anyone want to get out? So it seems that Clarence is here. Whether he'll come up or not is another story, but I'll post a link. And while we're waiting, we can do an AMA. Anybody got questions or stuff that's going on while we're waiting? Anybody? Yeah, dang, I just saw the title. Yeah, sometimes it's better to do it live. Sometimes it's better to do it live. We'll see. The White Knight Coalition. Yeah. So what happens when you interject yourself in a conversation that you're not really qualified to be in, but it is okay. It's all right. So anyway, while we're at it, anybody got any random questions? Now he's in the chat, so he should show up. Dar, what's up? Cool Gamer, what's up? War Child, what's up? Micah, hey Micah, what up, man? Ain't seen you in a minute. There he is. Here's the man of the hour. Can you hear me, Sir Clarence?
Yeah. Good evening, brother.
A little low.
Oh, I am? Hold on.
Say, speak again.
Hello?
Okay, that's better. All right.
Let me see.
You're good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. All right, Sir Clarence, the man of the hour. Now we have a disagreement or supposed disagreement. You had questions for me. Okay. So why don't you take 5 minutes to state your case since we have we're not 107 watching. That's pretty good for you.
All right. Well, the whole thing was, I think my response was predicated on well, I was listening to you and what's it, Sergeant Willie Pete or something.
Sergeant Willie Pete, yes.
Yes. Okay. And it sounded as if your argument was that other races of men get more respect from their women, just baseline. Is that true?
That's not what I said. What did I actually say?
You said that what's the exact something about the guys who come across the border and drive taxis, they get more respect than black men from their women.
What I said is what I actually said was there's guys, people in Guatemala. A woman, I can get a woman in Guatemala that gives her her man more respect, more femininity, and more cooperation, and she lives in a tin shack than a man who has a PhD gets from his woman, black woman. That's what I said. I
Yeah,
said it.
and so
I said it. What did I say? It was because of what?
I believe you said it was about the culture, correct?
Culture, but also what?
I don't remember the other part. Was it
Training,
yes, there we go.
training. And you had a disagreement with that. Why?
Well, I had not necessarily a disagreement. I had some questions. Hold on.
You had a difference of opinion. You had some questions. All right. Well,
Yeah.
you got questions. What are the questions?
So my question would be, who would you like the different treatment that other races of men get? Do you think they play a role in how they're treated or not?
The difference. Wait a minute. Say that again because it doesn't make sense. Remix that because it doesn't make sense to me. Say it again.
So you say the Guatemalan guy gets more respect than the black man with the PhD because of the
Right.
culture and the
And the
training.
training of the woman. Yeah.
Yes. And so my question would be, do you think that men have anything to do with the training of the women?
No, they don't. Who trains the women?
Partially, their fathers when they're little girls, right?
No, their mother trains the women. Who trains the woman to be a wife?
The mother does.
Do you have a girl?
Yeah,
Okay. Who's gonna train her to be a wife?
her mother.
A mother. Okay.
But what I'm saying
I
is,
got two sisters that don't know how to be wives. Because why? Because my mother never trained them to be.
but what I'm saying is,
Hmm.
you don't think the man plays, well, the father plays any kind of role in
He,
how the
he
daughter views and treats men?
partially,
So that would have to mean that we are partially responsible for how women view and treat men, right?
partially.
Okay.
But who has the major part?
See, that's a tricky question,
And
right?
not a tricky.
Because
It's not a tricky question. Who teach you? So does your mother teach you to be a man?
no,
Who does?
the father,
Why? Why?
because he would know how to do that.
He would know how to do that, right?
Yeah,
So who trains you to be a father?
your father,
Your father. Why?
because he is a father, so he can tell you the
Exactly. So
ropes.
so who's majority responsible for you being learning how to be a man and being a father?
Yeah, he's majority
The
responsible.
majority responsible. In fact, I would say like 90%.
That's a good number. I go with that.
That's what I was saying. So what's the difference between black women and say the Guatemalan woman that's down across the border?
Well, here's the thing. I would say, well, I can't speak on what they're doing over there, so I don't know what the difference would be with them what they're doing.
No, take
But
a white girl. What's the difference between that? Between how a white girl is and how a black girl is?
well, I'd probably say, although it's changing now, family structure.
Although it's
Oh,
changing our family structure.
yeah, because their family dynamics are breaking down as well. Not at as a high rate as ours, but it is declining as well.
That gets into a whole different category, which is called environment, sir, and culture. It's a different category, which I don't think we haven't even got to the first grade level yet. We still, we ain't ready to go to the graduate level yet. That's the graduate level. Okay, you ain't ready for that one yet.
Well, I think where the disagreement is coming in is I think a lot of us disagree on leadership and what that entails.
The leadership and what that entails. Okay.
Yeah.
And what
Meaning that as the man, if you're the
mm-hmm.
leader,
Uh-huh.
then you're mostly responsible for everything as the leader.
No, you're not. You're responsible for your part.
But your part is to lead the entire thing.
Have you ever been, well, you never been in the military, so I can't say. Have you been in the military?
No.
Okay. Have you ever worked have you ever worked a job where there's a lot of people?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's the leader? Supposedly.
Supervisor.
Supervisor. Okay. Supervisor responsible for what?
The overall success of the company.
No, he's not. He's responsible for his part.
No, like for example, like let's say you're a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
It's you especially in public school, you might have between 18 and sometimes in bad cases, you might have like 30 kids in the class.
Okay, you have 30 kids in the class. Is this a elementary school? Is it a middle school? Is it high school?
Nowadays it could be all three.
Now
But
I'm asking which one are you focusing on because they're different.
okay, let's say high school then.
Okay, let's say high school. You have high school, you got six different teachers.
Yeah, because it's all
Okay.
departmentalized in high school. Yeah,
So what is a teacher in the classroom responsible for?
they're judged upon the success of the students.
In what?
in the whatever subject they're teaching.
in a subject that you're teaching? How about the behavior of the student?
They will be held accountable for that as well.
No, it won't. Who's held accountable for that?
Ultimately, like if you can't control the class, whether it's your fault or not, they will bring somebody else in.
In other words, who's overall accountable for the behavior of the students?
The teacher's held accountable for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No,
Teachers
no,
held accountable for
the
everything.
administration is held accountable for the behavior of the students. Can the teacher kick the student out of school?
No, but there's an expectation that you are supposed to be able to manage it before it
You
gets
can
to that
manage your
point.
class, but you're only responsible for your part. If it's an unruly student that gets out of control, then it's up to you. Kick them up to the next level.
Yeah, in the case that there's just one student that's out of control, but even with just one, depending on how crazy it gets, it will reflect on the teacher. Like they'll be looked at as somebody who can't control their class.
But the thing is that they're only responsible for that. Ultimately, the behavior of the student is responsible is the parents, number one, and who else? The administration.
Yeah, but the first person that's going to lose their job was going to be that teacher
So
first.
if you get 30 unruly students and they can't be controlled, period, no teacher can control that. They have to come to school ready to what? Ready to learn, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
But
I'm t-
but by the time you get to high school, you should be able to control yourself. So it's a responsibility of the whole school system.
that's true. But all I'm saying is like what's actually going to happen though.
Yeah, you know,
If the kids have bad test scores, somebody's going to get fired, and the first person that's going to get fired is the teacher.
not really. Depends because they're going to look at why did the kids have bad test scores. Now, if you get a whole bunch of good students or decent students that succeeded before and they get all bad test scores, then the teacher's responsible for teaching the course material. Okay.
Yeah, but even in like, let's just say like the kids have been underperforming for several grade levels.
Okay.
At the end of the day,
Mm,
they're
Then it's
still
not
going to have
the teacher's fault, is it?
not solely no, but at the end of the day, the numbers are still going to show
Yeah, but
that such
but
certain percentage of your class is below
happens all
grade
the
level.
happens all the time. But see, if they've been underperforming for several semesters and you have a whole bunch of them, it's up to the administrators to focus on that, right? You can't
Yeah,
s- you can't you can't send a teacher a whole bunch of bad students and expect them a teacher to teach them. How's he going to teach them? If you have a history class, you have a whole bunch of students that can't read. How's a history teacher going to teach the students and they can't read?
what they're gonna, I know, I can tell you exactly what they're going to tell you to do. They're going to expect you to do some testing, come up with different groups, differentiate the
If
instruction,
they
differentiate the assignments.
No, what they're going to do is what they're going to do. Even at that, if the kids really can't read, they're not going to do very well. And what they normally do is they actually dumb down the class to where the scores come up. You can do that, or you actually give them scores that they are not that's below adequacy or below level. You can do that and make it look good, but at the end of the day, does that student learn? You only
Exactly.
responsible
And even
you,
when teachers
you
do that, eventually a lot of times they wind up getting caught and then people get in trouble.
they do it all the time, man, and they don't get in trouble. What happens is the whole board gets in trouble because the whole school's in on it. How do I know? I've been, I had kids, man. My kids are in their 30s. Okay, this was going on 40 years ago. It's not new.
Well, no, it definitely happens, but eventually it does come out. You'll see on the
They
news
they
that
just
they were
they just
changing grades and
they were passing kids. They remember you're in Baltimore, man. Come on, man. You in
yeah, that's what I'm
Baltimore.
saying.
Look what
I've
happened in
seen several
Baltimore.
times where
How many
the
teachers
kids are
lost it?
below and they
How
wind
many
up graduating still.
how many teachers lost their jobs?
Teachers lose their jobs all the time.
How many teachers when you had if this one school where you had what three-quarters of the kids failing? How many teachers lost their job?
Well, that's a tricky situation.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because the school boards, a lot of times
Oh,
in
it's the school board.
situations,
It's the school
I mean,
board.
not the school board, the teachers union is what I meant to say.
The teachers union, the school board. Okay, the
Because what'll
school board.
happen is this:
The
it's
school
like,
board, the school board, the teachers union, the states, the state superintendent of schools, they're all responsible because they all look at this stuff. So you're only responsible for your part. If a teacher gets bad students in that can't read, guess what's going to happen? It's called. You ever heard of garbage in, garbage out?
yes, but at a certain point though, because what happens is this: like teachers that are in bad schools and bad environments, eventually they want to leave and go somewhere else
Why?
because ultimately you can go to a better district with better resources, better behaved kids, and make a higher salary. But
So,
here's
but
the
what?
issue though.
Mm-hmm.
When you go on these interviews, you have to be able to show something. If you don't have any test scores, any student results, there's no. Why would they hire you?
Because they can test you, see what your knowledge base is.
Well,
Just
everybody knows the stuff. The
now
press.
everybody no, they can test and see what your knowledge base is, and they everybody knows uh bad schools or bad school districts, and they know why you want to get out.
Yeah, but they don't know if you're a part of the problem or not, unless you have slightly, at least slightly better
So
results than
so so no,
everybody
so no
else.
matter what, the teacher is responsible for the students in the class.
They're partially responsible. Yeah.
Partially
At
responsible.
the end of the day, they took the job. They're taking the paycheck. You gotta make something happen.
You don't have to make anything happen. If the thing is, if you get a bad students and you get a bunch of bad students that are unruly and they're unlearned and can barely read, there's not much you can do with them. Have you ever taught?
Yeah,
You taught before?
yeah,
You have.
yeah.
Have you had a bunch of bad students?
Not a bunch, but I've had some. Yeah.
Okay, you had some. You had some students that that were below par.
Oh yeah, way below par. Yeah.
So how much did they improve after you?
It varied depending on the student. Some of them
So
made some good gains, some of them not so much.
so not so much. In other words, but they're never going to be the top. You're not going to project them to the top of their class, right?
Unless something miraculous happened in the
As something
year after that
miraculous
or
happens.
something. No,
If you're a
yeah.
teacher, man, you know how this works, right? You know how this
Yeah.
works. If you want a successful student, you got to start at what age?
Kindergarten is the
Three,
best time to
four,
get them
three,
started.
four. You say reading by four. That's the new mantra, right? New mantra. Kids read by four. That means the parents have to be input, have to have major input. Okay. The
That
best
doesn't
students that
actually happen though. Trust me, it
my
doesn't
my
happen.
my my grandson learned to read at age 3.
I'm
Okay.
talking about for the most part, the
And for the
kids that
most
come
part,
into the school, they
you,
don't
you
know,
the successful
especially
ki-
these days.
the successful kids learn to be read by what? Age 4. It's been documented. You're a teacher, man. It's been documented.
I know and that's what I'm saying. They're not
And
coming in with that for the
so
most
it's
part.
so
Not in our areas.
in Baltimore, well, we know about Baltimore schools, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So in other words, so basically, um, but you also been a teacher. You know that's a function of not only the schools, the teacher, the school district, but also what the parents, right?
Or the parents are a huge part of it.
Oh, really? Tell me more, teacher.
See this, this is where we
Now
getting
that you put your foot
confused.
in it,
I'm not
now that you
saying. Hold on.
now that you put your foot in it, go ahead. Tell me
No,
more.
because we're getting confused.
No, we're not.
I'm not saying that the parents aren't a huge part of it. But
Oh,
what I'm
but
saying is,
you said a
even
teacher.
with that,
Even
even
with
because
that,
I, huh?
you said even with that, the teacher's supposed to be able to pull miracles.
Not supposed to, but they people look at you that way. Because
No, they don't.
what I can tell you is this:
Mm,
regardless of how bad or ghetto or uninvolved or how low behind the students came,
mhm,
you still come in and they each year they want you to set certain goals and reach certain milestones, and
mhm,
you got all these standardized tests and they want to see
mhm,
certain numbers.
mhm, mhm.
Even with all of that, they still want to see results.
Yeah, and when they don't get the results, guess what they do? They already know the problem, right? You can only do your part. and basically a successful student, a successful marriage, a successful school district is all the whole thing together. It doesn't really rely on just one part. Okay, just like
But
if you
I
the-
wasn't
the-
saying.
just like if you get a well taught, well cultured, trained wife. Okay, probably gonna have a successful marriage. But if you don't, guess what's gonna happen? You ever heard the term "you can't turn a hoe into a housewife"?
Yeah,
Okay, you think of a hoe if you get a hoe for a housewife, your leadership is gonna make her a great wife.
it can.
Do you
But
think?
before we
Do
even get
you? Do
into
you?
that,
No,
it's just
no.
like,
Do
why
you?
would you even do that in the first
No.
place?
Answer the question. Do you think? I said it can. Yeah, it can. Just like I can go cross street, win the lottery, win $86 million. It can. It can happen. What are the odds of that?
I mean, that depends. I would have to see what's your definition of a hoe? Like, so
A,
like
a,
you know
a,
what I'm saying? Like,
a chick with like 1,000, like 150 bodies on her.
it's a lot goes into that because it could be like she was doing that for
Come
for
on,
real. Because
Clarence.
it could
Come
have
on,
been a situation where
come
she
on,
was doing
Clarence.
that
Come on,
because
Clarence.
she just needed some therapy,
Come on,
right? And
Clarence.
then she could have
Come
got
on,
some therapy,
come on,
and then
Clarence.
boom, there you go.
Nigga the nigga, Clarence. Stop with this buck dancing. Nigga the nigga, man. Stop that shit. You in
For
Baltimore. You in fucking Baltimore, for God's sake. You know better than
That's what
that.
I'm saying.
You in Baltimore for that, for God's sake. You know better than that.
That's how I know because I've seen a lot of those girls, man. They get tired. They ready to turn their life around. A lot
And
of them
yeah,
do get married.
they get married. Did they make good wives?
Must be because they be married. They still married.
Do they make good wives?
I mean, from what I see on Instagram, the man looks pretty
No,
happy.
no,
So
no.
I
I'm talking
guess
about
so.
do they make good wives? Now you can find a dude to marry you. Do they make good wives?
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't know because I'm not in a relationship. I can just go off of what I see. The guy looks pretty happy.
Why do you think the marriage rate for black women is so low?
That's a lot of different reasons.
No, it's not. It's pretty simple.
I mean, because I'm so if you're going off of what they say in the space, it's a lot of reasons. It's the marriage
No.
laws, it's the child support laws, it's you know, men's rights. Women don't want to be married. Hypergamy, monkey branches. You know,
With
it's
the Latino, what the Latinos, Asians and the white folks on the same laws. How come they're double and triple the marriage rate? Why is that?
that's the argument I've been making. I don't know.
No, but you telling us you trying to tell us it's black leadership.
No, what I was saying is, if you're the leader, you know the leader's the responsible party. I just feel like if how do I put it?
Now, please do take your
Everything
time.
comes with a price. So if you get the submission and you get the this and the that, there's a price for that. You gotta carry the burden, carry the load.
If you get it right, if right, do most black women come with submission and cooperation? Don't bullshit me.
Most.
Don't bullshit me, Terrence. Clarence.
I'm
Don't bullshit me.
not.
Because you're getting ready to bullshit me. Go ahead,
How
man.
you know? Why you say that?
Go ahead and give me this bullshit lie. Go ahead, man. Go spit it out. Spit it out. Go ahead and give me that bull. Let me hear the bullshit, man. Let me hear the bullshit, man. Come on.
First,
Come on.
this is the tricky part.
No, it ain't tricky. No, no, spit out the bullshit you're getting ready to spit out. Go ahead, man. I
Well,
hear it.
what would you define as submission?
Submission means submission. Basically, submission for women, especially in a marriage, is they're ready to get on your agenda. That's submission. I'm submitting to that man's agenda in whatever he's getting ready to do. Right. I'm submitting to
Yeah.
his will. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
submission. Okay. And most black men just want basic cooperation, which is something less than submission. For
Hmm.
black
Yeah.
men, if the bitch cooperate and you know, don't fuck up the plan, uh, that's enough.
I agree with you there.
Even if she got a mouse, even if she gonna be disagreeable.
Uh, you saying guys will take that?
Black men do. We socialize to take that.
Okay. We probably do take that more than other people. I'll say that. I'll say that.
Why you think I've been calling black women Klingon women for the last 35 years?
But here's the thing, though,
I
because
again, here's the thing. Why do you think I've been calling them Klingons? You
I would say that there are some who have a
some,
disagreeable nature.
some okay. This is the thing, man. And I've done this test many times, man. In fact, I've done videos on this, right? Okay. There's a difference in the basic mating pattern between little black boys and little black girls versus everybody else. Okay, a little white girl will dress up and try to walk in front of you or walk around you and speak to you and say hi and all that kind of stuff in a little meek voice to get your attention, right? How's a little black girl get your attention?
Let's
Come on,
see.
you in Baltimore, you know how they do it, man. Come on, hit you upside the head and run, right?
I don't know. I think you're overstating that one. I didn't see that
Bullshit, man.
too much. If
Shit,
anything, it'd be the little boys.
no shit. Little black girls hit you and run. You ever heard the first this was years ago, I was 10 years old, and a little black girl kept hitting me. And I asked my mother, okay, why this little black girl every day I pass her, she hit me and run? Guess what my mother said? What would you tell me?
Oh, cause she like you.
You like you. Okay. You ever been to a white school?
Like, did I go to one?
Yeah.
Nah, nah.
Okay. They don't do that. In fact, most black guys, including me, have problems picking up on indications of interest from other races because they're not as forward as black women are. Black women are way more aggressive when they like you, but that's part of the mating pattern. So that mating pattern carries on into your relationship. That's the way we're socialized. Black women are socialized to be combative. You hear them on social media. Okay, hear white women say the white man has to prove his leadership or prove or has to earn my submission or a
See, here's the
Latinist.
thing. I've been on TikTok, and some of these white women, man. So I'm trying to. They a
Some of them,
lot of them not
some
a
of
walk in the park either,
I'm
especially
not saying
these
that I'm not
days.
saying they're walking apart, but the thing is, out of like 99, I would say 90% of black women, okay, when it comes to um, submission and cooperation, what do they say?
90%. Nah, that's too high. Come on
It's
now,
not too
that's too
high.
high.
Okay, oh, give me a percentage. 50, you say 50-50?
Let me think for a second.
Come on, Terrence, stop bullshitting me,
That's because
man.
I'm trying to be,
No, no, no,
it's
no, no. You trying to you trying to be a white knight.
no, I'm trying to be
I'll
realistic.
I'll give you 70%. Okay, I'll give you seventy
That's a
percent.
lot though. That's too high. I
No,
don't know, man.
well,
It ain't that high.
how many women, how many black women have you heard in your lifetime say that they're just willing to just walk into a situation and follow man's leadership and be cooperative?
A decent amount.
What's a
Especially
decent
now,
amount?
especially nowadays, a lot of women are waking up. Like, hey, I'm trying to, da, 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 da.
the
I'm
hey
telling
big
you,
the
I
hey
see it every day.
the
Women are
hey
like, I'm trying to get on board.
the hey big head shit, yeah, because they don't want to be in the street. Okay, I
I say
predicted that.
I give you
I
60-40. I give you
predicted that
60-40.
5 years ago. Okay, about the hey big head shit. I predicted that 5 years ago. Okay, and it ain't you that's doing it. Guess what's doing it? It's the environment. The environment controls women anyway. But on top of that, we have hard headed women. Have we got we Kevin had chicks on there talked uh, about black women not smiling at black men.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That chick was kind of, yeah. She was
It's,
very angry.
and that, you know where else I heard that? Like 15 years ago. Because I actually do actually my mentor, she actually has a radio program, right? An internet radio program. And I've been doing since 2009. I heard this back in 2010. Same shit. It's not new.
Oh, I'm not saying this, dude. I'm just saying like the number. Y'all be giving these astronomically high numbers. Like, come
Why is it
on now.
astronomically high?
90. You don't think ninety
But not
percent is a high
99,
number?
90% is a high number, but is it accurate?
No, I
Is
don't think
so
so.
okay, so over 70% of women, black women not being married. Is that a high number?
Yeah, that's a high number.
Is it accurate?
Over 70% not being married. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
accurate.
it's accurate. Is it 70% out of wedlock birth rate? Is that a high number?
It is.
Is it accurate?
It is.
It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's high numbers, whether it's accurate or not.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think that's accurate though,
Why don't you think so, Clarence?
because I've seen and dealt with a lot of different women in different areas, and I can tell like it's not that bad out here.
It is that bad out here. Why do you think why do you think men are complaining? Oh, they're just butthurt.
No, it's a combination of different reasons.
Thing is, you hear black women. What do they say? Why do I need to smile? Right? It's not uncommon. They said it out of their own mouths.
I haven't heard too many women say it. That was
Man,
like
come on. You stick over here trying to bother us instead of actually doing the work and investigating. It's all over. Go look. You haven't seen it. Go look.
I mean, on the same side, I can tell you to go out there and find all these positive things that women are saying. You see how
We ain't concentrate on right there, concentrating on that right now. Okay.
all I'm
Hey,
saying is there's more of a balance than you're
oh,
realizing. That's
okay.
all I'm
Oh,
saying.
pray tell, what's the balance, Clarence? What's the balance?
I'll give
No, no,
I
no,
would
no, no, no,
normally
no,
I'd say
no,
50-50, but
no,
I'd
no,
give you
no, no.
60-40.
No, okay. Oh, well, 60-40. Okay, that's more than most, right? That's a problem. That's a problem, especially compared to other groups of women. It's a problem.
But once again, that's where the question comes in. Is our leadership style comparable to other groups of men?
Where do we learn our leadership style from, Clarence? Pray tell. Do men or people just roll up out of bed, born, come out of the womb, and at a certain age they just become leaders? It just just sprouts sprout from their loins.
No, they learn from the older men.
They learn from the older men, but or they're single mothers, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But hold on, see, I'm glad you just said that. If they learn from their mother and not their father, whose fault is that?
it's their mothers
How so?
because their mother has control of the child. Who else they gonna learn from?
Hold
Who else they gonna learn from?
on. They're supposed to learn from the father, and if he ain't
Okay,
there, that's
if
his
he ain't
fault,
there,
is it
no.
not?
Whose fault is it to secure a father for the child before she has a baby?
It's the woman's
It's
responsibility to
woman's
do that.
responsibility, right?
Okay, but hold up. Whose responsibility is it to raise your son to be a man?
If he has a father, it's supposed to be his. What if he's not there?
Isn't it not his responsibility to be
Nah,
there?
no,
So
nope.
we keep skipping over that.
No, we're not skipping over it. Okay, so so basically, so if your father's not there, not in the home, how's he gonna do it?
But hold on. Why isn't he there?
It's because let me hold on, and let me see if I
We
can
keep
find this.
skipping over that.
No, no, we're not skipping over it. We're not skipping over it. Okay, Terrence, you're in. Yeah, the thing is, man, you want to play dumb, okay?
No, I'm not. I'm asking
You
a
are you are
question.
you are no, you're not asking a question. You play dumb because you were raised in the black one of the blackest cities in the country, right? In Baltimore, right? Were you
Yeah.
raised in Baltimore?
Yep.
How come niggas ain't in the home?
A lot of them they ain't want to be there.
So how come the women didn't pick dudes that want to be there?
They were foolish. So basically, there's two people in the wrong. Is all I'm saying.
Whose responsibility is to pick the men, pick men that's going to be there. They're going to be responsible. Who is it?
We already said it's the
50,
woman's
50,
responsibility to do that.
54% of black men don't have kids.
True, but we're talking about the leadership style and who it's learned from.
Where
I'm
do where do
saying
you
it's
learn?
learned from the
So
father. If the
where do they
father's
learn?
not there, that's his
Where do
ball that
where do
he dropped
where do black men learn leadership style?
from the men that come before them.
From the men that come before them. So it's up to the mother if she okay. It's up to the mother, okay, if she doesn't have a man to teach that man leadership style, it's to put him in to give that boy what he needs, if that's what you want. Who are the leaders in who are the leaders in the black community?
Right now, I would have to say, honestly, right now it's like entertainers.
Bullshit, it's women. Stop. Let's stop dancing around it. It's women.
But hold on, but here's the thing though. How would they get to that position over the man?
It's easy.
That's the question.
It's easy. Who raises the children for the most part?
And why is that?
And why is that? Because that's the way we've been socialized. It's been that way since the 1700s, man. It's called a matriarchy. That's why you read. This didn't just start. The gynocracy didn't just start yesterday. You can go back and look at, and I've actually done this. I might give you an assignment. Go read Frazier's book, the Negro Family in the United States. That was written in the 30s. Guess what? He has 5 chapters on. Guess what? The black matriarchy.
But my thing is, in my personal opinion, the women cannot lead the
They
community
yes they
without the men allowing them to do so.
well, guess who trains the men to allow them to do so?
It would be the women because it always, this is you not understanding, it always goes back to the man.
No, it doesn't go
Always.
back to the no, it doesn't go back to the men. Okay,
Always.
no, it doesn't go back to the men. But we are a cooperative species. Okay, cooperative, cooperative species, right?
Yeah.
And our culture can be fluid. We go by how we're trained. It's not. It's nothing in your DNA. Go by how you're trained. If you're trained to be in a matriarchy, you're gonna respond like that.
But what I'm saying is, when the women came up and said, we want to be in charge and we're going to establish this matriarchy, where were the men who were the father
There were
of those
slaves.
children
There
saying,
was
we're not
there
going to
was
do it like
there were
that?
slaves, sir. That's when it was established. There were slaves. Who
I'm
put the
talking
women
about post slavery.
post slavery? It was by then the culture's already established. You can only you carry forth what you've been taught.
The marriage rate was in the what, the 80%
It doesn't
post
matter who.
slavery?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Who back in the then Clark did this back in the 1940s and 50s. Who were the valedictorians of any black high school? 75, 80%. Who were they?
It's probably a girl.
It's probably a girl. Okay.
But that girl and that boy had a father in the house, is what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter. It doesn't matter. If and basically, and this is been this has been really this goes all the way back before right at even after emancipation. If there's one child to be educated, who's going to be? It's going to be a what?
Probably the girl because the man would go and do some physical labor,
Of the
probably.
physical labor. In other words, the girl was always held as the equal or in charge. Granny's house, grandma's house, big mama, all that kind of stuff. It's matriarchy. Been a matriarchy, and the pattern hasn't changed.
But
That's
what
how
I'm
come.
saying is, at
That's
what point,
that's how come. That's how come when a black man brings home an Asian girlfriend or a white girlfriend or a Latina girlfriend, what's the first thing the women say about her? You dating her because she's what?
Oh, she let you walk all over.
She let you walk all exact. It's- Nigga, don't play me. You already
What? I'm
you
not.
play
I
you
heard
are
that. We all heard that
you
before.
all so why you bullshit me now?
Because I'm saying not all of them talk like that. That's all I was saying.
Oh, not all women are like that. Not all dudes are like that, right? Are there some men that run their households patriarchal? Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah,
saying. I'm saying. So why can't everybody else do that?
because they're not trained to, sir. That's why the whole argument.
But that's not an excuse, especially
It,
nowadays
it,
with the
it,
internet. Like,
it,
come on now.
it's not an excuse. Okay,
No, it's not
you're
an
you
excuse. You're a
you
grown
you
man.
you're a teacher, right? Okay, you're a teacher, right? Now, have you gone through the child education classes and stuff like this, child psychology classes?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And so, at what age does a personality become solidified in a child?
I forget the age.
Give me, give me, give me a guess. Your best guess. Come on, man. You're supposed to be. You're educated. Give me a guess.
Yeah, that's school was a long time. I've been done with school
You,
for a minute.
nigga. I'm 62. I'm 62. You're 32. Your memory should be a little longer than mine. Stop.
But it's around like you said personality, right?
Yeah,
It's young.
seven and 7 or 8. Okay, solidified. Okay, the brain becomes solidified in puberty. So your personality, and most of the way you're doing things are already set. Family structure is set. Now, can you alter that a bit? Yeah, you can alter it a bit, but it never feels right. Because I mean, I got over 40,000 subs. I talk to most of them are guys. I talk to them all the time. I got uh, 3 children, 4 grandboys. Okay, I see the matriarchy happen all the time. Because the women lead the society. In fact, my mentor was just said that she's actually one of the big wigs in the conscious community. And you know what she said to me? Because we were talking about politics, right? You know what she said? She just said this. She said because right after the spokesperson, I think the press secretary was a black lesbian. You know what she said? She said, I guess if they get the black women, the black men will follow.
That's true, but I mean, ultimately, that's on the black man. Because
And
I
so
know
we
I ain't following. Because you get
you
let's
see
take it to
you
political.
you're sitting
More
here
and more men
you sit
are
you
leaving Democrat and switching over, right?
you
So there's some men saying, you know what,
what
I'm
what
not,
what
I'm not
percent
doing it.
what percentage, sir?
For Trump, I think it wasn't a high. It was more than usual. I think it was like only. I think it was like
15,
28% of black
nah,
men, something like
fifteen
that.
percent,
You said what
15,
percent?
15 went for Trump.
It's going up. So that shows you that there are some men who saying, "Look, I'm not. Nah, I'm
Here we
running this
go.
shit over
Here we
here."
go with the not all argument, man.
So all I'm saying is, if some men are doing it, what is your excuse?
So if some men are doing it, there's no excuse. The thing is, it's called culture. How do you get the vast majority of people, men, to respond to it? Individually, you can always do. Individually, you can do anything. I'm a political agnostic. I haven't voted Democrat. The last person I voted Democrat was Barack Obama. You know why I voted for him?
Same.
Why?
You said, "Why did I?"
Yeah. And why did I vote for
Oh,
Barack Obama?
um,
And I hadn't voted.
that's
I
because
hadn't
he's the
voted
first
Democrat.
black guy,
He's the first black guy. I hadn't voted
and he was a
Democrat.
good speaker. I can't even take
No,
that
no,
from
he
him.
was
He was
black.
good.
Period. Okay, black. Period. And I hadn't voted for Democrats since 1988. Before that, I'm a rarity. Trust and believe I'm a rarity. You already know that because you've heard me speak. You've listened to my podcast. You know I'm a rarity. I'm not common, so I'm an outlier. I've been an outlier all my life. But what I'm saying is, there's a reason that you're not going to change black women. Okay. In fact, even in this culture, black women are actually doubling down. Let me see if I can find this video.
But for me,
Uh,
I'm not even trying to necessarily change black women. I'm trying to just get black men to,
to do what?
how would I put it? First, they gotta. I would say, I just want black men to take their rightful place in their own lives, and then you don't allow anybody in that's not going to fall in line.
So why don't you
And
just?
then,
Hmm.
they either gonna fall in line or they're gonna be by themselves.
Exactly. So what do you do for? What's the first thing that you do? You pick good what?
Well, before you pick any women, you gotta really
No, 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 no,
solidify
no.
your
First,
base and what you
first
are
thing
about.
first. First order of business is to do what? Pick properly, right?
Yeah,
Okay. So if a woman won't cooperate, should you pick her?
absolutely not.
And the vast majority of black women will not cooperate. Why would you pick her?
But see, here's the thing that that's the part that we keep leaving out.
No, it's not
Even
what part.
though we say that, well, here's the thing: we say a lot of them won't cooperate, but that don't stop us from dealing with them, though.
I didn't say that. I didn't say we didn't.
So
That's
if
not.
we actually
That's,
stop dealing with them, then we would see a change. But we haven't displayed the discipline to do that yet. So that's part of the problem as
and
well.
it's because you have been socialized to do what?
What do you mean?
You've been socialized to do what? Pick black women, and you're shamed for not doing it.
I'm not even talking about that part. I'm talking about you could. Why can't you just abstain until like? And see, this is part of the problem. We never say that we are accountable for what we are doing.
Why not? But that wasn't the argument, sir. Okay, that wasn't even the argument. Of
No,
course,
because I'm saying like if you're saying the women are out of order, so you got to stop dealing with them. But then you say, oh, we're socialized to deal with them.
yeah.
What you're saying is not my fault. I'm dealing with them. No, it
No,
is your fault.
it is it's ultimately still your fault. Just like for white a black woman not cooperating, it's still her fault. It's not your fault. It's her fault. It's her
And
fault.
so
Her,
once
it's
again, it's
her,
like at a certain point,
no, ain't no certain point. Women are responsible for their own actions, which you're trying to um, relieve them of.
I'm not trying to relieve them
Yes,
of
you are.
their actions.
If you say black one out of order because of your leadership, what does that mean?
I didn't. No, I didn't say that. What I said was, if we're going to say that all these other women act better than our women,
Mm-hmm.
then at a certain point we also have to look at our
Why?
leadership style versus the leadership styles of
Why?
other
Why?
men.
Why?
And you agreed because you even said that we follow behind the women. So you're
I,
saying
now,
yourself that we're not leading
yeah,
properly.
we're not
Correct?
leading. We're not leading them. But the thing is,
Okay, then. So we agree.
no, we don't agree. We don't agree.
No,
We don't
because
agree.
I'm saying that part
And
of the
what
problem is we're not leading,
it's
and
not
you
part of
just agreed that we're not
the
leading.
part of part of the problem is where you're socialized, right? This stuff is baked in. Even after black men burned down 300 cities to actually get civil rights, right? And guess what happens after civil rights was done? Black women went back to the same shit they've been doing. Leadership. If you burn down 300 cities, is that not leadership, sir? Do you think black women manned those lines, got attacked by those dogs during civil rights? Who were they? Who actually did all that?
Men did that.
Men did that. And if black women don't, if black men can take a lower caste uh, out group of people that are a very tiny percentage of the whole country and actually lift them into equity, that's I've had Africans said that's never been done in history. We have a tiny population of outcast people lift themselves into equity in a short period of time. It's never been done before. That's leadership, sir. And guess what? They still don't recognize you. They still don't follow you. That's
Well,
leadership.
hold on. But see, you went back. I'm talking. I'm also talking about the current. You just said that
What
we're
has
matriarchal, so that means we're not. Are we, right now, currently, are we leading?
are currently are we leading? No.
Okay, that's
So,
all
but
I'm
if you,
saying.
but the thing is, you're still trying to put the onus on men about how
It's
women
hold
act.
on. Is it
Nope, nope, nope. There ain't no hold on. What are you still trying to do?
Because if you just said
No,
that we're
no, no.
not leading,
You still trying
how
to
can
put
you expect somebody to properly follow you
you
if you're
you
not
you,
leading?
you get a woman, you get somebody already follows. It's already trained to follow. Real easy.
Sounds good, but
What's the difference between a cat and a dog?
two
Hard,
different
very, very,
animals.
very hard to train a cat. Why? Because the cat's not doesn't follow. Guess what a dog does?
A dog that's trained,
No, a dog is biologically cultured to actually follow your lead and look for you to lead and become part of the family. Cat does not.
but see, here's the thing: if you're not a leader, I
See,
don't know why guys think like I'm not a leader, but I can get this woman who naturally
it naturally
follows,
follows.
and then she's
Yes,
going to
yes,
follow
she's gonna
the
follow you.
non-leading leader. That
Well,
doesn't make any sense.
because she's already socialized to do what? Follow you.
Yeah,
Now,
she's going to follow somebody who
uh,
can lead her
wait,
somewhere.
no, she's gonna follow you because she's gonna follow. She's been trained to follow you. She's been trained to follow you, regardless. That's what she's been trained. She's been socialized and trained to do what her husband says. She's been trained to follow. That's the difference.
But you're going back to my point again.
No,
She's
it's
been
not.
socialized and
By whom?
trained
By whom?
by her mother,
To follow.
who knows how to follow from following her man.
Why?
But if
And
our women don't have a man to follow, how is she going to teach her
she.
daughter to follow?
So why do men that do are on point do know how to lead still have problems?
Because they picked the wrong women.
Oh, really? How is
Yeah.
that, sir?
Because not all women are going to be into you like that. And there are some women who just don't get it.
So if they don't get it. So, if we have women that will follow, okay, that are socialized and trained to follow,
Yeah. So he should have went and got one of those.
exactly. That's all
But
I'm
see, the
saying. That's
problem
all I'm saying.
is,
That's all I'm saying. You agree with me?
yes, but I'm saying there's plenty of black women who are on that
Bullshit.
as well.
Bullshit.
See, the truth
Bullshit.
that a lot of guys don't want to admit is a lot of guys, these unruly women, that's what they really like.
They
They
like.
like that. They like that loud hood rat ghetto chick. That
Yes.
she
Yes.
really gets them going.
Yes.
That
Yes.
classy black woman, she's too boring. He don't want that.
Hey, how many classy black women do we have?
Quite a few.
No, we don't.
But y'all, the truth is, a lot of y'all are not
And,
attracted to that
and,
woman.
and
That's why
I'm gonna
y'all don't even see her because y'all
how
not
many
attracted to
you were
her.
in school, man? How many classy black women are unruly and don't want to follow and hard headed?
You said how many classy women are like that?
Yeah, unruly and hard headed.
Very few.
No bullshit. I know too many of them.
But they didn't get a whole lot of attention either because the guys was going after that
No, they weren't.
that roller that chick that was sleeping around. She got the most
Even
attention,
we,
even in high school.
even when they get to be 30, 40 years old, I why you say why you say I got casted PhDs, doctors, in nurse practitioners, man, engineers, all kinds of, and programmers, man. Don't give me that shit. And they deal with women on the upper level, what I call octanes, 92 octanes, right? White collar professional women that are educated, they got uh, uh, bachelors and above, corporate women, so
But
called.
I didn't
Uh,
say
what, what
educated. I said classy. Those are two different
what
things.
what does classy mean to you? N- Go ahead and define it for me.
I mean, she had good ethics, good value system,
Mm-hmm.
traditional. That's what I
Mm.
mean.
Okay, and where's she learning from?
From her family.
From her family. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on with me.
She came from more than likely she came from a two-parent home, which was
Okay.
also probably Christian, which is another thing we don't want to talk
No, no,
about.
no, no.
We don't want to go that route either. Come on now.
80% of your women are Christian, or 90% of your black women are Christian.
I'm not saying Christian identifying. I'm saying actually
It,
Christian.
it,
Like
why,
completely different.
there you go, beatboxing, man. Stop beatboxing.
I'm saying it's completely
What do
different.
you mean by Christian?
A
Define it
Christian
for me.
is somebody who believes that Christ died for their sins and they have given their lives to Christ and they are saved.
I come from a whole bunch of females that read the Bible daily. Okay, Christian, not Christian identified, church going Bible thumping Christians. Okay, trust and
But
believe.
see, here's the thing
Now,
though.
and let me finish my statement, sir.
Okay, go ahead. My fault.
Don't give me that bullshit.
I'm about to break it down because
No,
it's.
no, you're giving me bullshit, man.
I'm about to tell you because I'm
The, the,
trying to.
the church itself is what? Black church is what? Itself. A what?
For the most part, a joke right now.
It's a matriarchy. Okay. Why? In fact, Dr. Thunder, who is a Christian, Orthodox Christian, right? And the Dr. Neil, who guess what has a PhD in guess what? Religion. What do they say about the? Go back and go look at their video about the black church. Why are black men not in the black church?
Because the black church is not. It doesn't. First of all, there's it's a. I can go in all day on that. I got plenty of videos on that as well. The black
Go.
church doesn't preach the Bible. The black church has become this inspirational, left leaning hangout spot.
It, it, it was always black men started leaving the church before it became a left leaning hangout spot. It's not new. Hell, that's why I left it in the 1980s. It wasn't left leaning then. In fact, most black churches are not left leaning even today.
Nah, I'm trying. No, you're wrong on that.
What do you call left leaning?
Democrat, pro-abortion,
Democrat. You
pro
you
this,
have a
pro.
you have a freaking Democrat that's president of the United States is not a lefty.
Who's not a lefty?
Biden is not a lefty,
What is he then?
but Biden is a right wing Democrat. We call them red dogs.
All right. Oh, okay. Well,
Who you think pushed for your crime bill in the 90s?
yeah, I know he did that,
That's not left leaning, sir.
but since then he's been all I'm apologizing and I'm this and I'm that and Black Lives Matter and pro-abortion.
And you
He's
believe
done
that
a
shit.
180 on all that
You
stuff.
believe that shit. You know he hasn't done a 180 on. I'm not even gonna get into Biden right now because I get in trouble.
Yeah.
Look what's going on now. Look what's going on right now. That Biden's doing that Trump didn't do. Okay, that's not lefty. Biden, Biden is as far from a lefty as you can get. Obama might have been a lefty. Obama's actually a centrist. Okay, you know who the lefties are? If you really wanted a lefty, Bernie Sanders is a lefty.
Yeah, I agree with you on
AOC is a
that.
lefty. Okay,
AOC's
she's
a
a lefty.
poser.
It doesn't matter what she's post. She's a lefty. The progressives, you know, all the progressive Democrats that I listen to, progressive Democrats, they hate Biden because Biden's not a
True. Yeah,
lefty.
that is true.
Biden's never been a lefty.
Biden was like a useful idiot if we're gonna keep it
No,
all the
he's
way
not.
real, but
He's not a useful idiot, man. Don't. I don't even get me started. Okay, I can tell you right now, you're not even qualified for this one, man. Don't even get me started. Okay, about Biden and the lefties and what's going on right now. I know why. I know what Biden's doing, and why he's doing it. Okay, exactly why he's doing it. But I'm not gonna even go into that. But thing is, the black church is not a left leaning church. Well, for the
when
most
I say
part,
left leaning, I mean they co-sign every Democratic platform
th-
like hand and toe, like straight up.
I could tell you this, man. And this is coming from these even
And
come
I know
from
this because I still go to church, and every time there's election cycle, they prop up they at the end of service they run that Democrat that's running right up in the pulpit so he can give his little speech and pretend
they might
he's
they,
been
might-
saved all
they,
his life. They do that
they
every time.
because the black church gets power from Democrats. Okay, but the church does not teach left wing ideology. It doesn't. You might hear that in a white church. You don't hear that in a black church.
No, I'll be in churches every Sunday. That's what they be doing these
What
days.
did it, what left policies do they preach? Pray tell.
I just seen Jamal Bryant talking about how you taking away the women's right to control her own body, and I'm like, you a pastor? What are you talking about? But
What
that's what they do now.
uh, pray tell, let me, who do you think introduced abortion and Planned Parenthood into the United States? You know?
Nope.
You don't. Who do you think pushed for Planned Parenthood in Congress? It was actually his bill. You know, Title 10.
Nope.
George Bush. Guess who brought in try to put abortion Planned Parenthood in the 50s. Guess who it was?
Was Margaret Sanger?
Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger was his acolyte. Guess who it was?
Not sure.
Prescott Bush. George Bush's daddy. Are those lefties?
My friend, yeah, no, they're not.
No, they're not lefties. But this is not a political debate because
Yeah, because all I'm saying is who's pushing it now. Those are the
who
people
pushed
that's pushing it now, and the church is following right behind them. Is all I'm saying.
basically the church is a what? Matriarchy, right? So whose agenda are they going to push?
Yeah,
Women, right? Do you see them pushing for transgender and putting transgender women, all transgenders of women and all that kind of stuff? You see that?
not yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it
Do, do,
started
do,
soon.
does the church still push for marriage?
Not really, no. They don't talk about right now. They talking about prosperity and your blessing is around the
And so in
corner,
other words,
and you got haters and enemies. That's really what they're preaching these days.
if they, prosperity and all that kind of stuff is pretty much right wing. It's not lefty. It's called my money. But anyway, what I'm saying is that if basically this is the problem, and this is the elephant in the room that um, nobody wants to even address. They tried to address it in the 40s and 50s. Monahan tried to address it. They tried to address it in the 80s. They're still trying to address it. The black community is a matriarchy. It's a gynocracy. Okay, that's why I call it a gynocracy. Okay, and once a culture becomes hardened like that, it's very difficult to change. The only way you can change it is it actually be absorbed by actually a bigger uh, culture. So you probably will have to mix. You wanted to change, you're going to have to mix because the women that want to keep power are not going to allow it.
So, based upon what you just said,
Uh huh.
when the women not to be named say that black men are not leading, they're actually telling the truth.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're not leading.
Okay. I
I,
mean, because I'll be knowing if y'all be knowing what y'all be saying. Like y'all be confirming everything they be
no,
saying.
because the thing is that what uh, they what they do is blame the results on us. Where does the results? Where does the blame go? It's supposed to go. What did
See,
you say?
that's where we always
No, no,
disagree.
no, no. What did you say? What you say? If you're the
It
leader,
should
you're
go on the
no, no,
leader.
no, 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 no. If you're leading, you're what?
Responsible.
Responsible. If they're leading, guess what they are?
Here's the part you're missing,
No, no,
though.
ain't no. I,
They're not supposed.
Clarence.
They were never supposed to be leading in
It
the
doesn't
first
matter. It
place.
doesn't matter. But they ain't supposed to. It ain't got shit to do with it. Who's leading?
They do.
Who's leading?
The women are leading right now.
Who's responsible?
Unfortunately,
Who's responsible?
they are responsible for the
Thank you.
results of their leadership,
Yeah, their
but
leadership.
we are responsible for allowing them to lead.
We're not leading. Okay, we're not leading because you have two things the two things that keeps black men from leading. What are they in America? Two things.
Two things keeping black men from leading.
Yeah,
Mm, let's see.
yeah, real easy.
Desire.
Nope. Don't bullshit me, Terrence or
I'm
Clarence.
not.
Don't bullshit me. Two things, right? One is what? Your women that want to lead, and what's the other one?
A woman can't keep you from leading. How's she gonna do that?
What's the other one?
I don't know. You tell me.
Racism, sir. White supremacy. It's not hard. It's not hard.
That train's never late.
Huh?
I said that
Pro-
train's
pro-
never late.
it's never late. Prove me wrong. If you have a different opinion, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
So, but well, before I can
No, no,
move,
no.
hold on. I
Prove me
got
wrong. Now, I don't want to hear this mix matching. Prove me wrong. Stop buck dancing for a second.
I need some clarity first.
Uh huh.
So, when you say white supremacy, what you're saying is the white man is intentionally positioning the black woman over the black man.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, okay.
What? The all we,
I was asking
Doctor,
if that's what you meant.
Doctor. Well, who's in charge of who's in charge of ultimately in charge of the country?
Who's in charge of the country?
Yeah, ultimately in charge of this country. Who are they?
The government.
No. Come on, man. Stop playing. You're too old for this. Stop playing.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's not the
Stop, stop,
government, then who
stop.
is?
I could get a better answer out of my 9-year-old. Who's in charge? What group of people in charge of this country?
The executive branch, the judicial. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
Come on, man. Come on, man. He's not
I
slow.
no, I learned this in school.
No,
That's what
you
they
did.
told
No,
me in
come
school.
on,
They
come on.
said the executive, the
Clarence, Clarence,
judiciary.
Clarence. You're not 9 years old. We're men. Men talk facts, and men talk facts, and men talk honestly. You're being dishonest. Who's
That's
in charge of this community and this country?
well. What's your answer? Because I
You
thought
know it's
that was
white
the.
people, man. Come on, man.
Oh my goodness! I don't know. I
Oh,
don't
really?
know
Oh,
that.
so basically, the white people not in charge of this country.
Some of the people in charge are white. Yes,
White people are not in charge of this country. Is that what you're telling me?
to a certain percentage.
And
Yeah.
no, there ain't no percentage. White people not in charge of this country. What do you think is going on over there in Ukraine? What do you think who do you think is in charge of the globe right now? For the most part,
In charge of the globe.
in charge of the globe. Yes, sir.
Oh, hold on. You telling me the white man just running everything? Is that what you're telling me?
Do you know how the global economy, global infrastructure actually works, sir? Do you know?
I was just asking if that's what you were
No, no, no,
saying.
no. You ain't asking the question. You try this bullshit. You
Like,
already know.
so,
Come
but
on,
hold
man.
on, because what you're telling me right now, this is also reinforcing what. So, what you're saying is you agree with those women over there that black men are conquered. Is that what you're saying?
Conquered. We're not black men were not conquered here in the United States. They were what? There's two.
Enslaved.
There were two things, right? There are two things, right? They didn't go over there, raise war with you, and snatch you off, and then bring you over here. Okay, two things happen, right? On both sides of the Atlantic, right? One, you were sold, and then
Yeah.
especially in America, then actually what you're raised like cattle.
Yes,
Black
I
men,
agree.
black people, black men and black women in this country were bred like cattle, not conquered. Do you conquer your children?
No, I'm talking about like right
Do you
now.
conquer your
They-
children?
no, you just raise them.
You raise them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you conquer your pets?
No, I would
No,
say no. You
no,
train them, right?
no, no. You train them, but so basically, black folks are in this society, and they have the same general program, just like everybody else. Okay, when you teach, I don't care if it's a black school, you teach the right curriculum. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? Your money, your finance, your weapons, all that kind of stuff. Who's in charge? Let's stop bullshit.
Okay, so if you wouldn't say would you say we are in subjugation?
Subjugated?
Yeah. Would you
Yeah,
say that?
maybe. Maybe.
Okay. So if that's the case, do you feel as though we should work our way out of that and then
How long?
take
How long? How long is that going to take? And if it's a we, if it's a we, okay, a society is not built just on men. You got to have the cooperation of what? Of who?
I don't know if I agree with that part.
Well, when have you seen a men build a whole society or generations by themselves? Where at? Show me where they do that at.
Well, I'm not saying build a society. I'm
Where did they
saying
do that at?
come
Where
from
they do
under
that at?
subjugation, and then we can work on that part.
How do you come from under subjugation?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Nah.
For real, I don't know. You have to spill it.
But you got all these opinions, but you don't have no answers.
No, you the one that said we was under subjugation. I don't agree
No,
with
you
that. You
asked
said
me.
that.
You asked me what I agree with that. No, you said it. Okay.
Yeah, because you were saying we're under a white supremacist thing. So I'm like,
The, the
if
whole
that's
world is. It ain't just us. It's a system. Ever read any of Neely Fuller?
nope.
Try it. Have you ever? Wait, okay, give me your black your black education. What black books have you read?
Wretched of the Earth, France Fanon. What was the other one? Where do we go from here? Community of Chaos. That was a MLK book. What was the other one? The other ones, I forget. They in
Did any of them say that black men have to do it alone?
no. So then my but so then my question would be, well, how do we come into unison? Then would be the question. Because what you're laying out is like it's kind of like a conundrum that we can't get out of. Because
You
if you're saying that like
mm-hmm.
we need to lead, but we can't lead because there's a matriarchy,
Mm-hmm.
but we
Mm-hmm.
can't defeat the matriarchy because the
Reinforce.
matriarchy is backed by white supremacy,
Yes,
but we
yes.
can't fight white supremacy because we don't have the support of the women.
Okay, you
That
can't
means we
fight white.
can't do nothing, basically.
You can't fight white supremacy because there's not enough of you.
So what you're saying is there's no hope. We can't do anything.
If the women aren't going to cooperate and actually start to build a better society on a plan, then no, you can't do anything. If you talk about the black community,
Yeah, that's like this is a dark picture you're painting right now.
you ever? I'm sure you probably don't agree. Remember Monahan scissors? I don't know if you've heard that argument about Monahan scissors about when the family started to disintegrate when black women got welfare.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that quite a
Okay,
lot.
quite a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, so basically, you know why Monahan scissors occurred at in 1961 or the beginning of it?
You mean why they started choosing the welfare allegedly?
Not
What?
allegedly. What do you mean allegedly? It's history.
Like
It's
I
not
don't
alleged when it's a documented fact.
like why. I'm not. I would assume like I don't know why they would do that.
In other
No,
words, they did. In other words, welfare or FDA, whatever was it whatever FDC or whatever it is, family with dependent children. I think with FDC or whatever FD. I forget what the acronym is. Okay, uh, basically that was actually instituted federally in 1935 by FDR because of the depression. Men had to leave, go find work. Sometimes they died, sometimes they didn't come back, right? So they had to list them as abandoned. So the white women got welfare as we know it. Okay. Black women weren't allowed welfare. You don't want to know why.
you said wild. You said they weren't allowed
They weren't
welfare.
allowed the same welfare. You want to know why?
Why?
Is because black women were considered part of the workforce. They didn't need welfare because they were laborers. So if you're working and you got kids, you don't need welfare then because you're part of the labor force. White women weren't designated to work, and for the most part, that's true because really before 1960, white women made up of less than 10% of the workforce. What changed in 1961?
So what changed in 1961?
Yeah,
Oh, the what,
black women were allowed to have the same welfare as who?
as white women.
As white women. So it's if black women had the same welfare as white women, how come white women chose their man no matter what circumstance he was in, and black women didn't?
Well, and then oh man,
Yeah, oh man, yeah, oh man, don't all man me. Let me see if I can find this real quick because this is something that Keep It 100 sent me, and this is actually I'm gonna do a video on this because this is something that's reoccurring, and they actually wrote a very good book. The Promises I Can Keep. It's actually written in Philadelphia. You see this shit all the time. You're in Baltimore, man. You see this shit all the time. Baltimore's damn near matriarchy in itself. Okay, what's the marriage percentage in Baltimore, man? Lie to me.
man,
Lie
no,
to me.
it's
Lie to
low.
me.
It's
Lie to
low.
me. Lie to
I
me.
ain't lying. It's low.
Yeah. And guess who else is in Baltimore that tells me about this shit all the time?
Who else is it?
He's officer of the goddamn law.
Oh,
Charles.
Faulkner.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. But all of what it sounds like you're laying out is that basically there is nothing we can do. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Well, there's a reason, and I can lay it out for you. It doesn't take that long, right? Okay. If since 1945, white white folks, the white country, America says we're going to do what with black people?
Uh,
Assimilate them.
yeah.
Okay. So if you're going to you assimilate people, that means you're going to intermix people, right? And normally assimilate, and I've said this many times, right? Um, Natural assimilation or admixture takes about 300 to 400 years, right? But forced assimilation probably is going to take half that time. Okay, that's probably about what 100, maybe 140 years, give or take. Okay, and if they're pushing, um, if they're pushing you to assimilate, and black women are not willing to cooperate, guess what's going to happen to the black community?
Uh, it's gonna be gone.
It's going to be gone, right?
Yeah.
So if the black community is going to be gone, is going to assimilate, then guess what? And you're already seeing it with disease, right? Look at disease. Are they dating out more than any other group of black people?
Yeah, but every group of people is dating out more
I'm talking
than
about
we're
black
used
people.
to.
I ain't talking about every group of people. I'm talking black people. Black people are normally loyal, right? Race loyal. What's happening now?
And dating is different from procreating in marriage. It's like,
Where does procreation and marriage start, sir?
dating.
Dating. You already seen it. So
Oh
if you talk
no.
about leadership style, you guys want to beatbox all this kind of stuff, like, and that's what pisses me off about um, patriarchy, right? Patriarchy that the SWP always cries about. Patriarchy, right? Your women don't want it. You never had a patriarchy in the black community ever. It's always been a matriarchy.
See that's where we disagree. I think women naturally want to be led.
You never had a
It's in
patriarchy
their
in the black community.
nature.
You've never had a patriarchy. No, you're trained to do it.
That's
The,
about
the,
it's in the
the,
woman's nature to
no,
want to be led.
if you get a tribal, if you get the natural tribal pattern, you go back before the agrarian period. The natural tribal pattern was a matriarchy. Your first idols, your first um, images of God were female. They weren't male. Males didn't come. That stuff didn't come later to the agrarian age. A matriarchy is the matriarchal pattern is different from a patriarchal pattern. Black people have never had a patriarch. That's how come when black people left the land, the matriarchal pattern worked because you had a very broad, extended, as what's it called? Call it a kinship network, right? where you had a bunch of men, uncles and cousins and male friends, and a very broad extended network. Okay, when when did the family start failing? The black family start failing when they had to go what into urban centers, had to move from the land to urban centers. That's when it started failing. The number, you can see the numbers. I go by numbers, because I used to trade, so I look at history as a chart. The numbers don't lie. You can see the pattern.
I guess my question would be this:
Hmm.
for example, the 400 or so brothers in here right now, why couldn't all 400 something of us right now go out there, meet us a nice sister, and implement our program, and then duplicate that in the next generation? Like, that's
If
all
you
I'm
get
saying.
if you meet a nice sister, okay, what's the problem with that in that statement?
I don't see a problem with it.
Meeting a nice sister, and just because she's nice
That's
doesn't
what I
mean
keep trying to tell you.
she,
It's a lot of them everywhere,
no, they're not everywhere. No,
everywhere.
they're not. You know what used to keep the black community together as far as marriage? And Kevin said this many times. It's called duty, okay? And what? Gender roles, okay?
Yeah, I
Because
agree. Gender
because
roles.
what?
Yeah.
Guess black women are trained to be a what? Wife. So even if she was disagree,
See, I'm glad you just said that.
she was trained to be a
Trained
wife.
by who?
Their mothers.
And who was she trained by?
It does. She was trained by her mother.
Keep going, because eventually you're gonna get to a man.
No,
That's
you
set it
won't get
all
to a
in
man.
motion.
You won't get to a man because a man's not a woman.
So what you're saying is that there was a point in time where black women taught their daughters
Hmm.
to follow men. That's what you're
No,
saying?
they taught their mothers to function in a role, which is a wife. They didn't follow.
Okay.
Follow had nothing to do with.
Okay. So why?
No, so in other words, if okay, let's put it this way. Okay, if I'm trained to be a husband in a role, she's trained to
Okay.
be a wife in a role, right? Okay,
Yeah.
she ain't got to follow me. She knows what to do. She ain't got to follow me. Look at fences. Okay, go back and look at fences. She wasn't following him. She had a role. She fulfilled her role. He fulfilled his role. That's why they could come together and be successful. They knew they each stayed. They each fulfilled their own role. She had to follow him
Okay. I got a question for you. Why do you believe that black women stopped teaching daughters to follow their role?
because they didn't want to. They because they didn't like their role.
Why
Black
didn't they like their role?
because they wanted to lead. Really, they wanted to be independent. Okay, and they didn't want to be locked into the role that they had, which is wife and mother.
Oh, okay. Well, them
So they
leading
so
themselves, would you say is going good or bad?
well, what do you think?
It's going, in my opinion, it's going terribly wrong.
Well, then, hey, why? Because they don't want to do what? They don't want that role. I want I want a partner. I want my say. I want it. How many times you got to hear it, man?
No, what I'm saying is
I could do all
them doing
bad.
it,
I could do bad all by myself.
and
I want to
that's
be. I'm a
exactly
strong.
what they doing. They doing
I'm a
bad.
strong. I'm a strong black woman. I'm independent. I don't need no man. How long you been
Basically,
hearing
what
that?
I'm saying is, you said they quit their role because they didn't like the
They didn't
role.
like it. Yeah,
Okay, but what I'm saying is,
they didn't. They didn't
now that
quit
they're
it.
doing what they want to do, it's not going well for them.
What
So
did
when you say it's only a matter of time before they go, okay, I
no,
tried that shit,
no.
it don't work. Let me go back home.
How long is a matter of time?
Now that varies.
No,
It
no, but
could be a
come on.
generation. It could be,
Stop bullshitting me, Terrence.
No,
How
seriously, it
can
really
I answer?
depends.
No. Oh well, no, nigga,
It
give
depends on
me.
how stubborn they want to be.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Oh well, guess what we have, sir? As far as black women are concerned, guess what we have?
what do you mean? That's what we have.
We have the most stubborn group of women on the planet.
I don't know.
Mm.
That's debatable.
No, it ain't debatable.
You know?
Still, but ain't you live, nigga. You live in Baltimore. You see it on a daily basis. Come on. If you lived in like a white suburb or something like that, I said, oh well, maybe you don't know. But you live in fucking Baltimore, okay? You know how Baltimore. Jada Pink is a Baltimore woman, okay? Does she look submissive to you?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay. And everybody tells me, man, she's just a Baltimore woman. So you telling me there's a lot of them out there that are submissive, and Baltimore ain't that. Baltimore is not. It's just a mid-sized city. I got more black, even though it's a majority Latino state, and uh, uh, basically a uh, majority Latino area, right? In LA County, I have more black people in LA County than you have in Baltimore. Yeah, than residents in Baltimore. You in a what is Baltimore? 60, 70% black?
Yeah.
So you telling me, did you live in a majority black city with majority black women that is a de facto matriarchy? You tell me you don't see this shit.
I didn't say I didn't see it. Well, I'm saying the scale of it. Y'all be overstating it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm overstating it. What's the marriage rate in Baltimore again, sir?
I don't know it, but it's not high. I I def
What's the out of wedlock rate in Baltimore, sir?
It's
Last I
high.
heard, it's high. Okay.
Y'all be killing me with that out of wedlock birth rate too. It's like I mean, like
It's an
that's an
indicator.
indictment on both people.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Who's in control of fertility?
Oh man, y'all don't want to hear
Who's in control of
that.
fertility? No, I can hear it. I can hear it. I want you
Y'all
to
don't
prove it
want to
though.
hear that.
I want you to prove it.
It's very easy to prove. She can't get pregnant without the seed, right?
Okay. Okay. Say you get a seed, right? Okay. Say you get with a woman, you bust this stupendous nut, right? Over a whole weekend, you filling her up, right? I mean, you don't filter up. Okay. Who decides whether the baby's being born?
She does.
Okay. How many months does she have to decide?
I forget. I know she
40
got a
weeks.
decent amount of
40 weeks. She got 40
yeah, a
weeks to
lot of
decide.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's in, and especially in this country where you have abortion, birth control, and all the other kind of bullshit, right? Who decides whether the baby's going to be born or not?
She does.
She does. Who's in control of fertility, sir?
The man, like
Bullshit.
you keep
No, no.
skipping stuff.
Let me. Okay, skip this, Terrence, because you wanna be act like you're a remedial, even though you're a teacher. You know what the
No, I'm
fuck I'm
saying
talking about. No, no,
you
I'm
keep
not skipping
skipping
shit.
stuff.
I ain't skipping shit. Can you make a woman have a baby?
You mean like after she's impregnated, can you
After
make
she's
her have
been
a baby?
impregnated, can you make a woman have a baby?
No.
Can you make her not have a baby?
Nope.
Nope. Can you have? You can beat her up. You slap her upside the head. Can you make her not have a baby if she
No.
want to have it?
Nope.
If she want to get rid of that baby, can you stop her?
No, you cannot.
Can you not? Who's in control of fertility, sir?
You're
Now,
not
ain't no,
hearing me.
I want to hear that shit, man. You're a teacher. You don't know how to use logic, right, sir?
I'm trying to give you some
You.
logic.
There ain't no logic. Who's in control of fertility, sir?
The man
No,
is.
no. How, sir?
Because she gets to decide what to do with the seed after you give it to her.
Go back to the what is the word decide?
After.
Go back to the word decide. You have to make a decision, right? And who gets to make the ultimate decision, sir?
The man makes the ultimate decision
No,
by
no,
giving
no,
her the
no,
seed.
no, no, sir. No,
She makes a decision after he made a
no, sir.
decision
So how does seed get in her?
because he put it in there. What
No,
do you mean?
no. So basically, he walks up and throws it at her.
No, he made a conscious decision that I'm gonna hit this joint raw.
Oh, he gonna hit the joint raw. Who lets him hit
Yeah,
the joint? Who lets him hit the joint raw? Does she
she
have a?
did.
Oh, okay. So that's at least 50-50, right?
All right then.
That's at least 50-50. How about the other 90%? So basically, for the first 10%, we're gonna give the implantation of the seed a 10%, right?
No, you can't get that 10%. That nothing happens without that. That's the most
No,
important part.
nothing happens if she don't decide to have a baby, does it?
Nothing happens if you don't give her this.
What's
Oh my goodness.
so we're gonna get a 10%. We're gonna give that 10% of the decision, right? Okay.
That's the
No,
90
it's not the 90. How is that the 90, sir?
because she doesn't have any seed to make decisions
She
over
she
if you
she
don't give it
she
to
can she
her.
can, she can go to a sperm bank. She don't need you.
Well, then okay, that would be between her and the sperm bank,
What
not you
well,
though.
so
So
the
let her
sperm
do that.
so in other words, basically, who decides whether the baby's going to be born?
And then even with the sperm bank,
Who
some
decides the
man
baby's going
went
to
to
be
the
born?
sperm bank
Who
and
decides that baby's going
voluntarily
to be
gave
born?
them a
Who
sperm.
decides that baby's going to be born? How is a man involved in that process other than implanting the seed in her?
That's the most important.
No,
You
it's
you
not the
can't
most
skip
important
over
part.
that.
You can't. No, it's not the most important part. What the most important? So, the most important part is it a baby? But is it a baby? Is that woman a mother before or after the baby's born?
Before.
How's she a mother before the baby's born?
Because once you become pregnant, it's your
No,
responsibility to take
no,
care of yourself and take care of that,
no.
that life that's
That,
inside
that,
of
that
you.
life, right? What if she has a miscarriage? Is she still a mother?
Oh, that's a
No,
sensitive topic.
no. You want to get into ethics. You want to get into morality. Let's get into it.
Okay.
In other words, no. Why do you think they repeal Roe v. Wade?
Because they believe that a embryo is a life.
No. The justice actually put it in his paper. It's the biggest news, right? White women are not having enough babies.
That's what he put in the okay.
Yeah. In fact, that's what we're blowing up about. Everybody knows what it is. 40% of pregnancies are what by black women aborted. 42%. Well, women control fertility. They always have. Who gets to be a father?
Oh man.
Women,
No, no, no.
yes, women control.
You,
First, she got to say yes, doesn't she? Can you get her pregnant against her will?
no.
Okay, just by her saying yes, she controls fertility. Can you have?
Oh
Can
my.
you?
So it's not the man's fault at all.
I'm not saying it. I'm saying it with the responsibility. Fault is one thing. Man's fault is about 5%.
5%. Oh
5%.
man.
Yeah,
5%.
5%.
That's
He lays the
amazing.
egg. Who's got to hatch the egg? Who's got to bring the baby to term? Who makes all those decisions? Who allows her into the womb in the first place? In traditional societies, women are in charge of fertility. It's not the man.
But what I'm saying
In
is,
traditional societies, the woman is in charge of fertility. It's not the man.
oh man.
Out of
This is
wedlock
part of
birth
the
rate.
problem,
Out of
man.
wedlock birth rate is
Irresponsibility.
it's not your it's her responsibility. You keep laying it on the men. Men are not in charge of that. Men in charge of other shit. Women not in charge of that.
Oh man. All right, all right, what is the man's fault?
Hmm? What is the man
The
after the baby?
matriarchy is not the man's fault.
It,
It's the
it,
white supremacy's fault. The out of wedlock birth is not the man's fault. That's the woman's fault. Okay, so what's the man's fault?
what's the man's fault? The man. What's the man's fault? Him making decisions and picking the woman in the first place. That's his fault.
Thank you.
Picking
Is
the
that not the
pick,
biggest part?
pick. No, it's not the biggest part.
Because if he picked, so you don't think That's the biggest part. That not only did you pick the wrong woman,
As,
but you
for,
also
for,
went
for
her raw.
so
That's
no,
like
no,
the
no,
biggest part.
the biggest part you picked her. Okay, with that, and that was the thing. The whole thing. You think that your leadership is going to change these women, and that was the biggest thing. That was the whole point. It was the whole point. There
I
was a
never.
whole
That's what
no, no, no.
y'all be
You
misconstruing what I be
no,
saying.
you got in the middle. Like I say, you got in the middle of a freaking argument that you did not understand. That's
I
what you
never
did.
said anything about changing women.
No, you trying to debate me and agreeing with Sergeant Willie Pete without understanding his point. That's what you did.
No, his point was that you got to have finances in order to get submission, right?
No, you don't.
Then I'm saying that was his point, wasn't it?
That was his. That was his point. His
Yeah.
point that
Okay.
you had that to get submission and to get cooperation, you got to be in what they call a leadership position, right? In other words, a woman not going she ain't supposed to give it to you unless you're in that role, right?
Yeah. You don't agree
And
with
for
that?
most societies, the woman already comes that way. She comes
So
that
you
way.
so you just supposed to just get it just off the rip, just no matter what.
She's going to give it to you, not get it. She's going to give it to you off the rip.
Just no matter
She
what you
in,
got going on,
in
it's
other words,
just there.
she gonna give it to you until you prove otherwise. Okay. What's black women do? Okay, you got to prove otherwise before you even begin to get it. It's the opposite. Reverse order in nature, sir.
So what you're saying is women just supposed to just off the basis of you being a man. She's just supposed
If
to just
if
submit.
if Jason's a being a man, you're supposed to be ready to cooperate and get submission off the rip, just like the Asians do, the Latinas do, and the white women used to. Every other group of women does that, right? In fact, you know what? I was listening to a pimp, right? Listen to a pimp, and they were talking about the difference between uh, uh, a white prostitute and a black prostitute, right? He said a black prostitute, you got to talk to her, convince her, and prove that she should be on your agenda, right? He said a white one doesn't. She said, "Daddy, what are we gonna do?"
Well, sound like the black woman smarter than the white woman, then don't
Nope. That's the difference. That's what you think. Who's more successful, sir? Is it us?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm talking about in that specific example.
Well,
Like,
Tomasi said that about his wife, even
so
though
what about her?
he didn't know how to lead, right? And what his wife said, you're supposed to lead. And she made sure she pushed him to lead because he's supposed to be in that position. Black women don't do that. Black women will fight you for leadership and control. That's why they call it the power struggle. I've heard that many, but from guys that had money and guys that didn't. That's like I'm an orange. That's like I'm a guy can come across the board, sell oranges, and have a happy wife, and she's submissive and cooperative. He ain't got nothing. And I seen it for myself. That's why I said,
Black bot is wilding
what,
right now.
huh?
I just my bad. I saw a comment from Black bot. I'm like, bro, that's part of the problem right there. The only thing wrong with men is just we being too easy. We ain't doing. You
We
know, if
are
I
too
go
easy.
over to the women's section, they're gonna say the same thing.
You,
We ain't
you, you,
doing nothing wrong. It's
you,
the men.
what white feminists say about black men
No,
as a
what do they
group,
say?
okay, and what foreigners say about black men.
I know what
Black men,
foreigners say.
black men are the most most egalitarian, kind, and helpful men on the planet. Okay, on the planet, black women have the best men on the planet, and they're gonna lose them. Got the best men on the planet. So black men can date out. In fact, black men are so successful dating out. White other groups of men have to fight them to keep their women in check, to keep the women from jumping the fence. They fight them. Black black men are the only group of men to get attacked for dating out by our women and other men.
Well, all I would say is this: if I come over here, the men is saying, "Hey, we good. The problem is the women." And when I go over there, The women
Don't
say
don't
we good. The problem is the men. So we
prove
got two groups of people,
pro- mhm.
and ain't nobody doing nothing wrong apparently. So it's interesting.
It's not right or wrong, right? Okay. The thing is, people don't know, but the Jews are a matriarchy. They're a matriarchy. What's the difference between a Jewish mother and a black mother?
I don't know what it was.
She
I
wants the
don't know.
best for her son. Her son has to go out and do work. Her son's got to lead. So guess what she's going to do? She's going to make sure that her son gets the best training, the best opportunities, in the whatever that son that boy needs to be a man, so he can actually take care and lead his family. Do you see that?
Hold on. So you
Hold on, no,
saying
well, let me finish my statement, sir. Then
okay
you can jump in, right? Do you see that in the black community?
that
Where
black
you?
women want the best for their sons?
Yes.
Yeah, I see that all the time.
You're a teacher in Baltimore. Do you see it?
Yes, I see. Do I see it in everybody? No, but I do see it. Yeah,
In the majority, do you see it, sir?
in the majority, yes,
You do. So
yes, in the
so so
majority,
how- so
yes,
so why the fuck are the black boys in Baltimore at the goddamn bottom if that's the case?
because they fought and not doing their job.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Come on, come on. You said Baltimore. Come on now. How many of them boys got their father in the house? Like, come on now.
What's the first job of a mother?
To pick the right father for the kids.
In other words, how many what's the out of wedlock birth rate in Baltimore?
I don't know, but I know it's high.
It's high. So guess what they're not doing? They're not
That's a
picking fathers. They're not picking fathers, man. They're not picking fathers. First job of a woman before she has a baby is actually make sure that when everybody says it. What is it? Marry before you carry, right? How hard is that in the age of birth control?
Wouldn't you say that it's a man's job to make sure he picks the
No,
proper
no,
mother that can?
no, no. A man's job to pick the proper mother if he's married.
So shouldn't he wait to have kids until he's married?
Who's in control of fertility?
Oh man, you see how every time it's time to be for men to be accountable, we switch it back to the women.
let
They
me
be
ask you.
doing
Let
they
me
be
let me
doing
ask
the
you.
same
Let me ask
thing.
you this: how many men does it take to impregnate 1,000 women?
One,
One. How many women does it take to have a baby for 1,000 men?
1,000.
1,000. See where I'm going with this? I'm gonna drop the link and people. Where we are. In other words, go. You have to go back and look how other societies actually constructed. Okay, how they constructed, and how this one is so opposite. That's why the ADOS community actually studied throughout the world because we are so opposite of how everybody else does it. Monahan said the same thing in the Monahan report. And he said why it was. Everybody agrees why it actually happened. It has nothing to do with anything else, right? Comes from the slavery experience. That pattern is still there. Your black women are still pushing for it. They're still pushing for it. You look at you look at Islam, right? Islam in America, right? Supposed to be a patriarchal society, right? And in Islam, the children belong to the men. But in the black community, guess what the woman does? She takes her child from man to man to man. She might be married 5 times. Okay, she have kids by 5 different men and carry her children from man to man to man. What's the difference between her and and the rest of the community? You're socialized to do a certain thing. This pattern has been in existence since the slave plantation. It's been documented. And that's the problem. But nobody will admit it. That's how come the problem will never get fixed. Because the women won't admit that they lead. That's why I
No,
come
no,
I
the
had
problem won't get fixed because we don't have two parties willing to take equal
a
responsibility. That's the
responsibility.
problem.
In other words, their responsibility either one or two things. Either the women start following and give up leadership, give up the rolling pin, give up the position, and give it to the man. Either they start making sure that their boys are first and over their girls, which they haven't. Otherwise, it's not going to change. It ain't changing. You know,
But hold. Did you
I
hear what you
no,
just said?
what I got professors in college that get kicked out and lose their jobs for actually advocating for black men. Why is that? And guess who's running to the dean? It's not white women. Guess who's running to the dean?
I can guess. But did you hear what you just said though?
Hmm?
You said the problem. You said. Well, let me make sure I get it right. You said that things won't change until the women do something. You didn't say that we
Yes.
had to do
Yeah.
anything though.
Why? Because the problem starts with a woman. In this case, it starts with a woman.
Oh, oh man.
When you do diagnosis, do I diagnose a problem?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you go by the what it's supposed to be or what the actual problem is?
What the actual problem is?
That's the actual problem. Why would you start with the men when the problem is the women?
Because
Because what?
everything starts from the
No,
man.
it doesn't start from the men.
Everything.
No, it doesn't.
That's what y'all not understand.
It does.
Oh man.
Why does everything start from the man?
Because that's part of being a man. What do you
No,
mean?
no, sir. What? How do you? What is a
The man
man?
is the head, right?
Who
Or
said
supposed
that?
to be, right?
Who said that? Where's
What
it
do you
come from?
mean?
Where's it come from? Yeah, where's it come from? Where you learn that?
I learned it from the Bible.
You learn from the Bible, okay? So somebody had to say it. So is the people in the Bible are they black? Are they black Americans?
I couldn't tell you what they were.
And other so the women that are Christian and read the Bible every day, do they believe it?
Well, today's that's what I said. So, like most of the people, they're not real Christians. So no.
They they, they never did, sir. They never did. This a
Well,
black
what
woman
I'm
had.
talking about, what do
Hold on, a
you
hold on,
believe that the
hold
man
on,
is the head?
no, do I believe? To me, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. Personally, I don't give a shit. You know why? As long as it works for everybody, I don't care who leads.
But see,
I
that's the
mean,
thing. We have evidence that
no,
shows that women leading does not work.
well, then it doesn't work. Then the women need to give it up, right?
They do.
Who else calls them independent from their men? Who's the only group of women that actually says that and been saying it for like the last 60 years or 70 years? Who said that?
Black women.
And that's why have they been saying that? Because that's what they do. That's what they believe. So so why do you give your girls more training than your boys? White men didn't. White people didn't do that. Asian people definitely don't do it, and Jewish folks definitely don't do it.
But do you think that would change if the more households were intact?
It might, but it never hasn't that hasn't been the case for the first 150 years. Why should it change now?
Well, when the households were intact, things went a lot better.
It's, who got more educated when households were intact?
I mean, that was a different time, though.
I, don't well, why'd you bring it up if those are different times?
Because I'm just saying, like, if we had that same family structure now, I don't think there would be that same imbalance.
Really,
Because
why
we
not?
live in a post-industrial age, so it would,
So why
it
not?
wouldn't.
Why not? Why? What do you think? Why do you think? Why do you think it would change? Why?
Because what would be the reason for men not to get education? What would they be doing?
In other words, what would change? Would they? I got a two-family household right across the street, right? Two-family household. Guess what they believe? I come from a two-family household, right? Guess what they still believe? What my parents believe? It's better to help the girls
Why? Why do they think that?
because they've socialized to. That's the way they've been trained. Old Southern folks.
Trained by who?
Trained by who? Old Southern folks?
Yeah.
By their parents. That's not new. It's not new. In fact, in most Southern families, the boys went to dropped out of school in the sixth grade or the seventh grade and went to work, bringing money for the family. The girl got the education.
Golden
That's been,
Jaguar is not an argument. It's a conversation. I don't understand. But
huh?
okay. Um, we only have well, we have like one major disagreement, and that's just I believe that everything goes back to the man, and a
Why?
lot of brothers don't feel that way, and
Why
that's
do you
the big
why do you believe
disagreement.
why do you, but you don't have a sound basis or sound argument for why it always goes back to the man?
Because that's the way God ordained it.
Who
It's really
said?
that simple.
Who said?
The Bible
The
says,
Bible. So is God only contained in the Bible? Or does God see over all the other cultures?
yeah,
Okay. And do our women believe in God?
these days, not so much.
When even back then, do they believe in God? You keep
Back
saying
then,
these
yes, they
days.
did.
So so how come they didn't follow it?
They did follow it back
No, they
then.
didn't. Because if that was the case, the boys would be in the lead. The boys would get the education. In fact, the Jewish women had to fight to actually be educated. In Africa, the girls are educated last. They had to fight to be educated because the boys have to make the money. Boys have to make the society. The girls actually educated last. Go down to Guatemala. The girls are educated last. But
He said,
we're gonna go 10
I
more minutes. We're
agree.
gonna bring some people up. The thing is, you already know this shit, man. But the thing is, you're trying to make a case for why it should be the man's fault.
No, all I'm saying is, as the man, it's always your fault. That's all I'm saying.
Now, why? Why is it always your fault?
Because you're the man. It's
That
really that
that you
simple.
sound like a woman. That's where you feel.
No, I'm saying no.
So
It's
so
not
if
about a
it's the man's
feeling.
fault, it's his responsibility. How come they don't give him the tools to actually be that man in the black community?
How come who doesn't give them the tools?
How come the whole community doesn't come together and give the tools to those boys to be men to lead their community?
I don't think you want to know that answer.
No, 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 nigga, come on, man, stop bullshitting me.
They don't get the tools because the men from the previous generation didn't give it to them. That's right, J.S. Hopper. As a man, it's always your fault. I'm glad you see you're learning.
No, he put it in quotes.
I know, but
There's a reason. So basically, the black men are supposed to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, in a sense.
well, in theory, best case scenario, they would work with one another and pull each other up.
Societies actually pull their people up by how you organize it. The people that organize society actually determine who are the winner and losers in a society is. I don't care what country you pick. And you trying to make black men who are the designated underclass, under pressure, under white supremacy, discriminated against, even by their own women, pull themselves up and lead. Are you fucking kidding?
What's the alternative?
Alternative is leave. Let it go. That's the alternative.
Leave and do what?
You you leave and mix in with other groups. Leave the country, whatever. 'Cause it's not going to work here.
If you so if you mix it with
If
other groups, you wouldn't
if
still
if
be
if,
under
if you
white
if,
supremacy.
if your women are not on board to make it work, let it go.
But what I'm saying is, wouldn't you still be under white supremacy?
Nah, we can go to Africa. They're not on white supremacy for the most part, or at least it's lessened. At least you have a functioning society that actually will help you do what you need to do instead of being in the belly of the beast.
Yeah, but God, that's not.
You
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 think that's gonna happen on a
you go
large scale?
you burnt down. What is it in was it 1967? They burned down. I think they actually had what, they had 60 rights. Okay, and the Kerner Commission. We just went through this like 2.5 months. Okay, me and Art Vidmore. All the civil rights stuff that you get, all the programs that you now enjoy, probably while you went to school on, stuff like that, all that kind of stuff. It's all implemented in 1968, right, under Kerner Commission. All the affirmative action, all that kind of stuff. Okay, guess what? Guess what President Johnson did to scrape most of that, defeat most of that. He put in one word in a executive order: sex. To change title, I think it's Title 4 of the Civil Rights Bill. He put sex in there. And when he put sex in there as a minority, guess who he meant?
White women,
White women. Guess who gets 83% of the affirmative action?
white women.
White women. Did you hear black women say a mumbling word about it?
No,
Okay. Intersectional feminism. You think black women wanted to be with their men under that and going forward? If black women had any place else to go, they'd leave. How can we think black women? Most groups of men don't want black women as mates.
they don't want to go nowhere.
Bullshit. 15% of children born are um, from non-black men. Sorry, by non-black men. I showed that
No, but
right there
what
in
I'm
black and
saying
white.
is, if they really would like, I just look at it differently. Like, if you're gonna do all these streams all day long about black men, it's because you really want one.
Because
Otherwise, you would just.
they can't go nowhere.
I
They know
wouldn't
it.
be talk. I wouldn't be talking about them all day if I didn't
They
want
can't.
one.
They screw white men. They're not getting picked, and they know it.
Most of them not. A lot of them
And
they not. A lot of them not, don't even like white men like that.
shit.
Like, for the most part, the investor is just angry at black men.
For
So
what?
I'm gonna be by myself and talk shit for.
For what? What angry black men for what?
Who knows, man? Those
And
women are not right in the brain, you
and
know.
well, you know that. Well, hell, is he serious? I'm gonna open it up in a minute, y'all. I'm gonna open it up in a minute. You know,
I'm
we
for
get
real. I'm pretty. They don't want to go nowhere. A lot of they ain't trying to go nowhere.
shit,
They just mad. That's
shit,
all. They
shit.
upset
They
about
can't
some
go
shit.
nowhere. They can't go nowhere. And white men have said it. They're not taking them. White men have already said it. We see how you treat your men. We don't want that. We live. Have you ever dated somebody other than a black woman?
Nah.
Have you been around other groups of women?
Yeah.
Do they act like black women?
No.
No. In fact, black women are the true original. Okay, you can go to Africa; they don't act like the black women here. In fact, most of the black women over there are confused. The closest thing to act like black women are actually Caribbean women. The closest. And I've been doing this for so long; it's ridiculous. I ain't just start yesterday. I started trying to figure this out with my first girlfriend. How come they act so different? Because I went to all white school. I had to learn how to code switch, man. I had to learn how to date black women again. because they're on something different. And the way I acted, I had to change, I had to alter my behavior because we couldn't communicate because I was expecting something different. And what guess what he said? Well, you act like a white boy because I expect something. My mating pattern and my mating strategy was completely different than theirs. I had to learn how to how to bring that back up again. Black women are different. They are. My sisters, my mother, my aunties, you know, their kin, their friends, they're all different. Hear them all. I work with, man, I work with thousands of black women. I hear the shit that they talk. I hear how they try to mommy you. And I hear black women can walk in the midst of like 50 guys, one black woman loud and think she can mommy all of them because they expect to be in charge. They expect to be in charge. They expect you to bow down to what they're saying. That's what's expected of you. That's like Dr. Johnson calls it the ConcuSurf. Okay, you're
But
expected to
if you
serve,
don't do it, then what they gonna do?
huh? Or if you don't
I
do it,
said,
then they'll die out. That's why I say that's what that's what I'm telling guys. You know, all this bullshit that your leadership's gonna change them. It's not gonna change them. In fact, you start pulling away. Guess what? They doubling down on stupid. Right now, doubling down on stupid.
okay, so I think okay, so what you're saying is to date out, integrate, and then so what's like the end goal is what happens?
And what I'm saying is, and let me be clear. Let me be clear. And I've said this many times. If you want a submissive woman that's cooperative, you're probably gonna have to find a different woman, different woman from a different grade, either from the continent or a different group of women, ethnic group of women. If not, shut up and put up with what's there. Make the best of it, because she ain't gonna change. She's not gonna be cooperative. She's gonna be opinionated. She's gonna be she's gonna be um, she's gonna be what else? Let's see. She's not gonna be cooperative as you would like. Okay,
Now you're
that's
saying
what.
this is 90% of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
If, trust and believe, the 10% are already married and not saying a word.
So if you're not married now,
I,
it's a wrap for you.
I've known, I've personally known like 4,000 black women. Right? It's a handful. Uh, when I see a black woman that's cooperative, man, almost want to like kiss her feet. It's so rare. They're so pleasant, and they stick out like a freaking sore thumb. Stick out like a freaking sore thumb. And even the best of them that are cooperative and
Damn,
submissive.
97%? Damn. Yo, goodness gracious.
It probably is. I would say even the best of them. I do mean the best of them. I know some sweeties. I mean, actually sweethearts, right? Too bad I didn't marry them. Sweethearts. Even the best of them still have carry carry that low level contempt and hatred of black men. Even the best of them, you can detect it. Don't come out often, but when it comes out, you know it. It's like, yeah, damn, where'd that
A
come from?
strong 90s. Yeah, yeah, cold blooded with it.
But
A strong 97.
I'm gonna drop the link, and he's our guest, so be respectful because
99.7.
you
Come
know
on now.
that's how they feel.
Oh man.
That's how the thing is. That's who they are, man. The thing is, you know, people say it's just this generation, the past 60 years, man. The further I go back, and I said, oh shit, this is just the way it was. Once you form a community, form a society, then in a culture, the culture is very hard to break. Right? There's a reason. Here they come. I'll bring you guys up in a minute. There's a reason that fascism can't take hold of the United States. You know why?
No.
Fascism needs an authoritarian society. Okay, it can only be in places like maybe Germany or Eastern Europe because they have authoritarian cultures, right? Western Europe has a liberal culture. That's something never took in France, in England, in Spain. Never took. Okay, especially in the United States, you have a very liberal culture. You cannot take hold. You have a very liberal, individualistic culture. You can't have that in a fascist society. Okay, you have to have a group think. You have to have an authoritarian society. You can't have fascism because hell, you can't even get goddamn people to wear masks during COVID. I got my rights. I ain't got to do that. Can't have it. That's a culture. It's a hardened culture that does not change. Racism did not exist in Europe for the most part, right? Racism started here in the United States. You've been trying to get rid of it for the past, what, 60, 70 years? Does it still exist? Does it still exist?
Yeah.
That's culture. Cultures are very difficult to break. Okay, if black women have has been a matriarchy in the black community since before what is it? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Not quite 300 years, 250 years. How are you gonna break it in a generation just because I'm the leader? Get the fuck out of here. Anyhow, bring everybody up.
Hey, what's going on, BJ?
Hey, what's happening?
I just,
You guys be kind,
I'm
okay?
gonna be kind and short.
Hold on, hold
Okay.
on. I gotta ask a
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna be.
hold on, hold on, Charles.
One at a
Charles,
time. One at a time.
one at a
I
time.
know Charles
Charles,
gonna go on
Charles.
it, so I'm gonna be. I
No,
want to be kind and
no,
short
no,
right
no,
quick.
no, no. Take whatever you got to say. Say. Charles can wait his turn. He just came off his own stream. He talked
Okay.
enough already.
Look, I'm just trying to get. I'm just trying to get him to ask him a question.
Go ahead.
54% of black men do not have children. We agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said it's the men's fault. Am I correct?
Well, what do you? I
You
said,
said.
what's,
Ultimately, you said it's the man's fault when it comes to the pregnancy piece. Am I correct?
yeah.
Okay. The only reason I'm pushing back on you is because I am a pediatric nurse. Okay. If majority of 80% of black women have children out of wedlock, are we correct on that one?
Yeah.
It's a math problem. If 54% of black men don't have children and 30% of black men are married, who's making all these babies? What percentage is left over?
Go get that nigga a calculator.
Hold on.
Go
It's
get that nigga
18%.
brain.
Hold on. I want to ask you.
18%.
I want to ask you a question, Mike. Okay.
Yeah.
You're a pediatric nurse.
Yeah.
Who is in charge of fertility, according to
The
you?
woman is in charge of fertility because she gets to pick. If you listen to them online, they want a 6 foot tall man, a curly haired man. They're not having sex with what's Mr. Gentleman, Mr. Clarence Jr. Not picking you overwhelmingly. I'm not saying that as a bad, they're not picking me either. They are picking men who look a certain type of way. That's why you think you can
No,
get a
they're
14.
not.
Why, if
These
that's the case,
women
hold on
are
a second, hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second. If that's the case, then why do 54% of black men do not have children? And why have 30% of black men married to 26% of black women?
And exactly. And at the hold on.
Hey,
Hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second.
Pookie, we're gonna take turns. We're not gonna do this, okay?
all
Okay?
right.
Calm down. Fall back. Wait your turn.
If what you're saying is true, you should have an enormous amount of pussy being thrown at you.
We gonna get him. We gonna get him.
Are y'all? Hold on. Are y'all really
All right,
saying this
Pookie.
like
Do
a
I
whole
have to drop
bunch
you
of
down,
men?
Pookie?
I'm asking for the math problem. The
Yeah,
math
this is
problem
not
has
about
already been
beating
stated
nobody.
by the greater society. They watch black men more than any group of men on this planet because they want to know if we are procreating. They want to know our numbers. That's why they're shocked and surprised when they found out brown people have been procreating at an alarming rate over them. White people don't really care about black men procreating now. They don't care no more. That's why they call it the browning of the nation, not the blackening. 18 to 20% of black men are being pre-selected to be mated with. If a black man has 5 baby mamas, how is he supposed to be at 5 different homes at the same time?
Why does he have 5 baby mamas? That's the part.
Because hold on a second. So what you're telling me is that man literally pulled down his pants, busted a stupendous nut in his hand, and just threw it at the black woman, and she got pregnant.
No, I'm saying he had sex with her.
Right. So she chose him. Why aren't they choosing the short, average-looking dude? Why aren't they choosing the educated lame guy?
So Hold on,
I'm just asking a question. They have a choice. We got a choice. Why aren't they choosing to have sex with the nerdy, educated black dude?
Are you
Why?
saying nerds don't be getting no women?
I didn't.
Is that what
They
you're saying?
don't. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
He asked you a question. Now, don't answer a question with a question. He asked you a question.
I'm just like,
Give your opinion.
I just don't. I don't know. I don't understand. Like,
Oh,
What
yeah.
you're what
because
you're
what
having a
I'm
hard
saying in
time.
this culture, everybody
It's
like,
it's a
if you're
worldview
not
problem.
getting it in, it's something. It's something
Right.
wrong.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Those same dudes, like Marcus Brownlee, get it in other cultures. Like a Dennis, not a Dennis, but what's I meant? Dr. Dunbar can go to a non-black bar, and other groups of women will respect him and listen to him and not try to compete with him. They will give it up easy to that man.
Let me ask you this, Clarence. Does getting it in, I'm going to ask you this, Mike, because Mike, you're a
Yeah.
pediatric nurse. Does getting it in mean that that woman's going to have that baby?
No, that's why 42% of black women have abortions.
And exactly, and if they're pursuing, if you acknowledge that the
I'm
majority of black women preferences would include a male that's
gonna give you some grace on this one. Put ask your question, but don't jump the line next time. Charles is actually next. Okay.
okay, my bad.
Finish your question.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be quick. If you acknowledge that the majority of black women have preferences that include males that are over 6 foot as the predominant choice of selection that they would want for a romantic partner, you are also acknowledging that their standards isolate the male population down to 15% at least. What you mean? No.
Hey, let him answer, and then we're gonna go on. We're not gonna. This is not a back and forth, right? Because
what I'm saying is, do most women prefer a tall man? Yes, but are they going to say, "I'm not going to sleep with nobody if you or not have his baby if you're not tall"? No. Just like, do most men want a dime piece? Yes, but are they saying, "I ain't having no sex if ain't no dime"? No. You want something, but you take what you can get for the most part. Within reason.
We agree with you on that point.
Okay,
But that has nothing. That what we're saying is that has nothing to do with having the birth. Remember, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. So the beginning piece is the impregnation piece. There's a gestation piece, which is the pregnancy, and then there's the actual birth of the child. There's 3 stages. They are. Let's go to the beginning piece, like you said. They are picking who they want to have in between their legs. I'm not jumping in between. They're not letting me in. They know me. I date out. They're just not busting it open for you either.
They busted it open for everybody. This is a
No.
casual sex culture.
If that's what you're saying, then what you actually hold on a second. This is the last part. Yeah, that's it. If you're actually saying that, then you are actually saying that black women have a horrible breeding habit, and they're just breeding with anybody.
Yes.
But the numbers say otherwise. That 54% of black men do not have children, and 30% of black men are married to 26% of black women, and they live with those children. You can't get over the math problem. That's why these white boys are mad now, because they can't get over the math problem. It used to be 80% of black women are out of wedlock birth rate. So now they can say, well, 80% of black men have children out of birth rate. No, you don't.
No. Matter of fact,
That's all I want to say to you, man. It's a math problem. Look at the math problem. I know what's happening to you right now. Your brain's really hitting that glitch right now because the questions can't be answered past the math problem.
No, I just can't believe that y'all really believe it's like 17% of men having.
Look at the number.
Let me put it to you this way.
Hold on a second. Hey, Charles, let me ask one question, Charles. Hey, Charles, last question. Last question. Do black men, they had one lady on TLA. Do black men get put on child support the fastest? What group of men do you think gets put on child support the fastest?
Probably black.
Okay, then that means they already know who the numbers are. All the numbers have been accounted for. And if you go to a hospital, your demographic is counted. I just want to put that out there. Your demographic is counted at the hospital. That's how they can match the numbers. They go through the birth of that child, and then they match that child up with the child support agency. once that child has been put on child, the father's been put on child support. That's how come they have an accurate number of 54% of black men do not have children. All right, fellas, peace.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Charles.
Thanks, BJS. Go ahead, Charles.
All right. One. Where you from, bro?
Baltimore.
Yeah, he from your city.
You know this. You really making Baltimoreans look bad right now.
It means
I'm gonna
Hey,
tell you,
Pookie.
and I'm gonna tell you why. You're gonna sit.
Not necessary.
Hold on.
I know. Yeah. Did I bring everybody down except for Charles? Or you guys cool?
Hold on.
Go
How
ahead,
old are
Charles.
you?
33.
33. You've been here almost as long as I've been here, right? And what do you do for a living?
I work in education right now.
So, this is you're gonna make it worse for yourself, okay? Because I'm gonna say this: not only you've been in the same city, and you're from over east over west.
From originally Baltimore County, so Randallstown.
Oh, so you Baltimore County, but you work in the city, and you partied in the city enough, haven't you?
Oh, for sure.
So you're gonna tell me you don't know in a city with 70% black people, you don't know how black women act?
I never said I don't know how to act. I'm just saying like the percentage. Y'all be
The
overstating
percentage of black, you do know black women have more children than black men. Hell, black women, if they have two or more children, almost 70%, 68% of them have them by two or more fathers. So they have more children. Hell, there are towns in the South where 3 men father like 50-something children. They're picking these men for certain reasons because those babies bring benefits, and those men are not going to challenge them for custody. So it's either black women are too stupid or black women just make bad choices, and they know they do. I'm going to tell you what I told somebody else before on my Facebook. Women choose who get to be fathers. Men choose who get to be wives. Correct?
To an extent.
Why is it to an extent?
Because men also get to choose who can be mothers.
No. Who decides who gets born or aborted in the world?
Oh man, we about to circle back around.
No.
Hey, Clarence, you can't get past it, man.
No, you can't get past it.
You can't get past it.
How does she become a mother?
No. We're not going to
skipping that.
Clarence, I'm going to treat you like a grown-ass man. Stop bullshitting me and answer the fucking question, please.
What was your question again?
Oh, I'm going to do you like I do suspects. Repeat what I said.
That's what I'm asking you. The question.
Hold on. Who gets to choose who's aborted or who's born?
All the women does, yeah.
So it's completely on the women. We can't force them to get abortions, right?
Nope.
Do women get down on their bended knee and propose to men?
More and more these days. Some of them, yeah.
Do they?
Not nearly as many though. But.
None. Hardly any. The number is so minuscule that it's incalculable. It's not even something that you could really calculate. Hardly any, if any. And you know that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to shorten up the arguments a little bit because I know he can't be here all night. So
I don't get it. You're from a city where it's predominantly extraordinarily black. You see these chicks out here. Are they marrying before they carry?
No.
So why do
all
you
I'm
think
saying is it's a joint effort, is all I'm saying.
It's not. Guess what? After that man ejaculates in that woman, it's whose responsibility and whose judgment after that? How can you blame somebody after 50% of his DNA? He can't decide.
Because he should have never gave it to her in the
But
first
guess what?
place.
He should have never decided. This is the reason why Men like you make an excuse for women and their bad choices.
I'm not
You,
making an excuse for
it,
a bad
the,
choice.
the
She made
only
a bad
the,
choice. I'm just
the
saying,
time
so did he.
the
They're
time.
both making bad
But guess
choices. All
what?
I'm
You
saying.
keep saying both, but she makes the decision.
No, he made a decision
No,
first.
he didn't. Because guess what? How come a lot of these chicks out here who's fucking willy nilly don't get pregnant? They choose who they want to get pregnant by. So it's
Who
not
gave her the choice though?
no, she chooses.
No, like there's a girl outside right now walking her dog. She doesn't have a choice whether or not to get pregnant by me because I didn't give her that choice. She can
That's
only make that choice
I'm jumping
after
in next.
I
Uh,
choose
okay.
to
yeah, okay.
nut all
So
up in her.
what?
If I
Okay.
don't do that, then she has no choice
Okay.
to make.
Let me ask you this question, right?
Yeah.
You
Two
sleep
more
with
two
a
more questions, Charles, and then we're
you
gonna
sleep with
go
a
to somebody else.
you sleep with a woman and throw your fucking condom away. Did she give you a choice if she takes the semen out of that condom?
In that situation, no.
And how many and a lot of those situations do come up.
Then the question becomes, why are you sleeping with this low character woman in the first
No,
place?
no, 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 no. It's not just low character women. These are the women who are supposed to be the moral high ground, the educated as well. Women have stop treating women like they are not conscious of thought. These
I didn't
women
say they
are just
weren't. I'm just
these
saying.
women. In other words, you're trying to put something now. If a man picks a bad wife, that's on him. That's not on the wife.
I'm saying she's a bad person,
So, in other
and
words,
you picked a bad
Let,
person.
let him finish
here's my
his answer, Charles. Let him finish his answer. Finish your answer, Charles.
That's all I've been
Queen.
trying to say. She's not excused from being a bad person, but you're not excused from dealing with the bad person either. Like you don't get to, oh, I'm a victim. No, you're not a victim. You made a choice.
um.
Who
Dude,
said he was? Who said he was a victim?
If it's not his fault and just
And
bad women just
who said it
doing this
wasn't his
stuff,
fault?
then
Who's the who decides who the baby's born by?
oh man,
It's majority.
he gave her the seeds. He
No,
did.
see, there you go. There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead, Charles. Last question, and then we go to Ed.
here's my
Who's after Ed?
here's my last question. Why do you believe that all these stats that are not true about black women when you could just look them up and the ones you do believe about black men? Why? What gives you
what
live in a city where you see it? Why?
what's that? I said it wasn't true about black women.
In other words, you know good and goddamn well how black women and black men interact and how the low key disdain they have for their men. Why are you acting disingenuous like you don't see it?
No, what I'm no, like I keep saying, it's just overstated. That's all. Like the percentage of women that act that way is overstated. That's
And
all it is.
what facts?
Hold on. Don't jump the line. I don't want to have to drop people down.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead,
DJ.
Charles.
I have to ask this one
No,
thing.
well, last question. Go ahead.
What's the percentage of what you think that the women in Baltimore don't like their men?
Baltimore. Let's see. About 45%.
You got a lot like that, dude.
I don't know why y'all be. I don't understand why y'all be going around just thinking black women just hate y'all. I don't get it.
Well, ask. You got to
So,
bring him up here. Ask him why.
mm.
Ask Charles why. Ask him. He's right there.
So are you
No,
saying that?
ask the question that you just asked. Ask it to Charles.
Okay, why y'all go around thinking black women just hate y'all? I don't understand.
Because they tell us. They act like it. You've been in relationships with black women, right?
Yeah,
Did they act like they were grateful or they act like they owned your ass? Or they act like they could have done better?
for the most part, grateful.
What?
I said for the most part, grateful. Had some bad experiences, but for the most part,
Oh. How many bad compared to good?
how many bad? Let's see. Because I can give you the number. Let's see. Probably about 3.
Out of how many women?
Let me talk about like women like you actually dealt with, right? Or
Nobody counts thoughts or jump offs. The women that you've been in relationships, hell, even the women you work with, do they respect you or do they look at you like you're somebody to serve them?
Okay, that's your last question, Charles. Go ahead, answer it, Clarence.
for the most part, they pleasant and respectful. For the most part, I mean, there's some bad ones out there, but for the most part, they cool.
All right. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ed.
All right, I'm gonna start off by saying this. I appreciate you coming up here, Clarence, and one of the reasons why I think this is important is because I think you are the majority. Let me say that. How you think, how you view the world and everything. And I'm gonna keep it real. And that's not a diss. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I've been on the phone with certain notable content creators that they may not go as far as what you're going, and they maybe articulate like their points of view a little bit more. But I've heard, dudes say having one kid ain't that bad. Y'all need to I hear that. I mean, even you saw Kindred Spirit in SWP, even though SWP probably wouldn't agree with everything you're talking about, but so there's a majority. So it's important for dudes to really understand that. Also, by the way, um, don't even get me started on SWB. Talk about unsubscribe if you think Six to God is, you think Melanie King is better than Six to Goddess. That's the battle we want to have over there. But
Yeah.
what I'm gonna say to you is this.
That's
What I
sick.
the question?
I hope that's what he was saying.
Yeah, yeah. That's the fact that we even having that argument actually speaks volumes. But um, what I want to ask you is this: do you believe you're a good leader?
Honestly, I would say I'm a developing leader.
Do you believe if the majority of black men were like you, black women would act different?
Hmm. The majority?
It's fine. When I say act different, I'm talking about what you and BGS were talking about earlier about submission and cooperation. In fact, let's take submission off the table. Let's just talk cooperation.
Well, they could do better than me because I'm still in progress. But
Give me your opinion. Give me your well. Who comes to your mind when you think a great black man that's a leader that black women should basically cooperate with an individual black woman or submit to, and in your mind you wouldn't understand why they wouldn't do that just off who yeah.
okay, so I got to think of somebody everybody know. Hmm.
I mean, do you have somebody in your head that we don't know? Did you know?
Yeah, like I got a lot of homies that they solid dudes.
You got. I'm talking. So you're saying your homies that they're from Baltimore as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Baltimore's a black city and reflection of the majority population. But okay, that's why Charles was trying to say what he's trying to say. So you're saying that if a woman is being uncooperative outside this dude, let's assume this dude isn't cheating, let's assume he's not hitting her, you wouldn't understand why this. Let me ask you this: how much do these guys make on average that are solid dudes?
Probably I would say they're probably around. I think they're around probably like mid 60s.
Okay, what would you rate their girlfriends? Be honest. Pulling Steeler for Jason Black.
Well, truthfully, most of them are single. They having their way out here, so they ain't really looking for no relationship.
Okay, so what makes them so if they're not looking for a relationship, what makes them good leaders? Because part of being a good leader is actually demonstration. It sounds like do they got kids?
No.
So none of them got kids. They out here just fucking. And how old are they? They're your age.
Yeah.
So you're my age. So they're in their mid-30s, and they're out here just fucking. So when did any of them talk to you about marriage? Any talk to you about committing to a woman anytime soon?
A couple of them, yeah.
But why don't they?
Because when you young and you taking care of yourself and you doing pretty good, you got unlimited options
Well,
out here.
keep it real. We're not talking
You
about
ain't
dudes.
gotta be no high value
We're,
man.
we're
That's
not
what I'm
talking.
trying
We're
to
not
tell
talking
you.
about dudes in their 20s. We're talking about dudes that will be in their mid 30s. So mid 30s. I mean, think about it. You're with a girlfriend. You haven't married her, but you said you intend to. You have a child. So at what point these niggas supposed to get in their 40s before they figure out they need to do something? There's a reason I'm saying this.
Yeah, I mean they having their way out here. You know?
Okay, so my question is, this is gonna be the last couple of questions. Do you think if they found a woman worthy of settling down for, that they would settle down?
Possibly. Maybe.
Okay, so have you seen any of these females that they're just pumping and dumping? Because that's what that sounds like.
No, you wouldn't. If she's not serious, you're not gonna bring her around.
Okay, so wouldn't you think that's a reflection of that these women may not be wife? Because just because you're not wife material doesn't mean you're not. You still can't be used for fucking.
No, because I mean, I'm pretty sure because I know the type of women they typically deal with, and these are quality women. They got an abundance of them, so it's like, why pick one?
Okay, so would you say these guys are part of the problem?
No, they don't have no kids. They're not lying to nobody.
So I want you to really map this out. These are quality women, according to you, meaning that I assume quality means that they would be somebody's quality wife, right?
Yeah.
Yet you got dudes running through these chicks, basically mentally fucking them up because they can't. I'm gonna tell you right now, if they're knowingly walking into pump and dump situations, they're not quality wives. Because if they did it with them niggas, they're doing it with other niggas, meaning their body counts are going up, meaning they can't bond. So I would call into question what you would say is a quality woman. Yeah, you see how what you're saying doesn't make sense from a community perspective. You're saying these are solid dudes, but the only thing that I'm hearing that you're saying that makes them solid is a bunch of females are willing to fuck them. And if the women are hoes, that wouldn't make them necessarily solid.
No, I'm saying they're solid because they own their stuff. They got their stuff together.
So that
which is why the women want them.
What would define that? So do you think out of all these people talking to you, how many of us think we don't have our shit together? Because I'm assuming you're saying that as in own house, own car, and making money that's outside of just what we need to live. Like what does that mean having their shit together? Because that's basic to me as far as your own house and your own car.
Well, here's where like the things tend to separate. The confidence and the belief in self. That has nothing
to do with money, though.
No, I'm saying that's where, because there is a lot of guys who have that, but what they don't have is the confidence, and that's what's the barrier between them and the women. Okay, and so there's a lot of guys out here.
Hold on. Let him finish.
That wasn't me.
Oh, no. So there's a lot of guys out here who are cleaning up just because they just have some confidence with themselves.
So that has nothing to do, but that has nothing to do with money, though.
No, because it's like you got two dudes that got money, but one has confidence and one doesn't. So the one that has confidence is getting all the women.
So let me ask you this: so you're saying in Baltimore, black women are not fucking broke ass niggas, that they like how they look and they may be able to mimic confidence?
Broke women are, yeah.
Broke women.
Shut your lying nigga lips up.
Hold on.
You're showing it up, Ed, because we got a bunch of people. So
you saying 92s with BGS? So let's say you're lawyers, let's say you're surgeons, let's say you're black women. They're in these fields. They make money. You saying they not fucking niggas that are broke but got swag in Baltimore?
Well, it depends. It's levels to broke, Like he could be broke, but he did go to college.
No, I'm saying,
so he might,
broke ass. He don't have his own house or own car, so broke. Not no. Well, we down. Like you ain't got your basics together. You saying
levels to this?
You saying you don't see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have
Boogie, you can go next after.
So you just said yeah.
But hold on, He's
Go
broke,
ahead.
but they're from the same social circle. She not like it ain't like no hood nigga though. It ain't that.
Well, all right, I'm done.
Shut your lying
I'm
nigga
done.
lips up.
True. You got people from Baltimore,
Uh,
disputing it. Okay,
Well,
go ahead,
remember,
Pookie.
I'm from Chicago. I mean, you got a
Wait a
lot of
minute.
people in
Wait a minute.
urban cities
Hold
in
on, go ahead,
here.
Charles, real
But I'm
quick, real
done.
quick, Charles,
Wait
jump
a
in.
minute. Wait a minute. You know good and goddamn well these bitches who go to Morgan State or who are getting out of college and taking care of broke ass dudes. We got literally two HBCUs on both sides of town, and
Well, a lot of those.
you going to sit here and tell that full faced lie.
Hold on,
Everybody,
I didn't say that just because she went to college that she's a quality woman. It's a lot of hood rats in
Get the
college.
fuck,
you know
Come
what?
on now, we
get the
know
You know
that.
entire
what,
fuck out of here.
Clarence?
Get the entire fuck.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead,
hold on, hold on.
You,
Time out.
you know what?
hey,
Just
hey,
5
hey, hey,
seconds.
hey, 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 hey.
5 seconds. Clarence, you a king of goalpost moving right now. You got the crown
I'm
for that
me.
shit.
Yeah. Last
I'm
question,
done.
Charles. Last rebuttal.
I'm just like this. You know good and goddamn well you see these chicks, especially in the school systems, who taking dudes to their jobs so they can borrow their fucking cars. You've seen this shit. You've seen these women take care of men because they can't get a quality man. So stop your lying, man.
All right, all right. Go ahead, Pookie. Jump in.
Look, man, this is what we gonna do here. Look, I'll give you an example like this here because I've been participating in STEM programs my entire life. I was in the academic talent search for a year in middle school, and I've been in the Smash Academy, Smash Persist, and all other the STEM related Smash organizations for all throughout high school, for example. And then another thing is I've been down to these actual universities with these younger chicks, these younger black females, and I'm telling you, Clarence, they're getting ran through. They're fucking in the dorms, fucking and sucking in the dorms. I know because I'm gonna tell you why I know because I kind of have the current disposition of being the person that gets to be on the other end of some of those situations allegedly. Um, so I kind of have a little bit more nuanced perspective. I'm talking a lot of these AKA like coming up chicks, a lot of these wannabe corporate chicks coming up trying to get these degrees in medicine and biochemistry. I know one right now that is trying to get a master's or her master's in biochemistry. The chick has two boyfriends per month. She trades a nigga in every 15 days type shit. Every 2 week pay period, she got another nigga.
She leased
She
niggas.
was and she was smashing the Ethiopian homie at her birthday party at her graduation party at 3 in the morning. And the only reason that I even know about that is because the Hispanic homie was over there at 3 in the morning. They was smashing so loud, and she was giving up that neck so much. Bruh heard, but he had to keep it on the low.
Okay,
And that's just one example. But I'm
okay.
talking all these chicks.
You got a question for Clarence, and after Pookie, we're gonna have to clear the. If you've spoken already, got to clear the deck for other people. Got about
I
five or
got
six
you
people
ready to
trying
go
to
to
get in.
bed, man.
All right. Okay. Okay. Last question, Pookie, and then who's really got a hot topic for him
I'll ask a few. Not a
And,
lot.
and,
before because yeah, it's late where he is. So, um,
and
And
so
I got a question.
And
so
and this is my thing, Clarence.
last question, Pookie.
Okay, yeah, all right. I'm gonna get to it. I'm just wondering where are you gonna find a repository of young black men to sustain the black community with your plan? Like, what steps in your plan are going to organize a group of young black men other than the Generation Z? Because it's not gonna be us. So you're gonna have to find somebody else, maybe some African, some Nigerian kids or something like that. Give them a couple more pennies. Put them on the boat over here because it's really not going to be us. My question is, I'm honestly curious. What facet of the younger generation are you going to be able to organize to repair the black community, Clarence?
I mean, in my opinion, the whole "I'm a date out" thing on both sides is vastly overstated. Most people ain't going nowhere, so we'll be fine.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. That's his answer. Who's next?
Okay,
I got
so
a
I'll
question.
ask.
I got a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Art. I think Art was in next. Go ahead.
How many years were you how many years you been teaching?
Hmm. Well, Lead 3 years, just
3 years.
involved or like aid and stuff like that.
Oh, so you were a teacher. You were a TA.
Yeah, I did
And
that
what
for about another 3 4 years.
what subject matter are you teaching?
Well, I'm elementary, so all the subjects.
So I mean, are you saying that you're teaching special ed or SDC or what's the other one? What do you call it? The slow learners. Is that your department?
Mm.
Oh no, I'm Gen Ed.
Oh, you're in elementary.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm asking all these things to find out, like, are you actually? I mean, well, you only did 3 or 4 years, so you're not really teaching long enough to notice the changes between male and female and how they interact and then where they learn their stuff from. So you would you say that you were in education long enough to notice it?
What do you mean?
Like for
Before you
example, some people would teach long enough to see basically like at some point that the guys were go getters, they were taking care of business, and later on over the years, girls, it switched to where girls were that and guys were more docile. And then it makes you wonder where they got that from. And then you start seeing teacher conferences, teacher parent conferences. You start seeing the whole dynamic of why that stuff is going on. You haven't really had that experience.
Oh no, these are young kids, so they all rambunctious all over the place at this age.
Hmm. So you haven't had like parent conferences or anything like that?
Yeah, we usually just talk about grades, how you doing, what's going on, are they gonna meet the goals for the year or not? How's the reading?
And this is a predominantly black school?
I'll say it's probably about 50-50 black and his well, not Hispanic, but Spanish speaking.
So would
Esau.
you would you honestly say that the stuff that you talk about on this panel is kind of far removed from what what you're noticing when it comes to teaching?
What do you mean?
Well, like for example, should I tell them y'all?
Go ahead. Yeah, why not? We're talking for free.
Okay, I've been teaching for 25 years out here in Los Angeles, and I've taught 3 generations. And I have noticed different changes and shifts in generations between male and female. I have met parents. I mean, I'm at to the point to where I get to have parent conferences with the father with the gray cornrows and the sagging pants. So I've seen a lot. And the stuff that you're complaining about, I mean, you have a lot of that stuff in at your job. All you got to do is figure out, okay, where is this coming from, and be kind of honest about your assessment. So at times, for example,
Hey, Charles, I
if you,
need you, Ed, and Pookie to drop off.
so you would have a parent conference, and and something may happen with that child, and
Ed, can you drop off for me?
based on what the parent has told you, then that should give you an ideal how that child is where that child is getting that from. Now
Oh yeah,
that's
we
why
see that all the time. Yeah.
right. So therefore, I'm gathering that you get most of those meetings from the moms.
Yeah, mostly.
Okay, why do you think that is?
Family structure, family dynamics.
Okay, and then how do the boys approach you when you discipline them?
Honestly, it depends on the household structure usually.
In
Well,
general,
but you
come
can't
on,
give
man.
me an action that occurred, like in the scenario.
Well, if there's no like father in the house or at least male disciplinary
Okay.
figure in the house, he
All
doesn't
right, so I'm
respond
not
to
asking
it
for an
well.
assessment. I'm asking you, like, can you get like how are the boys treat? Like, for example, you took the boy outside. I don't know how you discipline your students, but maybe you took them outside, had a little talking with them about how they were in class or whatever. How does the boy interact with you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if there's no father figure in the house, he doesn't take it too well.
I mean,
Am I?
in other words, the vast majority of boys where you have problems with, okay, father figure or not, how many do you see that give you a problem?
That's what I'm saying. If there's a father figure,
No,
he's
no, no,
straight
no,
up.
no, no. You qualifying it. I'm talking about
Because
was that what?
it depends.
No,
Is
it
he
doesn't
like?
depend. It doesn't depend. If you got all boys and 60% of them give you a problem, regardless of what's going on in the house. So what is it? Is it
Is he?
60%? Is it 10%? Is it 1%? What is it?
Are they giving you smoke? Are they cooperative? Do they pee on your shoe? I mean, what's the deal?
Most of them are cooperative.
Huh. Y'all hear that? And this
Hmm.
is in Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't
Hmm.
believe that.
I don't either. Okay,
He
but
talking about the students, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
talking about the
yeah.
yeah, the
students?
All
students.
right. Okay, get a couple more questions because he's got to go to bed and we got plenty of people up here.
Okay, so the same question for the girls. Do you have girls that act up in your class?
Yeah.
How do you handle that? Do you talk to them? Do you just send them to the principal's office? Uh,
Usually you can just talk to them.
and they cooperate. Is this like kindergarten?
First grade.
I don't have much to say on
Okay, all right.
No.
because I'm high school.
Oh yeah, I don't care. I don't do the older kids. Nah, I ain't got time for that.
Oh,
I
really? Why
that
not?
that you open a can of worms right there.
Because
Cause,
they
cause,
think they grown.
cause you
Oh,
have a
really?
cause you have a lot to say earlier, but that's why I was asking. So it does appear that you're kind of far removed from what's really going on based on your subject matter or your environment that you're teaching. Those kids give you a way, how can I say, a space away from what we're talking about. Is it not?
Well, no, because it kind of like the behaviors just only they just magnify as they get older. But they show up real early though.
Yeah, because you haven't gave us an example. That's why I was trying to pull it out of you, but you're not really giving us an
Oh
example of
man,
how
anything
to.
you can think of, they cursing you out, hitting people, stealing, bringing weapons to school, anything you can think of.
And this is first grade.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I
Okay.
thought.
So now we finally got some. I mean, unless you want somebody else to take it, BGS.
Who somebody want a
Can,
game? Who want to
can
go?
Yeah,
I
I
say
just have.
something?
Oh no. Okay, go ahead, Yoga. You've been up here. Go ahead.
This is Yoga. Clarence from. Are you there, Clarence Junior?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. How
From
much?
the
How much more time you got, Clarence? Let us know.
Uh,
No,
let's make this
give
the
me.
last one.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, I was gonna be real quick, Clarence. From listening to you and analyzing, I've been an educator myself. Uh, you won't you won't be direct with any of the questions with BGS when y'all got to points in the debate. You just turned off. You literally acted like a woman would act in an argument when a man comes with logic. She just turns and goes into emotion, and you did that number of times. It frustrated guys. I guess it's the hook for the show, but I'm looking at your environment every day, and you're dealing with a first grade situation where in the natural setting that would be a woman's situation. Those boys are still under 7, and uh, I don't know if you really lost in the matrix or it's nothing
You bored out.
backing
You bored
away
out, Yoga.
from logic. I
Repeat that.
said,
You bored out.
am I back?
Yeah, you back.
I said nothing. It's no fire in you, Clarence Jr. It's no fire in your mentality. And when you're met with logic, you back out and you go emotional. And it's
I'm
just
not
like over and
emotional at
over.
all. I'm fine.
No,
I'm chilling.
brother. Every time you met with logic, you say something like emotional, like a woman. You literally do that. Like every one of these brothers hit you with logic, and you just brush it off. So I call this lost in the matrix. And I don't have anything else thing to say really because you run away from logic, brother. All right, peace.
All right. All right.
That was a testimony.
Hey, hey, it was a testimony, but it was short. It was short. So you got time for one more, or you got to go?
Yeah, it's midnight. I gotta try to get
All
a
right.
little bit of sleep.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for coming in. Thank you for being brave enough to come into the Lion's Den. Did you get? Do you think you were heard? We're on for 2 hours. You think you got your point across?
Yep. Some of y'all will be converting.
No, well, whether they convert or not, well, I'm not even worried about that. I doubt that seriously. But what I'm saying is, do you think you were heard? You think you got your point across?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think you're treated fairly?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to know. I want to hear that bullshit from you guys about, oh, you didn't let him talk, he didn't get his point across, blah blah blah. I think he said he thinks he did. I think he did too. I think he had plenty of opportunity to talk.
Go out there, find you a beautiful black sister, brother. She's out there waiting for you.
Yeah, not in this city.
Man, oh, you worse than pro blacks, man. Even they don't go that far.
Yeah, you ain't gonna.
How
find
long
one
he's
in
been
this
in space?
Yeah, in
It's
the
been
comic book.
about a year. How long you been in space, Clarence? Before you go,
So how long I've been in space?
in this space,
Oh,
in the Black Manosphere space. When you come in, when you
probably
first
like
start drop in.
I think it might be around 2 years, maybe a little less.
Sound like a month.
Hey, he's a hardcore blue pill man. It is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's waiting for you, brother. Go find her.
Go find her. Yeah. No, she crossed the border though.
Yeah, let me tell you something about.
I seen her in my DC comic book. That's why I saw her. DC Comics.
He with ears, let him hear.
All right, Terrence. If you want to go, thanks.
We appreciate you showing up. That's better than what most people would have did, and I mean most.
Oh yeah.
So, and that's a compliment.
This is frustrating. 1%, 1%, and 99%.
Nameless about to give the afterword.
Oh my God. 1% and 99% are treated like 50% in the black community. I don't understand this shit.
Yeah, I saw that shit too.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yes, it is. So if you can find, oh damn, it's so bad. Grinch brought his ass. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Let me shut the fuck up.
Somebody want to ask.
Go ahead, Nameless.
What's up, Grinch?
Go ahead. Hey, somebody want to ask a question?
It's about to be a fucking clip.
Everybody can't talk at one time now. Go ahead, ask your question, Knight.
Okay. So from one of my observations from the blackdemographics.com, I noticed that some of the statistics for the black men, especially the ones that was quoted by Kevin Samuels often, I noticed they removed those statistics from their website.
Okay.
Also from the U.S. Census, they also did an article on the fertility numbers for black men, the number of black men that were that had children. I also noticed that they removed their statistics from their website as well. So I was wondering if anybody knows those exact numbers that was once quoted by the U.S. Census for the number of black men with kids.
I got the report. So,
and I also would like to know, can you explain where the number of, like, you get the number for 50? You said 50% of the black babies are not birthed by black fathers.
15, not 50. 15.
Oh, you said 15. Okay, 15. How you come up with those numbers?
Out of 8.4 million black babies born, black men only are responsible for, I think it was 7.2 million? So it's about, that's right around 15%, if my math serves me well. It's 15% difference. 15, not 50. 15.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, I did 2 videos on it.
Well,
okay.
He showed the chart notes video.
Oh, I showed the chart in detail. And Dennis Sperling has done it about 10 shows on it on the same thing.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, y'all should, unless y'all are in like these just fucking hoods and y'all not saying nothing, y'all should be seeing this shit on the ground. Like, every day I see a couple of black women with white dudes, and I ain't talking about just busted down.
Same here. Yep, same here.
And I'm in North Carolina.
I'm in Florida, so
yeah, it's been the case, and I've been seeing mulatto kids or mixed kids, man, since I was 5.
What did Tariq Nasheed say back in Mac Lessons? He said, if you're gonna get a mixed chick, make sure the mama is not black.
Yeah, yeah.
and he went and did it.
And ain't no white chick bringing a mixed kid to the hood. Okay, those are black chicks bringing mixed chicks to the hood.
But you see them out here in Baltimore too, out there in the Johns Hopkins area
Hmm.
and down there in the city. So I mean, the thing that really pissed me off about his whole Baltimore thing is because that was straight lies.
Hmm.
And and I posted the article in the back from 2015 when they were talking about how prophetic Moynihan's words were because of the pathology linked to children without fathers in Baltimore City led to 60% of rapists, 72% of adolescent murderers, 70% of long-term prison inmates, and the list goes on because of fatherless children. And a lot of this is also owing to the court system. And Baltimore's court system, when it comes to even an implant like me, who came in here married, and who's going to leave divorced, got mean mugged by the court system.
Well,
I
yeah.
got a question.
I just want to make the statement: the fact that they removed that shit tells you how insidious this shit actually is. They didn't remove that shit because it wasn't accurate. They removed that shit because that's dangerous information to have out there if black people actually start looking. This is where niggas gonna have to start reading because it is out there. They can't not have it because they have to monitor it. But it's just a matter of how easy it is to be accessible. As far as the black demographic stuff, I can tell you right now, they hounded his ass to remove that shit. That's what happened with that, and he capitulated. But
Let me
yeah,
go
with the
after
Baltimore,
you, Ed, because I still didn't get to finish what I was.
okay, so I want to say
It's
this,
fine.
and then I'll fall back. The thing that really annoyed me is I could tell when CJ was being disingenuous or not. My thing is, if you don't know, that's fine. If you believe something, that's fine. But don't be disingenuous when you know you're wrong. Don't try to fit it in when you know the logic doesn't make sense. And when you got people doing
Shorten
that,
it up, Ed.
those are the type of people that will vote Democratic. Those are the type of people that will side with the women because it feels good and create laws that fuck everybody up. That's why that happens. I'm done.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Nameless. Get
I
it
want
in.
to know if this dude has been to anywhere outside of the United States of America for more than a week and not for
No,
vacation.
never.
Absolutely.
Never.
So he's never actually had an opportunity to interface with another culture where he was seen as having intrinsic value because he has a Y chromosome and
I don't think
speaks
he's been
English.
outside of Baltimore.
Tell me about it.
Okay. Okay.
Could
So
it
that's
be a
step
possible?
one.
Hold on. Go ahead.
That's
Go ahead,
step
Nameless.
two. Step two. Why is it so hard to understand environment when if we can look at a surgeon, can you name any human being after the 1800s that has gotten surgery and the room has not been sterilized?
Nope.
Anybody?
Yeah, those chicks that go to Dominican Republic for BBLs.
Okay, we see the end result of that. We see the exact end result of that. We understand that environment is so important that even if you've got a skilled surgeon, they have to have tools and an environment that is sterile in order to get something done. Otherwise, there's consequences. I don't understand.
Bullshit.
I don't
Dr. Strange
understand.
can make
Hold
that
on.
shit
Hold
work.
on.
So
Hold
can
on.
your
Hold on.
ass.
Right. So
Hey, hold on.
magic, right? So we're back again to just completely missing what's creating the scenario that we're looking at right now. Number two, or number three at this point, everywhere on planet Earth, everywhere on planet Earth, when there's a scenario where there's a single parent, the majority of individuals that actually gets access to the children are the women.
Yep.
I don't know where on earth that doesn't happen unless it's a third world country. I don't know where. So it's not just happening in the United States, it's happening globally. So according to the narrative we were hearing just now, every man on earth is just not working hard enough and is irresponsible. I don't see it. I don't freaking see it. I'm looking at this country's history and going all the way back to 1970 right here. Less than 5% of men actually have access to the kids like that in a single parent scenario. And it's the laws that help align that. In other words, we're back to the environment. Oh my God. Number four, this idea of respect being earned and there not being intrinsic value because you're a dude needs to go away. That needs to go away. I don't know how that's any sort of logic outside of just whole logic, where somebody has to pay to be treated human. I don't get it. And I don't get how people don't understand how that creates an imbalance where the women get favored over the men, the boys get favored over the girls. Dr. Tia Son Johnson's content is literally addressing the humanity of Black men. So if you don't have a scenario where there's no authority being recognized because you're not even treated human, how are you supposed to have responsibility for something you don't have any authorization over? It's like their idea of trying to lead is based on car insurance theory rather than the way human beings actually work. What network engineer goes to work and has to hack into their own security data frame to do their job? What security guard has to break into the work site to guard it? Because the freaking employee won't give him a goddamn ID badge. This is what we dealing with right here.
Make your own key, nigga.
I mean, they'll point to the robbers like they did it. Why can't you? Because I work here. I did. That ain't no excuse. Why are you running? That's what we That's what we dealing with. It's really what we dealing with right now. I can't deal with the gynometry at this point. 99% and 1% is not 50-50. You can't alpha your way through science. That's it, BGS.
All right.
Hold on. That's that. What's that dude that said on the first Jurassic Park? That life finds a way bullshit.
Who's that? Truth teller, you want to get in? Dad said that you spoken already. Truth teller, you want to get in?
Yeah, there was one thing I caught with the conversation you had with him that whole time. It seems to me like he made the case for Black women's ineptitude and their inability to be able to make decisions for themselves, their family, and for their community.
It's never their fault.
Right. I know he thought he was making the case and saying it's Black men's fault, but basically if you put all the responsibility on us, that means they can't be trusted to make any decisions themselves, which means they shouldn't have the right. I don't think I don't think any blue pill person or any person that wants to just put all the responsibility on who they think should be the leaders realizes that if you do that, you're making the other party basically children.
Well, I mean, according to his whole Christian thing, because he said he was a Christian, the part that he did not tell you about was the fact that women in his religion are not supposed to make those decisions because they fucked it up the first time when Eve ate the goddamn fruit. Right. Where men fucked up is where men followed that bitch. That's what happened.
Who hasn't? Go ahead, Truth teller, finish up.
I was just going to say one thing. According to his logic, though, the only way for that to be fixed is for men to become leaders. Problem that he didn't think about the next step. In order for men to take the lead, it would have to be forcefully. And I don't think people understand what that means when they make these arguments and they don't understand the next step in if you're going to be the leader of the community and the other party that's part of that community doesn't want to let you, there's only one way you can do it.
Yeah, and you can't do it here because you're not in control of it.
Exactly. The environment.
Yeah.
Environment. Who hasn't spoken wants to get in?
I was gonna say something, BJS.
Go ahead. Jump in.
Salute to you. I'm just gonna keep it 100. I think and this is my opinion. He can correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's fucking a lot of them women. I'm gonna say it.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean,
you think he's what? You think he's what?
He's fucking a lot of those women.
He's fucking.
I think he's trying. I think he's trying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just being honest because the way he's so passive and giving, and I understand Baltimore got a lot of females running around with a bunch of kids, right? So they probably look at him like, "Oh, can you help us?" And stay a little late, and he ain't eat today. Can you bring a little?
I'm gonna tell you again.
I'm just being honest, man.
Let me get in here. Let me get in here because this is look. At the end of the day, we've had 1,000 discussions about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this guy has, he's obviously uninitiated. And I just think that at the end of the day, look, these bitches have chosen, however ignorant, however misguided, however foolish, they've chosen the hill that they want to die on. And so the thing is, we just let them die on it.
He doesn't agree. That's the problem he's having. He said it's your fault. You should double down, be a leader, and make
Hmm.
these
Yeah,
people.
and that's that motherfucking that's
Gynometry.
that gynometry, bro.
I'm still.
Multiply by
I'm.
zero as aggressively
Yeah,
as
Nameless been
possible.
using
Yeah.
that for a minute. That
But,
that's been about a
the
month, a
thing
couple
is, he
months.
didn't just get here. Okay, he didn't just get here, and I think the reason he came here first because he's having a problem with his baby mama, which is why he started here
Yeah, about
first, and
six,
all of a
seven
sudden he did an
months.
about face.
Exactly.
Go ahead,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but
Edward.
probably
Edward, no.
he probably fucking with something that you know probably got him fucking with something that got his dick hard,
Yeah.
got his back straight, got him a
Yeah.
little bit of extra energy in the morning and
Hmm.
shit.
All
And
she
yo,
needs is some
That's what it
coach
is
milk.
until that bitch is done with his ass. Like at the end of the day, it's like we all done said. Like you can you can be everything that you need to be. The thing is, any team is it's a collaboration, it's a cooperation that come with that. And if you're not if you're who you're dealing with isn't cooperating with you, then y'all just two individuals who's just in proximity for whatever amount of time y'all in proximity for. Y'all not building, y'all not really doing shit. Like the thing is, when it comes to niggas like that who think it's somehow the onus is on the men, even when you have countless examples of men out here on their shit, on their grind. Like, look, there's niggas in the space, myself included. Look, we've hit certain marks that not a lot of people hit. You know what I'm saying? Like we've did certain things a lot of people ain't really did. Like, and this is all people, all men, white or whatever you have. And for him to sit up here and say that, oh, it's on the men, like, bro, like these girls have had every like. If you don't want to be a single mom in 2022, you don't have to. If you don't want to be broke in 2022, you don't have to. If you don't want to be going it alone in 2022, you don't have to. They never had to do that shit. So for the fact that they keep choosing it, they show you the hill that they want to die on. So I mean, look, who are we to tell a motherfucker that you can't bury yourself under this heap of bullshit? Like, look, go ahead, bitch.
I guess the issue is when they come rappelling from the ceiling claiming that, what we're saying is somehow harmful or misconstruing what we're saying to be something entirely different. Like they just take the lowest possible resolution image of the conversations we've had, make them to thumbnail size, and then get mad when it's nothing but blurry nonsense when you bring it back up to full size on some damn art museum panel. Like I don't get why people don't take the time to listen and really look at what's being said. At the end of the day, who is responsible if someone else is in charge? And how the hell can you lead if you don't have the authority to? You
Let me
can't.
answer that. Let me, and you're right, you can't. But the reason why these niggas come through here and they say this shit is because they're invested. Because the thing is, if we're all men and we're operating in logic, and the logic is sound, what you're saying, what you just said is sound. The thing is, what other reason would it be other than emotionality that somebody refutes truths that are apparent? They're not. It's not like you got to really dig to really see this shit.
Right.
You just got
The
to look
sky
at
is
it.
blue.
Yeah, exactly. The sky is blue. The grass is green.
It's really
You
green
know.
though, right? In Swahili, that shit green. Ain't no word for blue. Like that's where we at with this shit. Like
But that's the but see, that's the divide with this shit. The people who are invested, and it's unfortunate because you have a lot of dudes who are not like these guys, and that's what make it so fucked up. Is because it's not a really a good guy bad guy thing. It's people who are heavily invested, and then people who aren't. And there are people who are invested who can see the truth, just like there are people who are not invested that want to invest. They want the opportunity to invest into a failing system or a losing dynamic. They want that because they don't have the experience. But that's really what it is, and that's why when you get guys like that, it's not necessarily that old boy is a bad guy. He's just in his feces.
no, I don't think it's he's a bad person at all. And I think I agree with what Ed said earlier. I think he does represent the majority perspective on a lot of this stuff. It's just interesting to notice the difference between a delegation of liability versus a delegation of responsibility. And I see women in gynocratic thinking really emphasize that delegation of liability mess.
Yeah.
He's a teacher's aide, and I
Yeah.
guarantee you that he's under a female because my
Yeah.
children went to school in this Baltimore system, which is the reason why I put them in private school. These women in this school system, who my ex-wife used to teach in, they're vicious, and she became one of those vicious bitches. So them choosing a dude like that as anything other than a pet, they ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, you talking about the head administrator of the STEM program and shit. One of them black chicks for how they basically just run up in your room type shit. 11:30, 12 at night. No permit, no curfew, no respect. Just open your door. You just in your drawers in your bed. And your head administrator, black female, she feel like because you don't one of the few dark skinned brothers that you can just take it. But she supposed to get a you supposed to get a man treating uh, uh masculine or even suspected resembling masculine figures in your life in that kind of regard, with that kind of level of disrespect and just callous care for another person's emotion. It's just unnerving.
That's what y'all
I
say.
don't know.
Man, nigga, CJ need to listen to Grinch's channel, man. He need Grinch is the doctor that can help that nigga hear that bullshit that Grinch be dealing with, man. Because apparently this nigga driving from state to state be dealing with the bullshit.
The strag
I'm
saver
just
can't
I'm the
go get
wait,
the
time
best
out.
player.
I'm the strag killer,
Killer.
which is why this
Yeah.
girl can't do nothing with me. This shit is funny as hell,
And,
but
and he's the
and
strag
she did it
saver.
Well,
to herself.
well, keep in mind that CJ is in a blue state, not a red state. Talking this shit. He's in one of the like with the majority black population. So the fuckery is crazy in Baltimore. Shit, we got motherfuckers on the ground like Charles that no, he gotta enforce the fucking law. And this thing is this and like he's just so aloof, like even with the dudes, because I wanted to do something different than everybody else was doing.
Hmm.
And say, okay, what about the people you know? He like, yeah, man, they just running through these hoes and these chicks ain't getting revenge. They just accepting being
We
rolled
get
over.
and we got Dr. Gigi in the house, so
What's cracking with y'all? Can y'all hear me?
we
What's
got
What's
Yeah.
you. We
happening?
got you. You can jump in
What's
any
that?
time, but go ahead and finish what you were saying,
Man, I'm
Ed.
just
Go
okay.
ahead.
My bad.
Go ahead, Dr. Gigi. Go ahead.
No,
No,
no. Let Ed finish his statement, please.
okay.
No, I mean, I was just saying, like these chicks, he had like they just laying down to be steamrolled with the dick, for these they not trying to control these dudes. Just because they want to have sex with these dudes, don't mean they just letting these dudes run roughshod in that dynamic because they're not used to doing that anyway. And again, we're talking Baltimore. Baltimore has literally got to be one of the top in the top cities of the fuckery. What Milwaukee is worse or Atlanta? Anyway,
Atlanta is worse.
I'm done.
You got a
Damn.
high priestess hyena come up out of there.
Oh, that's true. Sure did. Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Gigi.
No, man. I'm just I don't know how long I can stomach the whole argument that if men change, then women will change. This shit is just an absolutely nonsensical argument to me. It's like, okay, if black men would make a certain amount of money, if black men would be leaders, it's a if then, it's a conditional. If black men would do X, Y, and Z, then women will change. It's an absolutely nonsensical argument. The reality is these people aren't looking at structural processes. They're not looking at laws, policy, none of that shit. They're not looking at history. They're just looking at a whole concept predicated upon chivalry and some shit about provision and protection. Like, where is this shit coming from, bro? You understand what I'm saying? Like, have you paid attention to the first, the second, the third, the fourth wave feminist movements? Like, are you looking at the changing social landscape of Western culture and society? And are you looking at the fucking economic processes? I don't understand these guys, man. There is no going back to yesteryear. That shit is over with, bro.
Very
Yeah.
easy. It follows the women's logic.
Oh, say what now?
So follows the women's logic. That's what. Do you really think someone who
You,
follows
you, got, you
women's
got to slow.
logic?
You got to slow down a bit, Snake Man, because you got a German
I'm
accent.
sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. They follow the women's logic. There is no looking back in history. There's only the future.
Well, look, all I can say is, man, right now we have laws in place that basically have given women the opportunity to go out and make money. And if that's the case, then what the fuck are you looking for provision for? You can provide for your goddamn self. Protection, you can call the fucking police. Okay, so there is no need for protection. This is not like a fucking highway in Europe in the fucking medieval era where a robber or a group of marauders can come and fucking attack your house and then they'll get away scot free because there is no prevailing law and order. This shit, like the arguments that I'm hearing, like protect you from what? Protect you from fucking getting robbed on the street. Black men have a higher chance, a likelihood of getting robbed on the street than a fucking woman would. Okay, or shot and killed and murdered on the fucking street than a woman would. So what are we talking about this provide protection for? I'm just
If that shit ain't
man.
zero, you ain't shit.
Man, look here. Hey, bro.
Right.
I tell a chick right off the bat, man, look, you got a fucking job. What the fuck you go to school for? You go to school so I can work for you and you can tell me what the fuck I need to be doing? That's not what the fucking deal is, man. You went to school to fucking work. Get your ass out there and fucking work. These white women out there fucking working. They ain't complaining about provision and protection. Their asses out there fucking working. The Mexican ladies out there fucking working. It is what it is. Like I'm all this. If men change, then women will change. Man, fuck all that. We got a whole different goddamn social landscape in the world right now. And the shit ain't turning back. It ain't going back. Okay? And the only thing I'm worried about is policies that make shit equitable and fair for men. Now, I'm not talking about fair in terms of talking to them individually, trying to change their fucking minds, none of that shit. That's not gonna work. The shit gonna only work if they can't, if you have a kid, they can't fucking just say, I'm gonna block you from seeing the kid and I want child support and I want X, Y, and Z. Because the last time I checked, if you get a fucking kid, it takes how many motherfuckers to make one? Unless they're fucking marry the mother of God, they gotta fucking lay down with a man and get one, right?
Yeah.
So if it's the case that this culture actually gives a flying fuck about children, they ought to give a flying fuck about the fathers of the children and give them the same kind of rights that they give women contemporarily. But you know, these white motherfuckers and these women been pushing, pressing since fucking 1839. They've been pressing to make sure that women have access to children. They've swung the pendulum too far to the left. Now it needs to swing to the right and come back and then swing a little bit more to the left again. But the whole point is they've taken away men's rights. And then you wonder what the fuck is wrong with these kids out here, man. The kids that had BGS, you put a fucking video out, man. I don't know how many months ago about elephants, man.
Yeah.
Wasn't it you to put the shit out there?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah.
You had young male elephants in the fucking jungle going wild. All they did was transplanted 2 fucking males in the area, then the whole fucking temperament and comportment of those fucking animals changed.
Yeah, that was in conjunction with the dads on duty that went in and cleaned, you know, with 4, 5 fathers went in and actually calmed down the whole school.
There are no men in the schools, not at the earliest stages of development, because I heard you talking to the Clarence guy. You need men there early fucking on because the personality characteristics of a child are for the most part etched in stone at the fucking so-called tender years, between 1 and 7 years old. Okay, how they react viscerally to shit is already preordained. It's etched in fucking stone, an indelible print. So how can you fucking change that? By moral platitudes and go do it, black man. Just be a leader, and these women will follow.
Coaching.
I just don't understand the mindset. I don't understand the whole concept, really. White women, white men always had control of the country, right? Or am I fucking missing something, right?
Nope, you're right.
Okay, so explain the fucking second wave movement of feminism in relation to that whole fucking goddamn argument. I'll wait.
Can't hope in Jesus are the answer, apparently, because that's how we roll in the 80 social complex.
I'm just saying, if it's the case that women will lead if men create whiteistan, blackistan, whatever the fuck kind of stand you're talking about, if men just create it, then women will follow because they understand, you know, just implicitly that that's what they're supposed to fucking do. White men have always controlled shit in this country, and these white bitches still bucked up against them. Okay, so the whole argument about men, if men do X, Y, or Z, then there'll be a natural consequence, and women will do A, B, and C, is a crock of fucking shit.
Yeah, it's a way of being intellectually lazy because them niggas know that. They really do. I can't stand when they say that because even pro blacks will say that bullshit. It's a way for them to create this magical goalpost that we'll never get to. I mean, because they really don't want to face the fact that they know what the fucking issue is. They just don't want to deal with it. So it's the shit gets on my fucking nerves because you get too many people saying it.
Big
Especially,
Green.
I think he was
Nobody.
saying.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go
You
ahead,
got it.
Gigi.
yeah,
Because you
No,
were still finishing your thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah.
the whole point is, if a person sees a crack at power, they're going to try to blow that motherfucker open into a hole. That's just human nature. And these women smell a fucking crack. There's a crack in the system. They have an advantage and they know it, and they're going to utilize it until the motherfucker closes up. And the only way to close it up is by law and policy, because that's how the motherfucker cracked open in the first goddamn place. Okay? Because the only way women were actually submissive to men is when they fucking actually needed to be with men as an interdependent way of fucking earning money and a living. You know, it just is, it's fucking plain and simple. At some point in time, like a woman couldn't own property on her own without getting permission from her husband. She couldn't get a fucking credit card. She couldn't open up a fucking checking account. I mean, I'm not saying that that's the case in all states and all municipalities across America, but that was a form of patriarchal control. Like, you just can't be out here running wild doing whatever the fuck you want to do. Now, you know, because of the whole fucking concept of negative liberty and rights born out of the social contract tradition, everybody gets a free, you know, a free crack at liberty and opportunity, or whatever the fucking case may be. We have changed the social processes that have worked in the world for millennia in the trade for white motherfucking rights and negative liberty. At the same time, only 2 to 1% of the motherfucking population got 60% of the wealth, and we all arguing over fucking crumbs and who gonna run shit.
Well, here's the
Big Green.
here's the idea, right? Here's the idea, right? I say this on my channel often, which is the plantation is forever, right? There are always going to be people like, what was his name? CJ Clarence. What was his name?
Clarence.
It's always going to be like, it's always going to be people like Clarence who, you know, because of the trinkets and that they get. Some people it's different. Some people's trinkets. Some people it's preference, sexual access, etc. But it's always going to be people like that. And so, but the thing is, as we can see, the world, even though it's evolving and it's moving in the way that it is, to where, like, yeah, it is different. You do have women who have more control over their lives, or able to the ability to run roughshod over the men that choose to engage with them, in that fashion. You do have that. But the plantation is forever. But that doesn't mean that this new age way of doing things, it doesn't mean that that all these bitches is on the same shit. And so my point in saying that is, for people like Clarence, I mean, he can chase down that pipe dream of, oh, it's all the onus is on us, because really he's saying the onus is on him, and he's 100% responsible for the outcomes that come from a collaboration, which is false, right? So the thing is, it's always going to be motherfuckers like him, man. Like, that's just what it is, and eventually it will get phased out due to the fact that, what are you going to do in the face of unrefutable truth?
Man,
Let's keep
mother,
it. Let's keep it a buck here, man. I've been like in high school when you get parents coming by, you get the worst looking moms coming by, right? But in elementary, they still young, they still tender. So maybe he's coming from that position where, as far as he still got that access, but still it's a small scope of what's going on in his world versus what we're talking about with him. I think some people are just removed from the world where they're not able to have a real conversation about this.
Well,
That's what I meant
Well,
about low
well,
resolution. Go ahead, go ahead, GG.
no, I was just gonna piggyback on what Green Gorilla said. I think with Clarence, especially in a city like Baltimore, and I think someone mentioned it earlier, he's probably under the tutelage of a woman, right? He might idolize that woman, or he might be trying to get involved with that woman, right? Because for the fact that he is that docile, and in my opinion, being not, purposely ignorant to the fact that, what I'm saying, there are studies on how these children behave under these black women's supervision. It's just, what I'm saying, it's just crazy to me. I mean, as Green Gorilla said, the crack of power, like if Trump can say I can grab, that's locker room talk and I grab pussy, and women still be like, I still fuck with him. That just tells you, what I'm saying, at the end of the day, power rules. And if you don't display that at all, it's just you're just gonna have a bunch of boys, what I'm saying, drown in the fucking river.
Well, the way I look at the shit is this, man. All the alpha guys who talk, if men are alpha, then the women will just follow. I mean, dude, you got motherfucking billionaires going through divorces and shit. You got motherfucking Michael Jordan. You got goddamn Luther Campbell. You got motherfucking Lionel Richie. All these guys went through divorces, man. Dr. Dre. You ain't as alpha as them guys. You ain't got as much money as they got, and you don't have as much social influence as they have, and they're all leaders because they're all fucking goddamn. You saying Michael Jordan ain't a leader? You saying Dr. Dre is not a leader? Okay, people, man. Right now, we live in a no fault divorce country, bro, and a no fault divorce society. Now, to be perfectly honest, I don't really deal with the whole first to second base shit about guys having access to women because I'm not really, to be perfectly honest, that's not my experience. So I really don't understand it. Okay, because the easiest thing to do in America to me is to fuck. It's just
Facts.
it's to me it's just like, okay, if I decided that I wanted to fuck tonight, I would go somewhere and talk to 100 different motherfucking chicks and be like, you want to fuck or what? And then eventually, I mean, it might not be that night, but it has been on several nights. So the whole point is, I'm worried about what happens to men when they actually get into these situationships, these relationships, and then they get fucking pimped out. And it's not because these men are weak or they're not leaders or they're incapable or they don't have their shit together. It's because women can do whatever the fuck they want. There is no fault in any of it. So if that bitch goes out and has an affair and fucks your homie or fucks some other guy, and then all of a sudden she becomes enamored with the pool boy or whatever the fuck, she can divorce your ass, take half of your shit because the vestiges of coverture law still obtain. Okay, so this motherfucker can take you, take the kids, the house, the car, the dog, all that shit. I have a problem with that, man, because these bitches out here working, they got high education, the whole nine, and they still want a man with so-called, I want to high value this or whatever. Okay, well, them niggas getting fucking put in the cruncher and the grinder too. That's my point. It don't matter, man. It don't matter what you do. The goalpost always moves. The motherfucker got the ball like Lucy, and they gonna always pull it back if they have policy at their disposal to utilize to fuck you over. It's just human nature, man. And so we have to correct this, but it's gonna be men to correct it. But how can you correct it when men got all these doe-eyed, sympathetic, empathic fucking responses to female fuckery? I just don't. It's the men that are the
Yeah,
problem. It ain't
yeah,
women.
I think it's a slow process, but it will eventually be corrected because intelligence yields results. Intelligence plus action yields results. And the thing is, for every, like, sure, there's probably 10 clearances for every one of us,
yeah.
but over time that will change due to the results. It won't, because at the end of the day, people are based around results. It'll change.
Well,
I wish to say this.
one of the
One,
things. Yeah, go ahead.
on behalf of all Baltimoreans everywhere, I apologize. And it's, you know what the most insulting shit is? You know I'm from the same fucking area. You know I know the women. You know I know the children. And you're gonna sit there and tell me those bullface lies.
You know what's crazy? What's the chick on YouTube that she's from Baltimore? Let me see if I can go to the channel.
You talking about just hilarious ass?
No, not her. She's on YouTube. She's got a YouTube kind of I'll find it. My bad. Go ahead.
But shout out, I want to say this though. Shout out to my Baltimore bitch. I know she ain't listening, but shout out to that bitch.
Shout out to my Baltimore bitch.
I mean, my thing is, you know, because if you can be, Baltimore's one of the worst cities when it comes to this stuff, and if you can talk that shit in Baltimore, I mean, you just witnessed a whole bunch of females dancing on Kevin Samuel's grave, and then for you talked to what to call it, and he had like that shit never happened. In fact, I got some other ones for you. You got women wilding out against what Lori Harvey said when her fans were just saying, "How did you lose weight?" You got women getting mad about what light skinned Keisha said, because this is the second time she didn't and they're saying the same things. That's what you want to look at. They're responding in a consistent way, and this is globally. And it's almost, and you notice how when you ask CJ like, where are these women, he just say, just trust me, they out there. It's like, yo, you would think that these women would get promoted somehow, somewhere, even if for the idea of keeping dudes to stay invested. And you know the powers that be, like the corporations, really want to do that. Because see, one thing about CJ he doesn't understand is the real issue is not the women. The real issue is the environment. And the environment, like for instance, you got corporate America, you know, they're selling retail products and services. They pretty much are on some whatever we need to tell these people within the law to get them to buy something, no matter how useless it is, we are going to tell them. And it's not just them. You see the same things in the pastors, which he acknowledged was effed up, but he wanted to make it seem like that's not indicative of the overall situation. But the point is, these corporations tell these women what they want to hear. They feed them. You can be fat, you can be this, you can be that. And then by the time they get to like what Vivica Fox is, then all of a sudden they realize they've been given a trick bag, but they're too angry, so they blame men because that's what they're programmed to do, rather than blaming the corporations that had them buy into it. Because if they start hollering at white women, they're going to get shut the fuck up. They start hollering at white men, they're going to get shut the fuck up. Because them being given a microphone to even speak is predicated on they say whatever is the script that they're giving to them. They're allowed to throw black men under the bus. If you notice, they're not allowed to really complain about white women. They're not allowed to really talk about color. Not on mainstream media. They're not allowed to do anything that's going to engage like other women, or mainly white women, because they won't get the money, and they understand that. And so CJ, it's almost like, dude, you're not even like asking yourself these questions. What you're doing is looking at the world as it's constructed today. And you like, everything is perfectly fine. It's Mr. Rogers in the neighborhood. And I'm like, dude.
Well, if your measure of success is based on whether or not you have steady access to box, make more than 40K a year, and generally aren't in jail or have a record, if that's your metric of success, is everything you just said required to know?
Well, you know, the other thing that jumped out to me was the confidence factor too.
I was going to get to that next, because
yeah, like this idea that, because I said it's either the money, like confidence don't, like swag don't build shit. Like, so my thing is, you want to say, oh, well, both dudes got money, they're picking the one with confidence. And when he started acting, like even Charles had, like, he was really acting like the women from a certain class are not picky. I'm like, yo, like we went, like BGS, you went through the Insecure videos for nothing. It's like, nigga, like, are you really telling me, like, black men will openly, shit, Alan Roger Curry will openly tell you that when he was in his broke days building his business, them 92s were the lifeline. So he ain't never gonna throw them fully under the bus. Like, what are you talking? For him, homosexuality ain't a thing. You know, the No Scrubs song never happened. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, because 1%, 99% is seen as 50% in the adosocial complex. And that's how we get here. You can alpha your way through science and mathematics somehow.
He really said that shit. He really said, you know, because and then the last thing I'm gonna say, the biggest thing that jumped out to me is BGS when you asked them about the women and who trains them to be wives. He so bad wanted to say it was the men.
Yeah, he did.
But you notice how quick he was to say about the fathers,
right?
You know, like he and I like. he was real. It's not even just what he said, it's how quick. It wasn't no hesitation, but he was looking for that target, you know. And I'm like, dude, like, there are certain things like, and me, if I would have been an asshole, I would have really been on some. I got a question for you. You got a daughter. You gonna talk to your daughter about her period? Or you gonna fucking get her mama to do, like, nigga, get the fuck out of here. I would go there. I'm an asshole. I will go there.
Knowing him, he probably sympathize and empathize with periods.
Hey, BGS,
We plan
BGS,
on
man.
having that conversation.
Hey,
Go
hey,
ahead,
hey,
GG.
BGS.
Go ahead, GG.
Hey, man, I want to share something on the screen, man, if I
Go ahead.
can.
Yeah, go ahead. Share it.
Let me see if I can find that shit real fast, man. Because a lot of guys keep talking this, this shit about, oh, well, it's the men decide not to be there. No, motherfucker. Cut that bullshit out, man. I'm just so tired of hearing that shit. It's like, hold on, let me share this shit here. Hold on. Video file.
Them niggas really be
Is this the one
believing
about
that.
the 8th grade kids?
No, this is about a whole bunch of motherfucking young ass girls sitting around talking about they don't want no motherfucking nigga around.
Oh, I got it.
Rashida Schrober one time said, I asked her this direct question, and to her credit, she stuck to it as dumb as it sounded. I said, so are you telling
me? Is that the one, GG?
Yeah, this is the.
Is
no,
that the
that's
one?
not it.
No,
This is
no, I'm talking about 1986. Okay.
Yeah. I said, are you telling me
Go ahead, I'll share
that these dudes are basically getting up to the altar?
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father.
Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah, Pink Book played this too.
Yeah.
But that got to do with today's one. That's what they tried to pull.
We're going to show you right after this.
They tried to front.
One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. It's a lot of responsibility. And then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home.
It's the edited version.
It really.
Bunch of goddamn losers.
Male figures are not substantially important in the family.
That's the last nigga that need to be showing Dentino. We need to edit that out.
Well, it is what it is.
That nigga said, fuck it, I'm going for a he-she.
But I mean, doesn't this sound again like at the end of the day that Y chromosome again is marking black men as property?
Here's the current one. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, yo. That shit sounded dumb when now I'm thinking about it. Shit they were responding to.
Yeah.
Look at the expression of her face.
Oh, let me get a ticket.
Oh, that says it all. That says it all. She looked like she got that niggas ain't shit resting face.
Let me share it with sound.
It's when she tells you the story. Even she was like, "What the fuck?"
Niggas ain't shit is my default setting.
Can y'all hear that?
That she wanted to have 2 kids.
Yeah, I'm
so
trying.
I said, so are you going to have a husband? And she said, no. And I said, please tell me why you would choose in the 8th grade to have a goal of having 2 kids and not be married. He said, because if I'm married to him, I can't collect child support. And then she said, why should I marry a man that I have kids by? He might have issues or something. He might be on drugs. And I said, well, if he's too bad to be your husband, do you really think he's going to make a better father? Group of 8th grade girls, and I asked them to tell me what their goals were. This one particular young lady said that she wanted to have 2 kids. So I said, so are you going to have a husband? And she said, no. And I said, please tell me why you would choose in the 8th grade to have a goal of having 2 kids and not be married. She said, because if I'm married to him, I can't collect child support.
That was a missed opportunity. That was a missed opportunity because I would have loved for her to ask, why do you think this imaginary guy, why do you want to have kids with him versus get married to him? Like, not get married to him. Because I would really want to hear
Socialization. They don't know. It's socialization.
Yeah, but I want to hear them because sometimes people need to hear them say, "I don't know." Like, do you like? You might want to explore that because, like, I would even tell her, "Why don't you? I'm gonna got a special project for you," and I would actually incentivize her by saying, "Look, I will give you some extra fucking credit. I want you to think over the weekend about this, and if you can give me an answer, I will give you some some real extra fucking credit, just because I would have wanted that fucking answer."
Look, the reality is that
I mean,
black women are the concubine class of America. And as soon as people start understanding that and understanding what that means, you know, people will stop ending up in these situations where, like we've heard it too many times in the manosphere. But as long as you identify as a man, right? If you can identify what the problem is, which we've did, and we can identify how these people move, I mean, it's pretty clear what you need to do to not end up dealing with the dumb shit.
well, Grinch, you know it's funny. Like in a previous video, BGS, I think it was on my channel when CJ was on my channel. We asked him because he has a kid with his baby mama. I guess the one that originally had him come into space, and then they worked it out. They didn't break up. It's just he was tripping, I guess. And he asked, like, "You want to marry her?" He said, "Yeah. Why haven't you?" Well, because I gotta get my shit together, blah 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 blah. And then it was like, "Man, you can go get that paperwork. I mean, you already had them. Why you have a kid with her?" Well, shit happened. So even you got dudes that are literally doing the opposite. Because if you ask dudes, why do you want to get married? I'm not saying you shouldn't, but just ask them, why do you want to get them niggas half the damn time they don't know. They find the first bitch they like how she look, and she actually acts a little bit, and give him him a smidgen of cooperation, and they be like that one. Unless they like his friends where they got access to a lot of different women, then they don't give a fuck. But then those will be hold on, here's what's important. Those will be the same niggas that will have daughters and then be trying to tell other niggas, what they shouldn't be doing. Shaq. Anyway.
I'm gonna tell you one. One, I think Shaq's daughters will have a great problem finding men. But anyway, but I know I ain't shit. I never claimed to be either. Young bitches ain't gonna find no man.
Well, the few ones that's gonna try him out, Shaq gonna show up in there like fucking bad boys too.
Man, Shaq gonna go in there talking to the nigga. Gonna talk to his daughter. Why you sleeping with my daughter?
Nigga,
Sir,
how
I'm
many
the
rings you
boyfriend.
got, nigga?
Like, sir, I'm the boyfriend. That's not what he
Got any rings?
He ain't gonna be able to tell the difference of who. Why you sleeping with my daughter? I am your
Nigga, because
daughter.
I'm trying to
Oh,
get
shit.
access to some of that money.
Oh,
Still be missing my daughter.
you did it again. God damn.
But I
Where am
mean,
I
when
at?
at one
Anyway,
point in
here's the
time in
point.
history have they not valued being single mothers or being a mother over being a wife? Because it seems like there's just utter confusion over gender roles entirely with just this whole conversation that you've been having with this dude back and
See,
forth.
see, nameless. To answer your question perfectly, man. One girl I'm dating out there in PG County. Shout out to PG, Pretty Girl County. They mean it for a reason. She was like, "You love them gender roles." I said, "Yeah, y'all love them till you need. Y'all say there's none till you fucking need them." And she was like, "Well, what should I do?" Like I said, "What you talking about?" Okay, we're in the house together. Laying down in the bed, you hear a noise. Who's gonna answer that fucking noise? Well, I'm a single woman, so I said to answer the goddamn question. I expect a person with a master's degree to know a simple fucking question when they hear it. Well, you would. So, goddamn it, it's a fucking gender role. I said, you got your master's, right? Yeah. You're a PE teacher, right? Yeah. You put yourself in a provider role. Yeah. So why the fuck do you want a guy who's also a provider? Well, men should. I said, no, no, no. You took over a job that a man could have took to take care of you. And she was like, I never thought about it like that. Of course not. Y'all never do. If it's further than your fucking hands, you don't think about it.
I've actually have said this to other women, my in-laws included. I've said to women think of marriage as a trophy, men think of marriage as an obligation. The second they put any thought into it and they realize it's an obligation, that's when you hear all this "I don't want to get married" shit. It's not. It's not that the marriage or the role in the marriage that they fear. They don't want to be held responsible for anything. That's what the problem is.
No, I
Because
think.
So
Well, look, I think part of the problem is this. First of all, the whole idea about basically, motherfucking women like not having like a fucking relationship to marriage. It's true in this culture precisely because they've been watching these goddamn fucking fairy tales, and men have been watching that same bullshit. Men are more in love than these women are, man. I swear to fucking God
that's
nowadays.
true. That's true.
But
man, I was
hold
about
on,
to say that shit right there, bro. I was about to. Wait, hold on. I want to
but I
elaborate on
wanna
that shit. Hold on,
but
I
I
want to
wanna
elaborate on that shit. Like,
I wanna get it out though, Grant.
go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead, Gigi.
At the end of the day, man, what you're dealing with is antisocial behavior, man. Like at the end of the day, marriage is supposed to be about two people becoming one. That's what it's supposed to be about. It ain't about motherfuckers getting provisions and accoutrements and trinkets and baubles and shit like that. That's not what the fuck the institution is designed to be for throughout the fucking entirety of human existence. It wasn't meant for motherfuckers to find some sort of fucking true love. I'm looking for a real love like Mary J. Blige or some bullshit like that. It's an institution where you leave behind your ego and the two become one. But you can't become one with a motherfucker that's got their own mentality and they feel like they want to run shit. No, I mean
Yo,
even I looked at a Jordan Peterson video today, and basically, I'm in agreement with what he said about marriage, and he did it, before he blew up in one of his classes. Man, fuck, bitch, you ain't perfect. Man, I ain't perfect either. But you know what? Either we gonna fucking spend the next 50 years fighting each other over stupid shit, or we gonna find a way to fucking work it out. And instead of fucking working it out, people just let it go. Like, fuck it, I'll be better off by my goddamn self. Men, understand. All I can tell you guys is, man, it don't matter what kind of character you got. It don't matter what kind of achievement you got. It doesn't matter. If you dealing with a quitter and somebody who basically is trying to use whatever kind of fucking ass or titties or whatever the shit they got in order to control and to manipulate, you in for a fucking headache, man. And it
hey,
does.
that nigga told the truth right there.
As long you got and as long as you got a motherfucker that's narcissistic and they feel like the world should bend and flow and everything should ebb in their direction, you're dealing with somebody that don't even know what the fucking institution of marriage is, don't even know what the fuck cooperation even on a fucking friendship level is. Because on a friendship level, you supposed to at least say, okay, it ain't always about what I want, dog. You want we going to the bar to watch football, right? Okay, we went to Hooters one week. You want to go to this other spot? No, dog, I ain't going to Hooters. I ain't going to Hooters. I mean, I ain't going to the other spot. I want to go to Hooters. Like, damn, dog, you want to dictate the whole fucking action every time we go somewhere, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's supposed to be a give and a take, man. Motherfuckers have not learned how to cooperate in this culture. Everybody's the king of themselves or the queen of themselves, and everybody can go to hell, as far as I'm concerned, man. I don't like to deal with antisocial people, man.
But that's why we need to get out of this shit. And you really hit the nail on the head right there. Is that it is that men want marriage more than women do. Men want commitment more than women do. It is that. And so knowing that when you're out here and you're dealing with the current environment, dealing with the people in the current environment, when you understand that, like I'll put it like this. Many of the people who come to my channel and in this space in general, a lot of these guys, a lot of their complaints are centered around unions. It's centered whether that be marriage or long-term relationships or whatever. It's centered around companionship and shit of that nature. And for me, as a person who, yeah, I deal with motherfuckers, but it's never on no serious type of time. It's not on no, like, the thing is, to me, the world is a fucking playground. Like, this is great, but I understand that if you're looking for something more serious, more meaningful, something to build with somebody, this is hell. But the thing is, though, you cannot. I think this shit is in the 48 laws of power. Whereas what it is to disdain what you cannot have. I think isn't that one of the laws in that motherfucker? But my thing
Yes.
is, look, if you know that the environment is not conducive to long term relationships, I'm not telling people not to want that because it seems like such a natural thing. But what I'm saying is you can never in any engagement, at least in the West, you can never want the woman more than she wants you. And I think that a lot of the problem stems from guys getting with women, right? To where though they deal with these women and based on their looks or aesthetic or whatever it is, they want that to work out in a way that's more meaningful or in a way that has more longevity than in comparison to the woman who wants to exercise her options. So how do you combat somebody who's trying to, play the field? Well, you play the field. That is how you combat that, and that doesn't mean you have to be dishonest. That doesn't have to mean you have to lack integrity. That just means you understand what it is before you get in it. And I think because of the gynocracy and the way that many black men are raised, I think there's a lot of men out here. There's a lot of men who don't understand this from all ethnic groups. But there's a lot of black men in particular who don't understand this because they're taught that the black woman is God, the black women are queens, and all this other shit. And so they get out here and they try to find them one because that has been made the pinnacle of their existence. In reality, if you were just to exercise your options and exercise your agency, you would make yourself. I look. I don't deal with a lot of the things that most motherfuckers deal with. Not because I'm any better. Not because I'm any different. But it's because I just move in a way to where I'm cognitive of what's going on around me. I know these bitches are playing the field, so I don't give a motherfucker the time of day.
No,
I
absolutely.
don't.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, I always say this all the time: your greatest power is your power of choice. But just like in any market, like what happens is just like cable. If you got like Verizon, Spectrum, AT&T, DirecTV, whatever, and you choose to say no matter how shitty AT&T is, or in black people terms, how shitty T-Mobile is, I'm gonna stick with they ass. Then they have no incentive to change. And even Kevin, I mean Kevin ain't the first person to say that, but Kevin brought that up with market based structures. And you have dudes that they believe anything wrong with a black woman. You hear this, you heard that in that conversation with CJ. Anything wrong with the black woman, at some point it's a man's fault. At some point, and you hear that with a lot of dudes. Like even SWP does the same shit. I know they fucked up, but because they're not in the environment in which they gotta grow, and blossom into the flowers and roses they need to be, at some point it's justified the way they act, the way they act. And it's also our responsibility to basically fix them, aka it's our responsibility to deal with it. This is why a lot of dudes think about it. I want you to think about it this way. You don't, yeah, the women run their mouth about niggas going overseas, but that ain't really who we hear. They don't gotta talk because you got more than enough niggas that they could be talking all the shit about what these chicks are doing all day, every day. Some of the worst ones as far as doing that. Yet when it comes to a dude exercising his choosing to exercise his agency, Grinch, I literally heard that you did a video today, and I was listening to the playback, and some nigga said some dumb shit, but you were saying that's not the point. The point is the agency, and he tried to take it.
Oh, I know
Yeah,
what you're talking about.
yeah, so you always hear it, and it's always nigga you quit, nigga you leaving. I'm like, so it's no different than dating interracially. It's like you got dudes. Literally, I said you got the dick policing agency, which is the CIA. You got dick tobacco and arms. You got agencies upon agencies upon agencies that are funded in the black community by men to monitor where that black phallus is going. So you can't even get to the women, and it's something ingrained in dudes that think if you don't use game to deal with that female, think about it. Going overseas does not affect black men that choose to stay in any way. I'm not saying the solution is for every dude to go overseas. There's an economic problem. But even when it comes to dating interracially amongst millennials, Z's are a little bit different. You still have this guilt, shit or this ego shit where it's like, nigga, I only date black women. Think about it. SWP just did a post talking about how if you say Melanie King looks better than Six the Goddess, unsubscribe. My point is, regardless of what you think, why the fuck are you even posting that? Like, are we really about to have
but
an
but we
argument?
know we know what that is, and we know what that tongue is. It's conditioning, and what a
Yeah.
lot of these guys have to get over is the fact that they have been conditioned to for the effect of having a monopoly over their sex, a monopoly over their loyalty and their productivity. That's really what it's about. And when you understand that, you don't have a problem moving around, exercising your options.
Which is
Hey,
why, which is
about
why,
it.
hold on, which is why I tell black men in the black space, it should be the common edict amongst everybody in this space that we should tell black women not only that we welcome you divesting, but get the fuck out. Meaning we're gonna push you over there. Meaning I want when black women, as soon as black women start whiffing that they might go somewhere, we gonna do fuck Angie's list. We gonna do Keisha's list. Meaning we gonna get you organized, put you right on the fucking driveway, and mark it and tell any non-black person, come and get them as is. No
but
question
but the best but the
asked.
best way to do that, because let's be real, we're the minority. The majority has a mindset of Clarence or those sentiments
Yeah.
that SWP put out. So the best way to do that, it can whoever got that noise going on, can
It's,
y'all
it's,
mute y'all microphone?
it's Charles. Charles trying to get in, but go ahead and finish up with Charles.
All
But
right.
just shorten it up so Charles can get in.
Look, but this is what I'm saying. The best way to do that is to exercise your agency by voting with your feet. My thing is, you don't even gotta be, and I'm not. This is by no means me trying to put a muzzle on the manosphere or nobody else, but I'm just talking about in your personal life as an individual man. You ain't gotta say I don't look. I don't tell these hoes half the shit I'm thinking, a quarter of the shit I'm thinking. I just move the way that I know that I need to move to get the desired result. My thing is, I know that it's a bunch for every one of me there's about 10, 15 other black men who are going to bend to the will of gynocracy, who going to bend the knee, who going to submit, who going to downplay themselves or sacrifice their livelihoods for the sake of this bitch ego. I know that. And so what I do is I move different, which not only gets me play out here, but it also helps me not to get played out here. In fact, the last couple streams I did, the Strag and the Stoop, is about a woman who I dealt with who tried to play me. And I knew she was risky, but I knew there was nothing that she could do with me because of her position and because of mine,
Yeah.
in,
One thing
in,
about
in
it, I
relation to
did
mine.
call the police on
Yeah,
me, and
we're trying to get
but
Charles in. We're trying to get
yeah.
Charles in. So make it short.
No,
Charles, go
I'm
ahead.
done. I'm done. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
bro.
Charles. Jump in. And Charles, and then Toya, and then Lindy.
Oh yeah, by the way, shout out to Wendy for the black bolt picture. But anyway, see, guys like Clarence, who basically, I know he was lying. His still, he's one of those hopeless romantics that if if just will. He reminds me of one of my best friends. He had a baby by the chick. They split up. They're no longer together, but they claim they're friends. They're trying to work out, and he thinks that because she might go see somebody else, she still thinks of him. I said, dude. I said, you don't want my opinion because first and foremost, I'm not waiting for a chick that has that type of freedom. Stop wishing on a wishing well. As a matter of fact, I've always learned if a chick gets up and another guy tells her come here, and if she pauses, go to that nigga. And a lot of those guys don't want to admit it. Like, just go. I had a chick who said on Facebook to me, "Well, that's why we're divesting. That's why we don't care. You need to help the pack." But you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna be out there on that island, destroying a bridge, trying to swim back in shark-infested waters. Fuck them. Go ahead, Toya.
Oh, thank you. Hi, BGS, and hi, everybody on the panel.
Hey, Toya.
What's up?
Um, I just wanted to say thank you for this build because I appreciate the candor, the transparency, and the honesty. I want to back up what Grinch said about Black women choosing to die on that hill. the black men who align themselves with the likes of Clarence will be right next to them on that hill. Um, but I also just wanted to share a quick story with y'all. Today, I got an email from a young black man that I tutored and helped him write his dissertation. He just got his PhD. And um, I was having a bad day, but getting this email from him turned my day around so much because he was just so grateful for the help that I gave him out of the goodness of my heart. And I just want to say, like, it means a lot to me to hear such positivity coming from our community. And I know I'm triggering people by calling it that, but I just wanted to share that story with you guys and let you know, like, I'm really grateful for the conversation and keep going. Don't be afraid to draw that line in Sharpie and not look back.
Yeah, yeah.
No, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah,
I hear,
hold on. Linda, you want to get in?
Yeah, I was just listening. I mean, really, the GG.
It's up to you if you want to get in.
It,
It's your
he,
spot.
yeah,
Is that Linda? Is that Linda Anderson?
No, no, Lindy Full.
Oh, okay.
No, that's
what's up,
Lindy.
little squid? Um, no, man, I was just listening to everything. And I was just like, man, you can't be this disingenuous. But like I said in the chat,
oh, he is.
um, as soon as he gets that business, as soon as he gets the right one that gives him that business, he's gonna be right back here crying and want to tell his story, looking for a support system online. And I'm like, come on, dude. You cannot sit here in Baltimore, of all places, like a hotbed, a epicenter of a gynocratic bullshit that's
Yeah,
been that way for years, for generations, and sit here and talk that nonsense. Like
you know,
I don't even get it. Give me a second, Edward. Give me a second. Please don't interject. And also I'm like, you know, that's all I got to say, man. Go ahead, Edward. Go ahead.
I'll pass to the next person.
Well, let me just say this, man.
Go ahead.
I think what Grinch said is right. Hey, look, and I think what Edward said is right. You got choices and options, just like these women do, man. You know, like a woman to have a baby with a man, and if she feels like there's something about the relationship that she doesn't like, or she wants to flex her muscles, she'll bounce out of the relationship. Okay, but the only difference is, you know, with you got financial obligations, and you ain't gonna be the sole controller of what's going on. So I would warn guys, caution them, man. Watch what you do with your seminal fluids, man. Be careful, man, because you know that's an 18-year problem, bro, and it might even extend beyond that. You know, depending upon what you consider to be your obligations towards your progeny. But at the end of the day, man, hey man, if something ain't right with the relationship, man, men are taught to stick in there, to do their duty, to tough it out, to stand, to sit in it, and to work it, work through it. Man, fuck that. Women aren't taught that. Women are taught if it's something, is he treating you right or he ain't doing this right, girl, you better leave it. It's a whole bunch of men out there. Man, fuck that bullshit. Think the same way. It's other fish in the
Facts.
sea. Bottom line, if they
Facts.
ain't acting right, if they
Agreed.
do something that makes you feel like, because your gut will tell you, stop fucking with this person. But you know what you'll do? You'll convince yourself to do something that your own self telling you not to do.
Hey, look, I gotta add to that. Look, facts, because look, man, this last girl, not the girl I'm dealing with now, but this last girl I dealt with, I look, this the only girl I ever dumped twice. This the only one. Like
Bullshit.
look. I'm serious because
Bullshit.
I don't do the throwback Thursdays. I don't do that. So my thing is, when she came through, the first time when I dumped her, you feel me? I let it go for a few months. My phone started blowing up. Right? She said it was because her phone was broke and some more shit. We end up get back talking after that. Then I fucking dumped her again, right? And this was just recently. You know what I'm saying? And the girl I'm with now, I've known her since way before I knew this girl. But we was talking and it was just like, I was thinking while we was talking like, damn, like that shit Gigi just said, like, bruh, like why the fuck did I go back and why did I fucking allow that motherfucker back in my shit? But that's why, like, what Gigi said is right. Look, these motherfuckers is thinking if something wrong, then be gone. Like, and look, you gotta have that same mentality. Cause truth is, for the women that I've dealt with that want to be on, they actually want to be with you, bro. You don't ever have a problem out of them. If a woman is giving you problem, especially early on, and she giving you them indicators on any type of level that she's gonna be combative or uncooperative, or even if she ain't like necessarily on some rah rah shit, but she can't get right for whatever reason, man, it's just like how they say, man. There's a plenty of them out here, and you might run into a Toya or somebody who's gonna actually work with you. You know what I'm
If
saying?
you run into a toy, you grab her and you keep her. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Look,
You
facts.
find her, you find her, you lasso her up and you keep her. Okay.
Dudes have been taught that anything a woman is a reflection of you. Anything she does is your fault. Now in the opposite, they don't be believing that shit. As far as how the dude's actions are a reflection of them. And like I said, and as far as CJ is a true believer. Anthony Brian Logan to be capping for them white folks, but Brandon Tatum be really believing that shit, and CJ is in that when it comes to the females. Some of that stuff he knew was BS, but like 90% of that stuff he actually does believe. And you can tell these are questions that he doesn't, because you can tell when you're asking somebody a question that it's not that they don't comprehend, but they've never asked themselves. Like that's never entered been an inquiry their brain is at the process. You can tell how he was working his way through it, and you could literally see the difference with the disingenuous. Because CJ is on my channel. He comes on like as far as in the comment section. He used to do the same shit Georgia Boy does, and I have a low tolerance for some of that stuff sometimes. But at the end of the day, man, yeah, black men, boy, that brain. Even I'm even baffled about how deep the brainwashing is. Like once you really see it, and you really had these conversations with some of these dudes, and they know their logic doesn't make sense. Seeing how different dudes react, whether they're older black men or younger black men, that shit is like a sight to behold. Because them niggas,
Edward,
you literally see computer fucking up, man.
Edward. That's hey fellas, going. That's why I had to jump back up here. I think that to me is a testament to how fragile and strong the brain is. It's how niggas program. It blows my mind that he literally couldn't solve a math problem that he clearly saw. And the question you asked him was the gotcha question. Why y'all ain't married then? Like that's at the end of the day, that's all it boils down to. I mean, if you guys are talking about building communities and why black men ain't there, why the niggas you run with ain't marrying these bitches in, man? Like
Nah, man, because out here they doing their thing, right?
yeah, they do anything. But like you said, but like Nameless said earlier, if you want to make these metrics be the metrics for what's a good dude, then at the end of the day, man, you're not gonna build a damn community. That's like, oh, what's her name? The one that's doing some dating show with Kevin. That she said that Kevin wanted her to do a dating show. For what?
Kendra G.
Not Kendra G, but Kendra G married. The pretty one, Melanie King.
Oh, Melanie
Like I
King.
said before, you just have to lip service, lady. Go get married, and then your ass gonna have a fucking dating show. Because at the end of the day, like Kevin said, you ain't building shit if you ain't got no communities. And at the end of the day, like I said before with the Gen Zs, them niggas don't even look at systems, in my opinion. When I see them out in public, them niggas keep their hair straight. And when I tell you them other little girls be hunting these little boys, that's what the fuck they be doing out here,
Man,
man.
it's going over on the whole blogs right now. They mad that Bronny James brought a lily white girl to prom.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's funny. And they didn't know to make it so bad. They got like this little black girl that's like in the front of the picture, just like looking like, what the fuck is this kind of look?
But here's the but Edward, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and this is the funny part because it didn't dawn on me until BGS had brought it up about the Prussian school system. It really didn't. I don't know why it didn't, but your mama black. Majority of there are more black women in the community, so most brothers got a sister or two. They are only around females all the time. Like until I got my son, because him and I sat down and talked about it. I said, how many men you been around? And he was like, well, outside of you, after you left or your mom got divorced, he was like, every person I pretty much encountered in authority position was a female. And I'm sitting back thinking back, and that's when it dawned on me because what B just said. I'm sitting down, I'm like, yeah, these little dudes don't see no other group of women, and they only around black women pretty much 8 hours a day.
That kind of goes back to that last video when that she was talking about how that girl was looking forward to, you know,
Child
getting in the
support,
program. But the thing is that I think the boys are being prepared to get women like that.
Yeah,
You know,
that's why I was saying that about the program. It blows my mind that logically brothers are intelligent enough to see it, and yet you still jump in it.
indulge.
And they can't figure out why you jumped in it. You literally asked them, you know that's wrong. Why you jump in it? And the answer is really, and I truly believe it is, I don't know, but it is that program. It's just lambs to the slaughter. Lambs to the slaughter.
I'm looking at it in real time because it's like, like I guess right after eighth grade they get into middle school, which is ninth grade where I see them, and between ninth and 12th, when they start dealing with the different cultures of females, it kind of breaks the spell. They're like,
Yeah, it does.
wow,
Yeah. Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
do this. I can what? I can
Yeah.
do the stuff I see on TV with families.
Well, this is what Patrice O'Neal said. If okay, fuck a brother up, right? Hey babe, when you go to the store for me? Okay, that fuck a brother up.
Well, that's one of the reasons why they hated Kevin Samuels, yo, because they see this and they want like to put a blame on to somebody. It don't matter the couple shows he did, them niggas were acting goofy as hell, like crying, like you ripping them from their mama. But the point is, I mean, I'm sorry, I gotta bring this up with Jason Black. Once you start saying you need to wait till you north of 40 to get before you even think about marriage, you can't tell me you don't know that the pool is fucked. You can't tell me that. Because look, there was a 32-year-old dude, and the dude was cammed up. 32-year-old dude, Navy guy, makes $116,000. Clean cut brother. He asked, he said, should I get married? Jason Black, without hesitation, should I get married right now? No. And then he said, the young fellas are asking me this in the Patreon. Let me explain this. So he basically explains it for 5 minutes. But basically what he said these are scheming chicks. He basically said the environment and everything is designed to fuck you. Like he said that he went into detail. These are not your mothers, not your grandmothers. They are designed to win at any cost. The environment is helping them. So the only way for you to see that is for you to deal with women enough, not get pregnant, so you can see all of their BS. And you will not know all their BS generally until you're 40 years old.
Edward, look here.
Go ahead.
This is where I disagree with you, right? I get tired of people saying, well, this ain't your mother. That is their fucking mothers.
Well,
that is their fucking mothers. Stop the bullshit. That's their fucking mothers because guess what? Their mothers are just as trifling. It's just they got rose-colored glasses not to see. Wait a minute. Why does all your brothers and sisters look like the United Nations? So, man, you can't tell that all you and your brothers and sisters all got different last names and shit. All 5, 6, 7 of you. Bitch had so many babies, 2 heads on one body. God damn.
Hey, Charles, they all...
Jegna Vision, who are you? Speak up.
Jenna, can you hear me?
Jegna Vision, who are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is that you?
Yes.
All right. Just want to make sure you're not a troll. That's all. You're good.
No, but that's what I was gonna say. So me and my son, we had sat down. So my my girl, she had I had asked her a question,
Mm-hmm.
And I said, would you rather have an intelligent kid, or would you rather have a kid that has some character? Can't have both. You got to pick one of them. And she said, well, I don't know. I mean, everybody wants a smart, intelligent kid. I said, yeah, but most of them motherfuckers is corrupt. They ain't got no good character. If you look at them. And she's like, well, yeah, that's true. I said, but most people with good character ain't really that smart, if you be honest with you, right? It's just being able to see that gray area and playing it. Most people with good character don't want to go play in the gray area because they think it's cheating, right? So I asked her, I said, would you rather know an uncomfortable truth about yourself to go be successful so you can dabble in intelligence and build character at the same time? Because that's the only way, in my personal opinion, you can have both. You have to deal with uncomfortable truths. And she said, I don't know. That's a hard one. So we're sitting on the couch talking. My son come walking in the room. I said, hey, let me ask you a question. I said, I told you what your mother did to you and I. Am I correct? And he go, yeah. I said, would you rather not know that she weaponized her womb against me? Both of us. And he said, no, I'd rather know. It hurts. He says, but I'd rather know. And that to me is what I think a lot, like B just saying, a lot of these dudes are dating out. Once they kind of see these brothers, hear these conversations, have these hard talks, and can confront their mom and ask certain questions and see the reaction on her face, then they'll know the truth, and then they'll be able to see the truth moving forward. But I'm with BGS, and I am agreeing with Ever, because I've always said this before, even when I first came into space. No one wants to take acknowledgement or acknowledge the environment. So I told my son flat out, I said, I better not catch you with an American black woman. Fuck them. Do what they have fun with them. Do what marry them? No. You want to marry one? You got a whole fucking continent full of 2.5 billion?
Yeah, a billion, 1.5 billion. Yeah.
Yeah, 1.5 billion. You better go over there and find you one over there if you want one that bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I told him, I
They
said,
got a big policing agency for that too. Go ahead.
yeah, but I told him, I said, however, I will let you know by the end of this year if I tell you never to fuck with a Western woman ever again. It's from the UK, America, Canada, even maybe from Mexico, right? You want a woman, you better take your ass to the East that's influenced and inundated and quote unquote brainwashed into marriage. And that marriage is what that she wants. I think, what's my man that's over in Japan right now?
DeAndre.
DeAndre, yeah. But DeAndre made a good point when he married his wife. He said he would come home and she ain't cooked yet. And she'd just sit there and be like, what you want to eat? And he said, well, just make something. He said she just looked at him and said, that ain't how this works.
Yeah.
What do you want to eat?
Mm-hmm.
And he said for the longest time it fucked with him, because it was like, damn, I really got to tell this chick what to do. But that's her culture.
Let me make this point though, for real quick. Let me make this point about DeAndre's situation.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, the fact that he went over there and now his family portrait really do look like the United Nations. But the fact that the cooperation, that's how much brothers value cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To where he'll go over there, and in that culture, that's Japan. I mean that it's a different thing to be a baby mama here than it is to be a baby mama in Japan.
Facts.
And he still, regardless of the social stigma on her, he still decided to stay for the cooperation. And look, that's what these bitches don't understand. You motherfucking look like who said that shit? That okay shit. Look, that okay get a nigga fucked up.
Yeah, okay. Listen, bro. I'm telling you, hey, baby, you mind getting me some cookies? Yeah, give me a second. After she done got comfortable in her seat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, babe, I get it. Don't worry about it. You want something else? That's something. You want something else? Shit, boy, that'll fuck your head up, boy.
I'm gonna tell you what fucked my head up one time. I'm driving. I'm like, damn, I
Hey,
forgot
BGS, can you pull my screen up real quick? It's just a picture.
I'm just like, I'm driving. I'm thinking to myself up in the morning, damn, I gotta go get gas. And chick was like, come follow me. And just make sure I don't run out of gas. I'm like, shit, make sure I'm not running out of gas too. So I'm driving. Next thing you know, she fills up her tank. Then she's like, okay, here you go. Fills up my tank and then give me $200.
Mm.
I was standing there for 20 minutes, staring in the sun, like, what the fuck just happened? God damn.
But Charles, you know the thing that I
Did you
always
get the money back though, Charles?
No, fuck no. Fucking crazy.
Hey, you know what Charles said. What the women say? Oh, since I have been oppressed this long, it's about time I keep that money. You know.
You know what? When does anybody get back reparations?
Exactly.
No refunds.
No refunds.
Never
Okay.
refunds.
Who
That's it.
hasn't gotten in that wants to get in? Because
Yo,
we're running short of
can
time.
I ask a
Oh, I
question
just
real
wanted to
quick?
say, hold
Go
on,
ahead.
brother.
Huh? Go ahead.
I
Ask
just,
a
I just
question.
wanted to, I just wanted to say, Bronny with the white bitch. So I just wanted to say, CJ, what you gonna do about Bronny being with the white bitch? Because he's setting the tone right now. He's a young celebrity right now. He's setting the tone for the generation. You know what I'm saying? This is a predecessor of what's to come. So what you got for that, CJ? And then I'll fall back for the rest of it.
Yeah. The funny thing about this is technically this is his sister, his younger sister, but this is not what most of black communities gonna see.
Oh, okay.
They gonna see
I was gonna say
like this.
technically is his younger sister. So goddamn, well, how is it here or isn't it? Technically, but that's
Yeah,
his
well,
younger
why
sister.
I say that because they're going to make this like him getting with that white chick is an attack on a black girl. That's how they if you look at who's sharing this and why, that's the image. If a black woman looks at this and they know who Bronny is, they say that's how they're gonna identify it.
Oh,
And ain't
okay.
nobody gonna tell me. You see it in the comments. But anyway, you can pull it down.
Yeah, go ahead. Is it Jegna? The one to ask a question?
Yeah, Jenna.
Jenna.
It's
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, Jenna Vision. Um, yo, I love your content. Value all of you guys, particularly you and Gigi. Everybody else though, but I just had this quick question because you're a father of a daughter of daughters, correct? I have 4 daughters and
Ooh.
one
Okay.
son.
Okay.
So 2 of my daughters still stay with me. The other
Okay.
2 are grown, one off
Okay.
in college and what have you. Uh, I've had this same issue, like Gigi said, 18 plus years. I still deal with this same thing. My
Okay.
question is how do you attack your young daughters with this information? Me trying to get them prepared with everything that their mother has destroyed their brains with,
Mm-hmm.
and try to get them prepared because they still don't listen. It's been awful. Like I said,
Mm-hmm.
2021. So
Okay.
trying to explain some of this stuff to them.
Okay.
Uh,
Do they date at all?
of course, my oldest daughter can't keep a place because she done stayed with me, my mother. Like she just can't keep a place because she don't follow rules. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about
Okay.
to the extreme. So, and she can't. Her mother, her mother home was the first one she couldn't go back to.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But she still feed her this foolishness, and I'm just wondering what you guys think.
You
Because
got
I'm still bringing up daughters, and they have to. I always told them,
you,
you gonna be an example one way or another. Either you're gonna be the one I need to follow, or the one I don't need to follow.
and you already if you already have one daughter screwing up, you point to her and see what she's going through because they see it, and you tell them why this is happening. You tell them how and what in her behavior is causing it to happen. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
The younger ones I have control over. And
Yeah.
excuse me for cutting you off. I'm
Mhm.
still trying to get this oldest one in check.
Well,
And I
How old is
she's
yeah.
21.
Oh, she's just 21. Basically, you sit her down and
That
you sit you sit
water.
you sit her down. You be a stern father. Don't talk, well, baby. This no. Hey, look. Okay, what are you doing? Okay, do you like the way your life is going because you're grown now? Same way you would with a boy. You like the way life is going right now? Well, no. So why do you keep doing the same stuff over and over again? Well, so how are you gonna be when this stuff decides to stop? Okay, try to stop and actually go the right direction because you're gonna be just like Kevin says. You're gonna be 40. You ain't gonna have nobody, ain't no money. You're gonna die alone. What do you want to do?
The water.
And you know what? Yeah, I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Gigi.
I'm a adherent of what BGS is saying about this shit. Like like with my daughters, man, I got 2 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't sugarcoat shit with them, man. Like, I'll tell you a story and then I'm out of here, man. Like, my youngest daughter, man, she saw me, doing motherfucking striking and doing jujitsu, and she wanted to do the shit, right? And so I was like, if you do this shit, you're gonna be dedicated and committed to it, and you're gonna come every time I come. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. She got her ass on the mat, and then she got her ass folded up like a fucking pretzel. Okay, and then she started crying and wanted all the baby shit. And I treated her like I would have did my son. Get your ass back out there on the mat and make me proud, god damn it. Fuck all that crying shit. I'm like, everybody in the gym was looking at me like I was crazy, but I'm like, I don't give a fuck. If it was a little boy, you wouldn't tell me I was acting crazy. Okay, so I believe, man, you got to tell it to them straight. Don't hold no punches. Don't infantilize these girls, and that's the problem with them. It's too much infantilization going on, and the whole idea of wish fulfillment for their asses, like some fucking Prince Charming from the black community gonna come sweep their ass off their feet.
Amen.
Hey
Amen.
man, and
I did
look,
look here. I did the same thing with my daughter. My daughter is around Hispanic boys, so that's what she attracted to. Now they just voted her the prettiest girl in the classroom, and now she in the damn what's that, 6th grade? You follow me?
right.
Check this out. Now, before that, she didn't get nothing. I'm the one who had to tell her to do her hair, do your hygiene, wash your face, and put some perfume on, and put some nice smelling lotion on, basically, right? And once she started doing that, that's what they gave her the best top rated girl in class, because they said she always smelled nice and she pretty, right? And she real quiet and demeanor, right? Now I told her this. I said flat out, I said, look, I'm with Gigi on this. I don't hold no punches with her. Who dating you? So I said to her, I said, you want to date Hispanic boys? She said, well, yeah, Dad, I like them, Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and stuff like that. I said, that's cool. You learn how to cook. Well, not yet. When the fuck you gonna learn? Because that's what them niggas love to do, is eat. You know how to dance yet? Well, no, I'm playing volleyball. Them niggas don't play volleyball. And they mamas don't play volleyball. Them niggas mamas cook.
You better learn how to play soccer.
Dance. I see she plays soccer a little bit, but she ain't good at it. I said, and them motherfuckers dress real nice and feminine. Well, I really wanted these Nike sneakers for my birthday. Hispanic boys' mamas don't dread this shit. People,
some
children.
Pumas.
I said people, all people marry or mate within a spectrum, meaning they typically marry your parent. You marry one of your parents, your father or your mother. And if you can break that cycle, then some people can do it, but most people don't. So most Hispanic dudes gonna want somebody like their mama. And you ain't doing that. Well, mama ain't taught me none of that. Then I guess that's whose fault? Well, that's her fault. You know what I mean? But you gotta. My thing to do is you gotta put the blame, not the blame, but what do you want? And then you gotta say, here's the roadmap to get it. And are you doing everything possible to be on track for that roadmap? Because I asked her, I said, what do you want to do? Well, I want to be married and have a family. Cool. And these are the requirements it take to be one. Not no volleyball player, not no fucking doctor, none of that goofy ass shit. Be a wife. Learn how to be a wife.
Well, you know what they live, man. Like in my household, man, when I was coming up, I was raised by a single mother for a while, but eventually she got married. You know, I had a stepfather and all that kind of shit. But I'm Generation X. Everybody was married when I was young. That's Mr. and Mrs. Butler. That's the Kennedys over there. They married. That's the Pennies over there. They was married. I'm talking about fucking 50, 60 years type shit. Okay. So I can understand a motherfucker from my generation falling for the okie doke and, having the sentimentality and all that bullshit. These young motherfuckers, I hope they ain't got the same kind of mindset that we had coming up, that we was going to pair bond with a woman and then grow old and have a fucking family and a house and kids and shit like that. That shit ain't.
The boys in this generation just fucking.
They sure do.
That's what they do.
But the point I'm trying to make is, man, we learn how to do shit in the house because we had chores to do. That's how you learn how to do shit in the house, by having some fucking chores in the house. Now, of course, I had different chores than my cousins. I was only child, so I ain't have no, but we all stayed together, cousins and everybody stayed together, on the weekends and shit like that. Man, they be in the fucking goddamn kitchen baking cakes and cookies and kind of shit. They even had my ass mix the shit because it was too hard for them to mix with their hands. So they make me come in and stir the shit up, and then I go about my fucking business and go outside, cut the grass or whatever the fucking case may be, take out the trash. But these women aren't learning how to do household chores, man. These girls ain't learning chores.
Hey,
These
hey,
they ain't
They're
got no
learning.
responsibilities, man. They
A
being
lot of
babysat.
girls, a
They
lot of
being
girls are not
one
learning
at a time.
chores. They're learning how to be whores. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
hey,
hey,
Gigi,
man.
Gigi.
Yeah. That rhymes, Charles. You need to keep that. Go ahead, Pookie.
Oh, it's on the T-shirt already, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we need to get some of these Charles Spokesman catchphrases on t-shirts and hoodies. We need to get some merchandise from this shit. This shit is
Hey,
sell.
Right. That's where Keisha really needs coaching.
hey, BGS,
It really, hey,
BGS,
that needs to go
B,
on a shirt too. Keisha needs coaching on my
hey,
mama.
BGS.
Look,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, Pookie, I didn't mean to jump you. I just wanted to ask Charles what he bought with his $200, so I can so I can know what to do when
You
I
ain't
get
shit.
mine.
You ain't shit.
Because she filled up my tank, I didn't have to get gas. So I did what
look,
any logical. I did what any logical man did: some cigars, some comic books, and some liquor.
this is what you need to do. You need to go back to her ass, get
Hey,
another
hey,
suit.
y'all. Hey, y'all. I'm gonna head out, man. Y'all stay up, man. Y'all be all right.
All
Hey,
right,
hey,
youngin.
Grinch. Hey,
All
Grinch,
right,
before
youngin.
you
Thanks
go.
for stopping by.
Hey, Grinch, before you go, I want to
Mm.
tell you all the time, man. I always give you praise and reference you back to that comment you made about 2 years ago. And
Mm.
that phrase, that comment is, um, a lot of you niggas never should have touched this red pill.
Oh, damn.
And
Yeah.
but the reason I'm saying that to you now is this shit is being spread so quick and so fast they can't handle it, man.
Yeah.
And you was right on point about it. Yeah,
And
back
Kevin,
then and now.
Kevin died, man.
Go back.
It's like a jihad now.
Well, bless
Yeah,
up, Charles. I'm out of
I
here
see
too,
it.
man.
You know.
Mm.
Bless up.
All
I'm
right,
out too.
Gigi, for
All right,
All right,
sure.
all
you
right,
good.
all right,
Hey,
Gigi.
Peace out.
All right,
You
GG.
chilling, Gigi.
I
Much
understand.
respect and love to all y'all, man. Peace.
That's
What's
the
up,
but
Mike?
doc.
back to Charles though. He needs to go
Let me
back
paste
to
the
her
docs.
ass,
Let me
get
paste the
another.
doc channel in the chat. Go ahead.
You said back to me what?
You need to go back to her ass and go get another 200. Take that
Oh, there
200
you go.
and
He ain't
take
never satisfied.
Well,
$60 and invest that
well, you
money
got
in
to
some
realize
investment.
Father's Day is coming up, and I'm collecting. So
Oh,
every chick I know, Father's Day. Wait a minute, shit. They like, God damn, he has a
nigga, shit, you better let him know. You
this
better let
nigga
him know it's
shit.
GoFundMe time. You need to
You know,
fund some projects. We doing
see,
crowdfunding.
you got to understand something. Officer Faulkner goes away, and the pimping icy freeze come out. Icy freeze, I got your card here, baby. I got your card, yeah. Thank you, bitch. Put it with the other bitches' cards. Thank you.
Yeah, we stirring up milkshake.
But,
But you
so,
but really,
What's
in
going
real
on?
retrospect, you got to think about it. You got to give a lot of these chicks the equality they beg for.
yes.
You gotta,
Sir, you
because
right.
guess what? I don't want to tell you what chicks be telling me when they say, "I want to wrestle." Okay, wrestle. What should I do? Attack me. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Boom, throw them right on there. Ow! I said, do you know how much? And I'll lay all my 280 pounds on them.
Yep.
And I'm just like, they're like, oh, it's heavy. Oh shit! What you gonna do when you got to wrestle a boy? Because you,
Hey Charles, check this out. And BGS noticed the truth. When I got my divorce, I was called a bitch ass nigga for handing her some equality because I took half of everything.
You wasn't
by the
supposed to
way,
do
I like
that.
to say
I'm
this
not
about
playing with y'all, man. Listen, man. I'm gonna be real honest with you because I know Charles can handle it. I know dudes Grinch can handle it because dudes who date out like that, right? And they speak on this, and I've been knowing these dudes about 3-4 years, right?
Hmm.
A lot of you niggas that start dating out, let that little bit of kindness fuck with you.
Mhm.
You have to close your eyes when you talk to these Hispanic, white, and Asian bitches. And if you get any sense in the force that it is a black female fuckery coming on this woman, because you have to remember the reason why we are leading this conversation is because what Kevin did to that white woman. What black women do has permeated and spread
Mhm.
to other communities. Them boys don't know how to handle these women, man. They think rolling back Roe v. Wade gonna change these bitches.
I said it. I said
Well,
that real quick, Charles. You know,
We talked about
they
that
live.
last night.
Yep. They live. Or didn't I say that shit?
Yep. We had a
I said,
white dude on the
hey,
panel.
and I
Oh,
flamed his ass.
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you, this stuff right here, these dudes have not been inundated with these chicks their entire life.
Let me say this. Y'all remember Mortal Kombat back in Super Nintendo days? You remember when you take it off a novice and you start scaling up and you start getting your ass handed to you? Look, black men are used to profession, okay, of professionalism. We all the way on the top, right? These white guys, these Latino guys, especially the Asian guys, they're not used to what we're used to, right? We've been swimming in toxic sludge for decades, right? So
We
they
were born
they
in the
ain't built for
darkness.
this shit yet. They
born
ain't
in
built,
We were born in the darkness.
right?
Yeah, that's it right there. Say it again, Charles. We was born in the darkness.
See, you got to
You've merely
understand something.
adopted.
What's going to happen for a lot of these dudes, I keep warning you, you heard it from me first. There's so many of you niggas out there who will be red pill for a black chick with that fucking white Hispanic
Facts.
blue pill than a
Facts.
motherfucker. And then guess what? You know what white women, Hispanic women, and Asian women master? Oh, black women have the decency to at least fuck you in the front, but white women, oh, they will fuck you on the back end. I mean, you think you got jail, you know
Here's the
what?
most open kept secret, Charles. These white girls is listening and watching the same thing the black girls are. Like, yo, like that whole FNF Let's Go song that's hot in the hood right now. Them white girls listening to the same shit. With the
Yeah,
sisters
another
twerking on
nigga,
cars and
do
doing
you not
donuts.
was it
see, Mr.
one
Z? Do
man?
you not see them? Do you not see them Coachella events, my nigga?
Yeah,
Them ain't
yeah,
number
yeah,
see white women out there, nigga. They singing
yeah.
every lyric, every
Yeah,
time,
you
every
see what I'm
minute.
saying?
So
Look,
this is what I wanted to say before
mhm.
and beforehand is BGS said that the predominant society's new strategy is they gonna kill you niggas with kindness to make you finally assimilate in. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I don't really give a fuck. I get why they're doing it. It is what it is. I'm just telling you, you better make sure you filter. Go a little bit deeper than that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Do you need anything else? And do you want your dick sucked? That's when you probably in a good area of a bitch really wanting to be with you and support you. That's all I'm telling you, man. You guys can't get caught up on just the superficial nice shit. Cause she at the end of the day, she does know. And don't ever believe that they don't know. They do know. Even I tell my girl that she can get mad when I look at her. I said, you better treat me like a top tier Hispanic man. That's how the fuck you better treat me. And
I
I
mean,
know when you ain't doing it.
and that's the point about it. Is like, look, first of all, BGS and myself love this song from George Duke, No Rhyme, No Reason. See, you always gotta have a bitch wondering and guessing. That's why you gotta stay in shape. That's why you gotta dress sharp. See, a lot of niggas, when they get with bitches, they start to slack. They look like Al Bundy and shit. And I'm like, nah, you gotta be like, man, I'm gonna get these fucking Aldos. I'm gonna get these slacks, and I'm gonna go stepping out. Where you going? What? Who you gonna see? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. And then walk right out and don't even. Nah. You always got to keep them guessing. See, once a bitch figure you out, you're done. You know, you got to have a whole bat cave in the house she never knew about. Like, I didn't know you were Batman. Bitch, you weren't supposed to.
Look at Charles. I had my girl one time. She was going through some shit, and I had told her what she had to do, and I told her what she had to do legally to handle the situation. So she ain't said nothing to me. So she went and talked to her Asian friend and another white dude. So she ended up coming back. I said, "What they tell you?" She said, basically, she said everything what they told me. I said, "Oh, you mean the same shit I just told you?"
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I
I
had
said,
to do
hold on a second. I said, I'm gonna tell you something right now, and I'm gonna be bluntly honest with you. I said, the men in the circle that I'm a part of, and the panel that we're a part of, some of the most brilliant and intelligent men I ever known. I said, are you smarter than me? Maybe. And my definition of smart means you read a book and you regurgitate that information. That don't mean you smart, but that you just regurgitate other people's information. I said,
You
you
might
are
as well play the memory
intelligent.
game.
Yeah, it's just a memory game. I said intelligence to me is being able to come up with some new strategies and tactics with that same information and
That's
apply it
why
and be successful with it. So I told her what she had to do. I said, now didn't I tell you that same shit? I said, I'm so far ahead of you that y'all niggas is just now catching up. I said, you don't understand how brothers are operating. Brothers are so far ahead of every other group of men on this in this country that now you hear white men saying, I ain't getting married. Fuck that shit.
I,
They used to shame black men for not being married.
They live. My supervisor is in one of the cities because I worked for two different cities in South Florida. One of my supervisors is 4 years younger than me, white dude, got his own house, got a new truck. This motherfucker said he never get married. And this is not no he's a little shorter, but this is not no ugly ass dude, right? And this dude is making some probably he's probably around the $80,000 a year mark. Actually, no, I'm lying. Maybe around the $100,000 a year mark because of how high up he just got promoted. This dude said he never
Mm-hmm.
get married, and he's probably 31 right now. And that you're right. So like, I, I say this like this is where I am because they live is 100% true, right? We're so advanced and ahead of everyone else. And I don't know how this shit works in the long run because I kind of see it as like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Everybody's trying to do that shit. You got black women trying to shame us. You got white dudes trying to make their women have these kids. You have China trying to do the same thing. All of it is you got people immigrate trying to do immigration, like Germany's trying to bring in all these people. All of that shit is rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Until you address the scourge of second wave feminism, I don't really see this shit. I don't see how you fix this shit.
Well, the way you fix it is what BGS said, and it's just the truth. It has really nothing to do with feminists. It's just technology. That's all it is. If niggas really want to fix this, you niggas really got to go live back in 1940, get rid of the internet, and make these bitches depend on your ass again. But most niggas ain't gonna do that. So
Well,
it's just,
I'm gonna
that's
tell
what I
you.
was telling the dude yesterday, real quick. That's what I was telling the white dude last night. Is that because I was like, bro, no matter what y'all do, they not really because I've worked with solidly middle and upper middle class white women at one point, and I'm telling you now, they're not unless they're put in like the best type of situations. At least for the women I was working with, they not really trying to have no children, and even if they have a kid, it's one or two. You not getting 3, 4, 5 kids no more. That's just not happening for any woman that's trying to be upwardly mobile in a metropolitan area.
But y'all
And
didn't
that
y'all
and
didn't
that
catch
yeah.
it though. He
Go ahead.
really thought that Roe v. Wade was going to fix everything.
Yep.
Oh, he
I'm
did.
sitting there like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, he thought that
Yeah.
they gonna be procreate. I said, dude, I hope y'all were listening last night.
Well, you heard what I asked them, right? I was like, "What are you going to do? What are you willing to do?" And I did it on purpose to force your women to have children. And when he realized I said that, I let him go. I should have pinned him to that shit. But he was like, "Well, I believe in freedom. I'm not going to do anything to force him." Bitch, that's a move to force him with that. Go ahead,
Just
BGS.
because he's white, just because he's white and talks slow doesn't mean he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He
No,
doesn't.
And he's in Canada.
and he's in Canada with messing with a fucking like
South African?
a South African
South
chick.
African, yeah.
So basically,
They abolished abortion in Canada?
no.
No.
I don't
No,
know.
but he know about here. He was talking about he was
the
speaking
point.
like he was an American.
But
Yeah, I
that's
know.
the
I
point about
remember
it,
him.
right? Hey, how you gonna be talking about so much shit and you had to go outside your shit? Shut the
yeah.
fuck up.
They
Shut the
don't.
fuck
They don't
up.
want. Here's the difference. They don't want. They don't want you to. They don't want you to figure out the secret that they found out. And then this is just the truth. And this is. I think Lindy spoke about this before. Charles spoke about this, and then I forgot what's my other man that was in the military. When you go outside this
That.
country, they do not look at you as no black man. They look at you as an American, and that white boy has to compete with you on a whole new different level and different game. He's never had to compete with a nigga that's just featured more masculine than him. Going probably got a good reputation for being well endowed, like good with women. Like nigga, you have to compete with that with foreign women now.
Not on my resume.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's what dudes don't understand, man. That's why I always tell brothers you need to travel and experience. I remember when I went down to Mexico. We was down for my buddy's bachelor party, right? and this chocolate Mexican girl. Man, she was fine. And I thought she was checking out my homeboy, but she was checking me out. So then I was kind of like, oh shit. So I kind of walked up to her. We talked a little bit and said, hey, we're gonna meet up here later on tonight. She's like, all right, cool. I'll try to swing by. But it was one of them things where my homeboy, literally, white dude, literally thought white boy, blonde hair, blue eyes, thought that he had first dibs. I'm like, brother, this ain't America, dog. I don't know why y'all think that the rest of the world operates like America. It don't, and the rest of the world does not want to operate like America. The sad part is the women in this country have some of the biggest penis envy I have ever seen in my life. I have never known any other species of animal that want to be like a man so bad. But like Charles said, when you put 280 pounds on their ass, bitch moan and complain that they can't fucking push your ass off. Like it blows my mind, you know.
Well, they live the world told them, America told them that white men are God. And so the goal, and I, Nino brings this up all the time because if I'm not mistaken, Nino's in the Bay Area, and so he often brings up the LGBTQ community, and I do too, as an example of like, hey, the white dick reigns supreme in that community, but it reigns supreme in the white world too, at least in America. So that's the goal. So when you see who's marrying who, it trends white, and I would
But
argue
Mr.
that's
Z,
not surely because of the population. Go ahead, go ahead.
but Mr. Z, but this is the funny part about it. This is why I keep trying to tell sisters all the time. They talking about the myth of white womanhood. It ain't nothing but prostitution, bruh. At its core.
Ooh,
So the
speak to
fuck
that.
it is. So what I'm saying is this: most white women do not mate and date off looks. They're starting to now, but that's black women, right? Most white women have been that part of them has been beaten down to marry a motherfucker who is competent and makes a shit ton of money. So that's why you see a lot of white dudes having a tough time dating because they're like, I've always been told these are the things that I got to do, and I'm gonna get a pretty wife, right? But what they have failed
White
to
women then
realize,
price they
yeah.
pussy
But
out the
if you, but
game. They get too expensive.
yeah. But what I'm
Wait a
saying
minute.
is,
You telling me
if
white
you
women
really
lie?
One
hold on
time.
a second, but if you really go watch these interviews of other groups of women overseas, and when they ask them certain questions, they'll ask them, why you date white dudes or you don't date black dudes? And they'll be like, nah, why you date white dudes or something like that. It really be boiling down to because white dudes are easier. That's what it really be boiling down to. They know they can scam them niggas easier because it is a
Facts.
part. Because it is a part of the brainwashing. And here's the crazy part because I got some white homeboys. I said, hey man, how does it feel to know that you was raised to work hard, put your head down, sacrifice, get to about 30 something, find you a bitch, not know that this bitch used to be a hoe back in the day. But now you got this bitch, got kids with this bitch, and you were projected to fucking divorce this hoe by 40, 35 to 45, right? In between that age bracket. And you're gonna lose half your shit, and you are probably never going to recoup ever again. After
Wait,
that. That's why you see
hey,
so many
they live. Add this to it. I know you said you had that conversation with the person, but from now on, add this to it. And nigga, it was an Asian bitch. You thought you ran from the white problems. Oops.
And that's what I told him. I said, how that make y'all feel to know y'all actually been set up to take this okie doke? Because actually, in the day, majority of women really only get successful through divorce. They don't get successful through their creativity, ingenuity, and inventions. It's divorcing you niggas. So I asked him. He said, "Man, he goes, you would never understand the level of betrayal we feel." I says, we were married. We deal with black women. Yes, we do. Right.
You
So
know what?
but he said, nah. He goes, honestly, man, it's a new level of betrayal because the worst part is that our mothers still perpetuate the shit. And I says, now y'all know how black men feel. I said,
You know,
I done told you multiple times, y'all are the new N words on the scene. Brothers
you
right
know,
now really just gonna let y'all get attacked, and we just gonna walk the fuck around y'all and just keep this shit pushing. Cause you
you
niggas
know.
ain't never felt this before.
That's why
It is what it is.
I always said this. People like Charles, when you getting married? When the Orioles went independent. So,
Well, they have
so
before. Maybe they'll do it again.
yeah, that was '83. I was one. God damn it. So no. So yeah. So that's been 40 years almost. But see, you gotta understand something. I'm gonna get married to a chick after I get my VA disability checks, which are coming soon, hopefully, get my retirement or whatever the fuck I'm gonna get out this department, and then I started a business. And you really think I'm gonna marry a bitch?
You're not
Really?
an American anymore, Charles, because how dare you think you gotta keep your money for yourself, nigga?
I'm
Who
gonna
are
keep
you,
my
Charles?
money.
Who
Matter
the
of
hell
fact,
are you, sir?
I'm gonna tell you the same thing this one chick told me. She's like, "Well, are you married since you talk about us not being?" I said, "No, chick. All I gotta do is stay in shape." I said, "Last time, every time I go to Morgan State, I'm a superstar. They can't guess my age. Hell, when I tell them, they even more intrigued. You're 35. Guess what? It's downhill like a motherfucker. I mean, ski sloping. And here it was. You're not getting any prettier. I'm gonna get even more money. I'm gonna get even more power. What are you gonna get? And I said, you know the real difference between older men and older women? We get better with age. Y'all just get easier. That's the only reason. Well, I could be 40. Yeah, you could be 40 getting a young dude. That's because you're putting your pussy out like a frisbee. Nobody,
Hey,
if y'all weren't practiced for a lot of young boys, nobody will fuck you.
I'll
You
just
want the new model car. You don't want the pussy looking like bed sheets.
hey,
No.
there's a whole series of adult films about MILFs, and these white dudes be dogging out these ebony MILFs. God damn, that's
They've
sad.
been doing that. It's been
Yeah,
doing
That's
that.
yeah,
sad.
they've been doing that. And I want to put on the record that
You a
interracial is.
45-year-old getting smashed by a 25-year-old white dude?
Yeah,
Hold on,
yeah,
hold on a
yeah.
second. Hey, Mrs. Z, I want to put on the record an interracial category for porn is black men fucking white women. And it
It is.
ain't the other
It
way
is.
around.
It ain't the other way
Yeah,
around.
yeah, yeah,
Can
yeah,
you pull up
yeah.
Sam's comment? Can
Yeah,
you pull up Sam's comment that he had when he asked me a question? Is that true, Charles?
it's true.
Excuse me. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Charles Lawrence motherfucking Faulkner Jr., okay? It's true because I've made it true. I've experienced it more times than more men. Not to brag, but shit, I got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery. I get more on accident than most niggas do get on purpose. Okay? I know this because when these chicks be like 40, they get easier. And this was when I was in my 20s. See, at least you know when the chicks are still young and have something going for themselves and they're still pretty, you might have to pay a little bit more. But when they get 40 and they just looking for a little bit of dick and attention,
They'll pay you.
you call the price and the shots.
Charles, we'll go to the gym. Me and my girl go to the gym, and so I get some of the young ones check me out and stuff like that. You know, I'm like whatever. I know just put my head down and work out. And she'll slap me on the arm. I mean, what you hit me for? She said, "You ain't see that old bitch walk by and try to show her titties to you." I said,
Yeah.
"Don't nobody want them old saggy jugs." He said, but she always pick on me. She say, "I don't know what it is with you and older women. These bitches throw this pussy at you, and I'm standing right here." I said, "It is what it is, man."
Here's the question, Zab. When I'm not wearing uniform, which is majority of my time, what is the excuse then? I mean,
Rapper.
having a 54 to 56-inch chest and 20-inch arms don't hurt either, and my rugged, handsomely good looks.
Yo,
This
man,
go get
you
him,
know,
Mongo.
real quick, going to what
Mongo loves
They Live
candy.
was saying, going to what They Live was saying, like because think about it, your whole life was built off of your looks, your attention. I keep on coming back to this. The interview that Dr. Thunder did with one of the sisters that started to tear up when he asked her, "Do you regret divorcing your ex-husband?" And she spoke about how she used to be the cute chicken around the way, and like she had men crawling all over her, and now it's like she just I can't remember what pet she said she has, but like that's all she has now that her kids are grown and everything. And it's like sad, like you were the cute around the way chick, niggas throwing themselves at you, and then you hit that. And like we talk about the wall, and women think we fucking joking. Like you hit that 45-year-old wall harder than a motherfucker, and you shatter on it. And it's sad. It's bro. I see them. I see them on a daily. I see
Here's
them
the
when I go to
here's the
Walmart.
sad
That shit's sad. Go
here's
ahead.
the sad part. Here's the sad part. The sad part is, I ain't even gonna lie, nigga. I'm gonna be for real. If I was a pretty bitch, I'd do the same shit too they doing. Like that is what most brothers don't understand, especially when they be in that incel community, right? Which is nigga, what they be mad at, guys like Charles and stuff like that, right? Nigga, if you had that physique, you be doing the same shit this nigga's doing.
I
That's where
mean,
you're.
Yo, can I jump in here right quick? Cause I got something to say about. I missed the highlight of the show with this with Clarence, who stayed at home with both parents and had a real good marriage.
Say hello before you bogart, man.
God damn. Like this
Say,
ain't
hey, say
Archer,
hello
how
and
you
say
doing?
hello and welcome before you If you're gonna bogart, at least say
coming up
hello.
in here like it's baby mama going straight to the fridge. Fuck you niggas. Going to the fridge.
I'll say to They Live, man. You're not the only one getting 50-year-olds throwing themselves at you. One did it right in front of my girl too. Go ahead, Archer.
Hey nigga, mine
I
are
just
40
want.
year
No,
I
olds.
just
Check
want.
yourself.
hold
Oh
on a
my god.
second. You gonna say hello to everybody before you bogart. You just bogart and bump right and say hello.
Yo, what's up, everybody? What's up, BGS? What up,
Thank
Charles?
you.
What up, Art? How y'all doing, bro?
Now go ahead.
Motherfuckers is throwing his bows and arrows. They just
Hold
stay
on,
shooting. Go ahead.
and by
My
the way,
bad.
hold up, Arthur. Before you
Uh-huh.
begin,
Fake
I
ass
like to say
hello.
this to our lovely Toya. It ain't bragging and it ain't brash if you can back it up. Woo!
Go ahead,
He
Archie.
ain't braggadocious. He niggadocious. Get it
He is
right.
niggadocious. You're right about that. Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead,
not
Archie.
gonna tell you. Hey, the real quick BGS. I'm not gonna tell you what Sharon saved me under her phone.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know, Mongo. I know. Is it a whole gift box of candy?
Well, it's HD, and we're not talking high def.
You ain't shit. Go ahead, Archie. Before I get on this, get on
I
with
just
this show,
want.
man.
I went back and I listened.
Hey, can you let Archie talk, please? Go ahead, Archie.
Well, it's Archer. No, sorry.
Oh, okay, that's true.
Goddamn.
That's right.
That's what I do. All right. I went back and I listened to the stream and I kind of played listening to this guy talk, and I
Mm-hmm.
think one thing that his biggest problem is not that he doesn't recognize that there are bad women. He recognizes that there are bad women. He understands that, but he doesn't understand how many of these women are bad. He thinks it's this little pocket of women in the corner that are bad women, and all the men are just chasing those women. And there's just large majority of good women who's just sitting at home, beady-eyed, waiting to be married, pretty nerdy women that's just waiting to be married. That's not how things work. That's not what's going on right now. What's going on right now is that the majority of the women are bad, and the good ones pretty much get married up pretty quick. And
Damn.
even most of the ones that are good that are married aren't even good. They're just
So
married.
so you telling me that Jared Jackson is wrong?
Uh-oh.
Darn, man. You just killed our dreams.
Who the fuck is
Well,
Jared
They Live
Jackson?
kind of spoke to it earlier. If you truly, and actually we see that with Sarge Willie Pete, right, in BGS conversations, which is you really think you can merit your way through this shit. So at the end of the day, you really think that if we Thanos snapped black men and made them perfect tomorrow, that these sisters will still fuck with them. And you have time after time. How many examples do you have to see of intact men that got their shit together, sane men that went insane with their wife? Shout out to Will Smith. And it shows you that it doesn't matter who you are and what you've done. She's in love with Tupac, nigga. That's
Well,
it.
the thing is, people like Sergeant Willie P and Clarence, they buy into the women's side of the story more than they buy into the men. See, they really believe there's a large majority of men out here who's bad, and a large majority of the women are good. And that's the problem. The men are just doing all the bad things, and the women are just inherently doing all the good things. And if the men just change and start doing good things, that meet up with all the women who's doing all the good things, and everything would be great.
Bad women only do fucked up shit because of us.
That's really what they believe.
So what's the percentage of them cupcaking?
You want to ask me percentages? You know I love percentages. Okay, point this out.
No, or someone like him. Someone like him.
Oh, of men who think that way?
Yeah.
I would say I would say about 60% of black men think that way, especially in the 60, especially in the millennial age group. I can't speak much for the Z's, but especially in the millennial age group, I say about 60% of black men think that way.
We're doomed.
But
I've
on
never
a
heard
better,
Art say that. Oh my
on a
god.
better note, the age groups below us, that's about 30%. They don't give a fuck.
Well, they're seeing it
I
more like,
agree.
I mean, Edwardson said this before. Like those, the age group under us, they're growing up with the get the bag, I'm gonna throw it at you, and you're gonna pay me for it. Versus we grew up with the, Nelly, what's our Kelly Rowland type. We grew up in a different
Mhm.
environment where it preached
Yeah.
love more than now. They're growing up in an environment where it preaches diesel culture.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's
So
different.
our for us, so we as millennials, we had Xers and millennial ratchets. So we our high points of ratchetry, if you will say, is Little Kim, Foxy, Trina, right? Like Eve when she first came on the scene, that was our high point. The new high point is City Girls, yo, and Meg the
Right.
Stallion and this FNF shit, right? Like that's the new high point. They coming
But
in
you
the door, and I don't know, it's just echelons higher. I don't even know how to put it in words.
But you have to look at it this way too. Like the girls you just named, the Foxy Brown, on them, they weren't a majority of the entertainers back then.
Facts.
They were like those slutty entertainers were the minority. They were like out of a handful of female entertainers, most of them were singing about heartbreak or love. Then you have the slutty with the slutty two or three over here. Now what the guys have growing up with is all of them are singing about slutty shit. All of them are being nasty and talking about,
Shout out to Summer
selling
Walker.
selling the cooch, and you probably have a small pocket of them that's singing about love that's underground. So the guys who are growing up today are coming up where they're the women. I was listening to somebody's live on Facebook, and the way the guys were talking, and the guy was like 19, 20. He was talking all kinds of red pill stuff, and I didn't even know he didn't even know he was talking it. He was just saying like, bro,
But
like
you
what I
but you
what
got
I'm
to
gonna get
realize
up.
most. But what you got to realize too, most of these young dudes don't. They're not red pill. So the reason why I said they're not red pill is because of this example right here, right? So
Hmm.
my this right here, right? So my girl talks about how she goes, well, Kevin talked about going to therapy and getting healing. She goes, why do you not give two shits about that? I says the reason I don't give two shits about it is because the only time majority of people's problems really show up is when you're in a relationship with somebody. Like you're not healed when you single. You
Yeah.
only healed when you're in a relationship with someone, and then you don't perpetuate that fucking toxicity and you work on it that way. You have to be with somebody, right? Same for a lot of these dudes. They are inadvertently speaking on red pill content, but they never been in a relationship with a chick or encounter, and that is in due part to what you said earlier about get the bag part. But the main reason why is majority of these girls, the young girls, are awkward as shit. They don't need not fucking talk. Like a female is supposed to carry the conversation with your ass
Well,
and keep it going.
when I
So
say
what?
they're red pill, what I mean is that they as far as a group of men, they are the most distrusting of women that I've seen
No,
in
no,
my
I agree with you.
lifetime.
But a lot of that distrust genuinely comes from the fact of what their mother did to their father. These dudes ain't blind. They see how they mother fuck their daddy over. They only got to see this nigga 4 times a month. You get what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. They actually think these brothers are stupid. And when I say brothers, I mean all groups of men. You
I
know.
was about to say because I know some white men that truly, the successful white men that truly resent their mothers, and it's exactly what you said. They live, they know now that they're old enough and they're of age, they call it out. Like I don't chill with my mom because of what she did to my dad, and like and it's all when he's under your roof, you still got control, and he can pretend like he didn't see what just happened. But the second he is no longer financially reliant on you, oh, it's over. And that's pretty much all men. And there it's interesting when you see how women react to their sons, moving away from them and trying to get as far away from them as humanly possible. Somebody was saying it earlier before I came on, but I was listening. I have same thing in my family. Out of maybe 8 or 9 of us guys, only 2 of us mess with black women. Everybody else is married to or in a long-term relationship with a non-black woman. And like I was talking to my mom about this a couple years ago, and I was like, "You don't really know what that is, huh? All of y'all are boss hogs. All of y'all are boss. I'm the reason why is because I'm pro-black. That's really the only reason I mess with black women. If I was neutral on the matter, I wouldn't be with a black woman. right? So like, and when I told her that, like, she knew it, so she wasn't surprised, and she was like, yeah, like she knew what I was saying, and she knew what I was saying was true, but you could still see it stung her. But she know who her sisters are, so yeah. But go ahead.
Yes.
I
Somebody wants
second
to
that.
say something. Go ahead,
I
Lindy.
was gonna say, Lindy, go ahead, Black Bolt.
Oh, oh man! Before I head back to Adelon, man.
Okay.
Um, I'm gonna give you a little talk a little bit about my own personal situation. When my second ex was, finally decided to marry, husband number three and
Damn.
take my daughter to Texas. Now, originally, he had orders to Florida. She's from Texas. You'll like this, Mike, because she grew up in Round Rock.
Are you serious, brother?
I am not kidding you. I'm not kidding you at all. So, her son, who I helped raise since he was like 6 years old, when they were packing up, guess what she had him do? He couldn't come with them. She took our daughter, but he had to stay. He could go anywhere he wanted to go, do whatever he wanted to do, but he wasn't going back home to Texas.
Mm.
Damn.
She left his ass in the lurches. And
Damn.
this is a white woman.
Mm.
Now, my first ex is a black woman. She told me, after ex number two is trying to get her to, when we are getting a divorce, try to get her to be a witness on her behalf because I'm so terrible, you know. And she calls me up and is like, "Well, why is you know, your wife trying to bring me out of ex-wife obscurity?" And I was like, "Look, man, both you bitches are crazy." I was like, if you want to, slow up with her and be a character witness against me, be my guest. At this point, I don't care, because I already know going into, this whole thing, I'm going to get screwed anyway. I'm a black dude going to the family court with a white woman.
Oh.
I already knew I was screwed.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So I just let them do whatever they're going to do because I'm like General Fabius. If you guys understand the the analogy, I'm playing a war of attrition. You can do all the kind of foolishness you want to. You can send all your troops out, and I'm gonna let them come, and I'm just gonna stand up on the hill, and we're gonna set up booby traps, and we're gonna let them get slaughtered. And those that get back, they get back, and you can just keep sending out your men till you have no army left. And that's where things are right now. And I'm like, you know, so the thing that Mike said earlier about them being, guys being red pilled as far as black women are concerned, and then dealing with other groups of women, especially if they've been inculcated in American society, it's a wrap, man. They're
It's a wrap,
all the
man.
same. They're all the same. They're all taken from the same playbook.
Yep.
They're
And
all
your only saving grace, Lindy, is what's happening to me right now. I got one of my exes with my kid. She hitting me back up because I went cold turkey on her.
Oh, that's what I
And
did with. Oh, go
and I
ahead.
said, yeah, and she said, she said something to me, and I said, I knew the environment was gonna tear the fuck up. It's getting worse, baby girl. This thing is accelerating at a rate at not which I even didn't think it would. Right? I said, by the end of this, you're gonna be begging me to take that little girl. I never. I said, you said that last time, but look here, you calling and texting and emailing. Well, we was good back then. What happened? I don't. Hey, give it another end of the year, and I'll decide if I'll let that little girl be part of my life. Plain and simple. Because I'm still working. I'm still doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm the court did their thing. I send that little girl her money every month.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't affected nothing over here. But deep down, I know you see the environment. And I said, and guess what? I said, I also know you moved. Why you couldn't afford the same place you used to be in? And I said, and here the crazy part. I know your man acting up right now too. Because his funds getting low. I said, all I'm gonna let you, Lindy. I'm just gonna sit back in the cut till y'all come back to that. What did Thanos say?
You had
you
to come
always come
back
back
here,
to me.
yeah,
You
yeah.
always come back to me.
You know they live. Okay, so what you're speaking about is how fast the environment is changing, right? And the way I hear, and BGS covers this all the time. I do too. Art New Style talk about it. Of Immore, Nameless, Charles. We all talk about this shit. Outside of this space, and I've heard Rolo actually kind of bring this shit up too. Actually, I don't think, because I don't even know if we even fully grasp it, to be honest with you. But the people outside of the know really, they don't really get it. They don't really get, and they don't understand how that's affecting your relationship. Before we even talk about women fucking up, we don't even got to go there yet. Like you were mentioning before, once we even start talking about technology, you start talking about, like I bring up all the time, the price of homes. That changed the landscape right there. When the median house price is $350, that changed the landscape right there. When young people aren't buying new cars anymore, like, remember, all of these things affect dating. When young men can't afford to date, and that's much of what's going on, right? When I joke around and I use that Corey Holcomb joke from 2010, these women then price they pussy out the game. Like, people think I'm joking. I am joking, but really though, the game has changed. A lot of these young men are staying home.
Corey wasn't joking when he said it.
Right. Well, yeah, he was. I mean, like, he was doing a stand up, but he was joking, but he wasn't joking. You're right. He wasn't joking. And that's what we are now. If you're young, if you're dealing with a young man that's 21 years old, yeah, he's in college, but he's staying home with his parents. That's different than it was 30 years ago. There's a windows, right? So the window for some Xers and for many boomers is that many of them moved out at 18, 19 and they never have to go back home. Whereas for millennials and Gen Z, that's a different story. You might move out at 28 and then still ended up moving back home, right? Or you moved out for college or university and then you move back in, and then you move out for law school and then you move back in. Like, I know people like that, right? Of varying races, because the game has changed. In apartments in South Florida, for a decent one, we're talking about a 1-1 decent apartment, you're looking at about 14, 15 starting, 16 starting. So that's changed the game. That if you're a 23-year-old, you're not affording by yourself a $1,500 apartment, bro. It's not happening, right? So, like, that's changed the game, and a lot of people are feeling that, but they don't know how to kind of vocalize what that feeling is, and then they throw in a tantrum. This is where women come in. Women are feeling that shit too, and then they're looking at men like, you're supposed to be the one fixing this. I'm supposed to, like, I want to go to traditional days, and I'm like, yeah, we don't live in that day anymore, especially with hyperinflation right now.
But what they fucked up as and what it was something that Archer was saying, and I wanted to kind of not counter him. It really don't matter what these bitches are raised to do, catch the bag or whatnot. The men are turning into hermits. Them
Facts.
niggas are not.
I agree.
Them niggas not even going outside to check the mail, man. They are not coming outside with any level of sunlight hitting their body at all.
In Japan, they call it hikikomori.
Yeah, hikikomori, but it also increases your level of, or decreases your vitamin D levels, and also increases your level of depression. Right, the way they see most people in New York, their therapists tell them to go take a vacation down into Florida and get some vitamin D to help them with their the depression, right? But you're seeing this on a large scale, especially with disease. They don't go outside; they're inside a car to go to school. Excuse me, they're in home. They get in a car to go to school. They go into the building. They stay inside of a building all day. They don't have PE, nothing like that. You can volunteer to take another course as opposed to an outdoor sport. Then they go home on a bus, and then they walk their ass inside the house. These motherfuckers not leaving the house.
Watch porn and play video games.
Watch porn, play video. So they're sedated on a whole nother fucking level. Like that's like I was just at my son's. We had a soccer tournament this weekend. So me and some of the dads were talking, and I said, man, in my generation, man, you had to be about 80%. consistent across the board before you could even think about getting a college scholarship, right? I said, y'all generation, they only got to really be 30%, 20, 30%
Most
productive,
people,
consistent.
most
You know
people
what I
are,
mean?
most people are. I mean, even but even on the college level, most people are still cheating to to get the answers for tests, homework assignments, and the assignments are all broken down to just terms and definitions that people from classes ahead of you that already took the class have already they done already took the same fucking test, so they post the damn answers, and all you gotta do. I mean, this is this simple shit, bro.
But I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna hop off. And BGS and Lindy, y'all need to let me know because I haven't listened to it yet. Did y'all go deep in that Patreon episode yet?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Right.
we did.
Okay, because
We
I
could
did
went
some
deeper.
research just from the little drops Lindy said.
Mhm.
Lindy, I don't appreciate you saying shit, and then a couple of days later, the Senate just opened up a new council to check out all these UFOs and sightings that they can't
So
explain.
yep.
So at
My
the end of the
girlfriend dad is
look
obsessed.
here, look here. So at the end of the day, I don't appreciate the fact that we got possibly they think there might be some up around there with Saturn's moons or Jupiter's moons just hiding out. I don't
Mhm.
appreciate you dropping shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm
Mm.
happy in my ignorance. Do y'all understand me?
Look,
You got to
my,
look out the
my
curtain now.
girlfriend's dad is obsessed. Like he woke up mad early. Look, he woke up mad early. He was like, Z, you remember what I told you last night? Like
Yeah,
we
look,
watched it.
listen. I don't appreciate that new fucking comment that's coming that they really ain't talking about.
Mhm.
I don't appreciate you informing me of that, BGS and Lindy. I don't appreciate y'all doing that.
They live to let me stay in my ignorance.
Yeah, just let me listen. I told y'all that black pill be in the goddamn corner now. That nigga done moved in with me.
Oh, I haven't
They
even
live sounding
thought
like one of
about.
the sisters that call in the Kevin show.
It's,
I
I
haven't even thought about the
just
stuff
don't
that I
blink
have
when
in
you
my
look
head.
into it. Just
and
don't
B
blink.
and BGS.
Mhm.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to let you know I got some different footage now. We got some boxing footage. I
All right. All
took
right.
some
I'll
footage
check.
of Canelo last fight, and I got some pretty good angles from the
Okay.
footage I got. So it was all
All right.
good.
All right.
But no, yeah, I just want to hop up here and tell Lindy that I said, man, these motherfuckers, they gonna be begging by the end of this. Um,
Nigga, they already are.
Yeah.
nah, I'm talking about what
Yeah.
Lindy and BGS was talking about. These niggas finna flip. I'm just telling you right now, your ass better be locked and loaded, buddy.
Thing is China's going to go open back up June 1st, right?
Yeah.
Oil is oil already shot up from 100 below 100 to 113. So
Yeah.
as soon as they open back up, man, your price is going to go sky high.
Yeah.
Especially with all this crap that's going on. So
Yeah,
just get
man.
ready.
Yeah. Let's
Get
get
ready.
ready.
Like
Well, I told you before, my issue wasn't. My girlfriend asked me. She said, "Well," she goes, "Why are you so worried?" I said, "Because." I said, I got some guys in my group. We were hoping none of this shit kicked off before summertime. That's really what we were hoping for. If it was like in the summertime, maybe in the fall, then we can kind of see that it's not
Mm,
deteriorating as rapidly. Um, but I said that the fact that it's hitting right before summertime,
mhm,
meaning all these kids going to be at home, and most of these kids don't. They rely on food from school.
mhm.
Mm.
You ever seen a bunch of hungry kids and a bunch of hungry people? These niggas already looting stores at fucking Apple and these malls. What you gonna do when they hungry? These niggas finna start looting these grocery stores, man. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. You're gonna have
you know,
and that's just it. That's one thing about what happened in Buffalo, man. People gonna start to lose it. So y'all be careful, man. I mean, seriously, because there's more.
yeah.
He wasn't by himself. Okay, he wasn't by
No, no,
No,
himself.
no. Yeah, yeah.
no.
No,
He's
he
he,
won't buy
Yeah.
himself.
he
well
wasn't by himself.
well that's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that none of these things existed before. Of course they did. But
Mm,
like BGS is speaking to, this shit's being exacerbated by the environment, right? Like this is one of my themes. I love talking about this shit because it's larger environmental things that are adding pressure to already existing problems. And then people are fucking snapping,
it-
right? And that
it-
snap looks ugly.
the thing is that and we talked about this behind the wall. Whatever decision, now this decision was coming. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
Linda can tell you, it was coming, right? Whether it was Trump could have done it, whoever could have, next president could have done it. The thing is, it you know, the whole saying is, they decide to start it now. You know, it's gonna
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
turmoil. They're gonna say this is we're gonna do it now for whatever
Yeah.
reason. We just got out of COVID, got all the supply chains all fucked up, never got straightened out, housing crunch, raising interest rates, but they're gonna do it now. Okay, well,
Yep.
all right, so just get
Now,
ready.
now going back to Buffalo, what are the chances of some of these dudes either marrying or dating white women in public? You think they're gonna start getting attacked, or do you think they're gonna have some crazies
Oh,
come out and
That's a great question, Art.
talking about black guys dating white women in
yeah,
public.
black dudes with white women? Because I know they're gonna be targeting them.
Any of those old rules can come back, man, because it never
Yep.
went away. I mean,
And they
a
went away.
lot, a lot, a lot of these, you already 2 or 3 times a year hear about a black guy hanging in the tree, or hung
Yep.
someplace else, and with quote unquote suicide.
Like BGS said, it's not about the fact. It's if you go look at Mad Bus Driver, if you come over here to Austin, where I'm at,
Mm-hmm.
most you come see my girl. My girl a 9, bro. Like I'm not lying to you. My girl a baddie.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that shit. Like my girl, I'm not gonna lie to you. My girl used to be 240 pounds when I first got with her.
Okay.
Oh
Right,
my god.
240. Right. So she was on
No.
that whole. She was on that whole. Well, I want this and want that. I says cool. Lose the weight and I'll give you what you want. And she said, bet. So she started check. She started losing the weight. Right.
So you
This
went into build a boo, huh?
Yeah, I went into, but I knew, but here's the thing. But she had been married for 13 years and she had got out of marriage. So I was like, okay, you got some
They
retaining
live. These
potential.
niggas don't hook up cars. They don't know what you saw. I saw what you.
Yeah.
I know what you saw. You know.
So
I
I
know. I
said,
know.
okay, you been married for 13 years. You ain't been fucking the last 13 years. You just been on the dating market for maybe a year. I'm gonna scoop your ass up the best I can, right? So she done went from 240 and lost 150 pounds in fucking 8 months that I known her. So when I hear sister saying it ain't possible, I don't believe that shit.
She ain't lose 150. She ain't 90 pounds, Negro.
So I'm talking about from her original, because she used to be way bigger than that when I first met
Oh
her.
my god!
Before
All
I
right,
met her.
bro. All right.
So but I told her, now you see my girl now.
Okay.
Guarantee. Matter of fact, I'll put a picture up in the back chat as soon as I get a chance, and y'all check it out. And I told him all the time. I said, "Look, my girl tiny as shit. My girl like a size 3 now, 3, 4.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, she's real tiny now, right? But so we'll go to the gym. These niggas will literally stand there and watch me and her work out and not work out. And so she'd be like, "Well, these guys,
That's some voyeur shit.
Yeah, I told myself, I said, what you don't fail to realize is, I just wish she was a little bit uglier. I ain't even gonna lie, because this shit right here is bothering me. I said, ain't nobody looking at that black dude and his ugly ass girl. They over here staring at you. You know what I'm saying? So
waiting for you to go to the bathroom.
look, and that's what they do. And here's the sad part. The sad part about it is what Mr. Z said, which is this: these niggas getting bold, bro. Y'all better be packing, because I'm always packing.
I'm working on it.
And my last point is this: I haven't seen an ugly white, Asian, or Hispanic bitch on Mad Bus Driver's channel in the last 2 years. I haven't. Y'all tell me. Brothers ain't getting no ugly bitches, man. They're not getting these ugly fat white women no more.
Yeah.
And these white boys are mad now. They real mad about that.
Look, they live. I know your struggle. My girl got asked for days. We still kind of do live in a somewhat colorist world, light skin, and I'm not a big dude. I'm not fucking Charles, okay? So niggas be looking. It's just the beard. The beard is the only thing, nigga. So, bruh, the way niggas look at me when we walk is like, how the fuck? It's one of the greatest feelings in the world, honestly. But like you said, like that.
You got to think about it, Z. I'm kind of mixed. I'm like half black, half Vilgemite, and half Kryptonian. So shit.
You hear this guy? You hear this guy?
Oh,
no,
man.
but you are Baltimorean, so that X out everything.
No, he's the only cat I know can walk around with damn near 600 on his sugar. and not be in a fucking hospital. Okay.
Damn, that's okay.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Hey, but
Yeah.
hey,
I'm
BGS.
sure the doctor asked you, how are you still walking around?
Hey,
He
BGS.
got the sugar.
You know them Nigerian and them bucks from West. Damn, Charles, can you mute up for a minute though?
Hold on. I got him. Hey, calm down, Pookie.
My bad. I just couldn't even
I
hear
know you.
myself.
Hey,
Pookie,
yeah,
calm
but
down, man.
calm
Damn.
down, man. You
Know your place, boy.
Go ahead, Pookie.
I said my bad. Oh man.
Go ahead.
High tech lunch. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you will get a high tech lynching on this motherfucker. That's for sure. Go ahead.
Oh, but but I was just saying, Nigerian genetically based bucks, you know what I'm saying, West African bucks. I've noticed like me and a lot of my other brothers, we all have a high affinity for salt and sugar and high blood pressure. Like I've always had high blood pressure, always. Even when I was younger, eating really clean. So I used to only eat home cooked meals because we was broke as hell. Like we was just had enough money to go to the wealthy middle school, but not enough to look wealthy at it.
Okay.
But with that being said, I've always had high blood pressure. It's always been moderately high. Always.
Okay, watch your kidneys, bro.
Okay. And then that you saying that to say what?
Oh, I was just saying. I was gonna making a point to say that I think it's something. You think it's something genetic, BGS?
It is genetic. Yeah.
Of course, it's genetic. Black people are predisposed to it. Easy for
Okay. We only gonna do about 15 more minutes, guys, because we're like almost 5 minutes over.
Let's get back to the subject at hand.
Go ahead.
You know, I forget he is Darth. Subject changing us.
Yeah,
It was about
I was like, what
All right.
Go ahead, Mr.
Derailer.
By the way, I'm back on normal levels anyway now. So
Yeah. Mongo's being good. As long as he stay away from the alcohol, he all right.
Nah, he ain't good because he ain't been doing that.
Yeah. He's been doing good. He shows me every day. He posts, so he's back down to normal.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of scotch.
Huh?
Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of scotch.
It is if you walk around with 500 on your sugar.
Yeah.
Hey, who let the pimp in the room?
Oh, there they go.
Slick back, huh?
You know, this nigga's like
Rogish?
This nigga's a combination of Superfly and the nigga from Honeycrisp. You know, I ain't got that Honeycrisp.
He's a combination between DC and Pimp Guy.
Hey, that's Yo, shout out DC Pimp Guy. How you doing, Master Teacher? Great live you had today, honorable officer. I gotta say it. You gonna make a nigga start respecting police cause if they act like you.
Shit.
You know what I mean?
Who let Curtis Mayfield in the room?
Unfortunately,
I know.
All right, y'all get in. You got 15 minutes. Y'all get in.
I could do this all night, Rogish. Who let? No, I'm joking.
Yes, man. Hey,
Pookie, AB, and Rogish haven't gotten in.
Okay.
15 minutes.
AB,
Yeah.
Actually, Rogish is first. Go ahead, Rogish.
Okay.
No. AB was here before me. You know what I'm saying?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I fell asleep on your original topic. What's his name? He's in the title, but I forget his name.
TJ.
Clarence. I fell asleep on him because I was like, okay, dude, whatever. and I actually just woke up a few minutes ago. I was like, well, you know, I've heard it before. He's female raised. It is what it is.
Yeah. He's part of the gynocracy. He can't see it.
I'm not necessarily mad or anything, but I was like, okay, he's female raised. There's no sense in yelling about that. And I was tired anyway. I just dozed off.
Yeah, I just get some people that how they keep adding you. Like he did it like 3 times in a row. I said, okay, man, come on. Okay. I said, you got your 5 minutes of fame. If you don't come on live, stop adding me. So he came on live. So.
But it's black man's responsibility.
Yeah, it's still
just like a chick.
No matter what she does, it's her fault. It's still your fault.
He said one day I'm gonna win you over.
I be getting tired of this old Neo must die 0-sum game bullshit. We done with that shit, nigga. Fuck that. I got all the power in the game. Fuck what you talking about. Fuck your architect chair. Fuck your architect suit. and fuck your architect, KFC, Colonel
All right,
Kentucky.
Riley, we hear you.
Okay,
All
Poop.
right, all
Okay,
right,
Poop.
all
Yeah.
right,
No,
all
bro.
right, right.
Hey, but go
Go
ahead,
ahead, AD.
Rogish. No,
Fuck
no,
your yuck
I'm
mouth.
good. Go ahead, Rogish.
Exactly.
Fuck them shit. Put them socks with the furry bells on it.
Fuck your mustache and fuck the queen.
Just be thankful for what
Y'all
you
get in
got.
now.
All
Yeah,
right,
go
so
ahead, Rogish.
Diamond in the
respect.
back, sun rooftop. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, y'all are getting
Damn.
goofy. As the last 15 years, y'all getting goofy. Go ahead, Rogish.
Goofy is good. Goofy is good. But as far as it goes with the white knightism, would y'all say that that is his, some personal subjectivity, or is it a pathology with a large percentage of brothers? You know what I'm saying?
It's
The
a
latter.
large percentage of brothers.
It's a lot
Yeah,
of
unfortunately.
Right.
it's about 60-70% of them like this because when you tell people this, especially black men, they don't believe it till you actually have to point it out. Like, yeah, it's not normal to argue it with your wife in the middle of a fucking store. It's not normal.
It's not.
So y'all still see those numbers with the advent of KS? I mean, he's cultured now.
No, he changed the game in
Yeah.
many ways. I don't see the game going back. It's done. I almost want to do pre KS, post KS. I almost want to split the world into like serious shit. You know how we do BC and AD? No, I really want to be like pre KS, post KS, because as many as sisters and women in general celebrating his death or whatever, no, the game doesn't change. It's too late. That genie out the bottle, you can't put it back in the bottle.
No,
And
you can't.
and when you danced on his grave, you solidified that. If you would have never made a big hoopla about it, then maybe, just maybe, most likely not, maybe it wouldn't have had such the impact. It just would have been kind of a pop culture thing. But when you danced on his grave, all it did was show everybody how real what he was saying is. And yeah, so that's my long-winded way of answering your question.
That's respect, because I didn't agree with, like, so maybe like 60% of Kevin said, right, but I respect the game. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
He can't be denied his gangster. He can't be denied his efficacy. He can't be denied that he, made a stance on the square and that shit stood up, whether you agree with high value manship or not, right? It became motherfucking solid. So you got to respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this shit been changed forever. I don't know. What you for real, Charles? You think it's 60, still around 60%?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, coach is very hard to change, and as the guys get older and brothers started dying out, the percentage will change.
Say what you want about
Oh, go ahead.
Cerulean. Say what you want about Cerulean Gray. I didn't always agree with him, but one thing I did agree with him on 2/3 policy.
I'm gonna tell you, this is sadder because a lot of men are being scorned in many different ways, and just the look on their faces. And I noticed this just being a cop and entering how many domestic incidents I had, and compared to, think about it. This woman calling the police. I want him out this house. Bitch, you're in his house.
Ooh, yeah. How you gonna do that? It'd be different if it's your house, but
And
you in
it's like
his house.
But the fact that she thought she could do that, I think that's what Charles is getting at. The fact that she thought that and at one point it was true as fuck. It's not so true anymore, but at one point it was true as hell. So that speaks to a social power that women understand that they have, black women namely, over black men. And that's why they said my best friend is a cop, and he gives me some of them horror stories too. The sisters that perpetually date niggas coming out of jail, the sisters that perpetually date dudes that aren't financially, somewhat stable, and they all and so that's where I come in and I say we got to talk about women like they're human beings, and some women are power hungry megalomaniacs too, right? So if you're a $45,000 a year sister, you can't really reign supreme on too many people, but you could find a regular ass brother maybe making less than you, $35,000, and you could be fucking boss hog in your house.
It's
Right?
almost like dealing with the white power dynamic or the white
It
tribal
is.
cultural.
That is what it is.
Actually, it is.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, Rogus.
He just confirmed that shit quick as fuck, didn't he?
It is.
Hey,
It is.
Yeah,
It
hey, we
is.
dealing reality over here, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And another thing, real quick, I think the lasting thing about Kevin is that He's woken up a lot of white dudes.
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You saw what happened to old boy. I can't
That
think of
is
his
the
name right
biggest
now.
thing.
Because
Because who
white dudes
cares
are going
about
after
us?
white dudes. They're
Beautiful.
going after Kevin.
Because I
I'll
mean,
say
think
it.
about it. Who cares about
Didn't
us?
I tell you when he checked that white chick that it changed?
Yeah, that
You
changed the
did
game.
say
Yeah.
that.
Well,
You
you
did
know
say
what?
that.
Let me give BGS's props now. BGS called it when we were on Roger's show, and that young white girl called in, and he was like, "We are the manosphere." He called that shit over a year ago, and I was like, "Yeah." So, and that was before Kevin checked the white girl. After Kevin checked the white girl on FNF, it was done after
It was
that.
done.
You know,
Yeah.
but it, the,
Hey,
the
I'm a
game
mash
didn't
out.
change.
I'm a
Go
mash
ahead.
out, but I want to tell y'all should be proud of yourself. For real. Y'all are the godfathers of how folks now socialize themselves upon the internet. Whether you
I will
believe it or
say this
not.
to you, Rogish. You should be proud of yourself, and you know why I just said that.
Fuck out of here. I mean, look, I got lucky, cuz. You know what I'm saying? I got lucky, and I will admit that I got lucky. Y'all niggas
Me
eyeballs
too.
wasn't working like mine was at the time. So it is what it is. You know what I'm talking
Yogi
But
said,
you
"I'm
know
not
what
hard
though?
headed."
And with that, run as far as you can. Grab her hand and run.
Run and run. Yeah,
Don't look back.
run, Forrest, run.
Run. You
I
look
heard
back, you're gonna see fucking Armageddon behind you.
oh yo, I heard BGS looking at them legs last art panel, nigga. You ain't slick.
But Rogish,
Tori
this
know
is
what I
this
like.
is
I ain't gonna talk about it. Tori knows what I like. That's
but
why I can't
Rogish,
talk to her.
this is the point that we used to say years ago.
She got the
Yeah.
right man.
That brick,
This is the point that we
that
used to
brick
say
house
years
phone came
ago
on.
was that people used to come in this space and criticize,
Yeah.
and everybody used to say, "Man, why y'all always people always attacking the space?" I said, "Because this is the truth.
I criticize
They're,
y'all,
the
dog, from the
environment
jump.
is burning up,
She's a
so they are
brick
running out of opportunities to manipulate the truth.
house.
Yep.
The truth
Facts.
catching up.
Facts.
Gone. It's gone. It's already
Yeah.
gone.
It's
Yeah.
No,
gone,
well,
right?
no,
So,
yeah.
but
I
when I
agree
say,
with GS on
hold on a
that.
second, but when I say the truth is catching up,
Mm-hmm.
I'm even talking about some stuff that Lindy and BGS be dropping. These
Mm-hmm.
niggas talking about from NASA esoteric stuff, and they're going like, oh, it used to be esoteric, but now we see it as this is something we can accomplish and get done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This shit's gonna align that.
I mean, well, this is the thing, dude. Y'all was always honest. People just didn't like the fact either y'all were talking about them
Facts.
or the fact of how you were talking about them.
Mhm.
And that's where I came in at back in like 2000, I don't know, 8 or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I came in judging right off the bat. Oh, these niggas in here crying, whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Sergeant Holy Pete and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then what I did was give after, you know what I'm saying, dealing with my 10-year failed marriage and shit.
Oh,
You
that'll
know,
do that. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do.
I gave an
Fat
empathetic
meat is
ear.
greasy, huh?
You're not nigga greasy than a bitch, cuz. You know what I mean?
That
But I
fat
gave an
cat.
empathetic ear. And I gave an empathetic ear in genuine empathy. And it was like, all right, well, look, there's some validity to these cats' perspective. So now let's see what we can learn. Immediately, if there's something that I can learn from, you know, so crisscross applesauce, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And day one, since like, I don't know, 2012 or something.
Mm-hmm.
I hated y'all for that long. Then 2012, y'all started making sense to it, nigga. So it was like, all right. Let me listen. Let me sit back. And I sat back in the cloud cut, you know what I'm saying, for some years and watch y'all build. And you know what I'm saying, y'all was right in the exact, despite however you presented or you know what I'm saying, exhibited, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, man.
You lucky, Rogish. I didn't discover this space till around 2017. That's only because somebody referenced BGS.
Yeah.
Nah, 2020
I
for me. 2019.
I was following BGS almost from the beginning of his YouTubes, but I didn't know there was lives and everything associated with it until like mad late. But I was following BGS for shit. Was it 2014, 15? Yeah. See, yep.
A MGTOW channel.
Yeah, you was.
Yes. Yeah. So that's why I'm able to reference all that old shit. I know even sometimes you be like, God damn, I can
looking at
right? Like for real. But I was listening. So I was listening and what BGS was saying was making sense. And around that time, I was working at the law office with just a smorgasbord of different people, different races, different backgrounds and economic situations, and I
Mm-hmm.
saw it because it was an adult high school in many ways, right? And you got to see the power dynamics. You got to see
Yeah.
how white men were moving, Asian
Yeah.
men, Latino men, because I worked with all of these people. The same thing with the women, and that's I needed that part of my life because and that's why you never see me romanticize these other people relationships because I knew these people are cheating on their wives the same. The women are they're married to these lame ass white dudes, and they be Christmas party come up and like she go disappear with the nigga from the file room,
Exactly.
right? Like I'll be trying to tell you, like y'all, me. I think Black Uru said this too. Like y'all don't know, bro. Like when I say everybody, fucking everybody, everybody is fucking everybody. Now, when it comes to marriage, that's when money and power and all that other stuff start to matter for real, for real. But when it comes to sex, oh man, bro, you'll be surprised.
Open season.
Bro, you'll be surprised who has had sex with who. I will show you people that have had sex with whoever, and you bet no way he pulled her, or no way she fucked with this dude. Chubby white dudes pulling badass sisters. Charismatic white dudes fucking everybody in the damn law office. Super thick Keisha, slim ass white girl. Like you'll be surprised.
Well, yeah,
Married Spanish chick, man.
once you see, you can't
hmm
unsee. Like when I started
Yeah,
following
exactly.
BGS, it was Tom Likas, um, Teresa O'Neill, and then for some reason, it was Angry Man, and then for some reason, his channel got deleted. So I knew I subscribed to him, but I was like, don't forget the face. And then BGS popped up, but that nigga had like 9 hours on live. And I was like, fuck that shit, I ain't doing that. These niggas on for 9 hours. Now it's like breathing in, you know. But a lot of the stuff that they talk here, like I just sent BGS. He got a picture of my girl. He's seen it before.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, my girl ain't ugly, bro. Like I started dating 8 to 9 with the mental expectation of what BGS had taught us in this space and a lot of other guys, which is make that bitch prove to you that she want to be with you.
Yep.
Because you can't pursue her because everybody wants, right? So with that thought process, with that mentality, man, it does rub brothers the wrong way because you going against their belief system. But like Roach said, once you see it, nigga, you can't unsee this shit. Like Z said, I'm the same way. I can tell everybody who's fucking everybody. You just can't unsee it no more. So,
I'm sorry for y'all who got to go through that proving process. But, let me let me withdraw on this.
It's not. No, it's her. She's got to go through the proving process.
Exactly. But
well, you got lucky though.
I got lucky than a motherfucker because I mean, shout out Black Man being brutally honest. Long live the visual line steppers. When she showed up, I heard it, and I only heard it because being in the relationship that I was in before. It was the exact opposite, and it was all that y'all was dealing with, right? I started listening to BGS within like I don't know 6 years of my marriage with my ex-wife, and we had 4 more years of bullshit to go. And everything, you know what I'm saying?
4 more years.
Yeah, I mean, and everything started proving true in what he said, right? But more than anything, what he said was, take a look at your light. They need your light for their vessel. You know what I'm saying? Your light fills their vessel. Shout out Pimp God as well. He was on that. Your light fills their vessel, and it made me look at my value. And I already thought I was doing that, but I don't know. It's just the way the BGS, you know what I'm saying, put that shit together. It's like, all right, well, I guess this is when I'm supposed to resonate with it, as opposed to just get the lesson. You know what I mean? And that's what it's been from day one. And you know what I'm saying, nigga been lucky from day one, and still lucky. You know what I'm talking about? On that note, I'm a mash out. Thank y'all for the sharpening, Master Teacher. I holler at you in these streets. Keep sending them dogs out there. You heard?
But you know what? You know something that Rogers just said. I've said this too, and believe it or not, our favorite 4 or 5 has said this also, and this one is she was actually right about.
4 or 5.
our favorite 4 or 5. It depends on what you
Oh,
rate
4
her.
or 5.
But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
All right. Okay.
she
Oh
said
yeah,
that
she
in
a
this
4.
That
space
nigga's
too.
a
Right?
three. Stop.
She's a 4.
She's a 4, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You talking about
All
Steph
right,
Curry?
all right, all right. Or 4 or
Don't
5.
say the
Or 4
name.
or
Nah.
5.
No,
But
she's between a 4
You
and
know,
3.
you know who she is. That's his
Julie.
favorite 4. His favorite 4.
She really is my favorite 4. You can learn a lot from this chick.
If she get
Not
her
No,
if she get her BHI under wrap, she might, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
at least six
you
or
know what I'm
seven.
saying? So
Yeah.
she did say this. It's a luck of a draw. So this is going to what Rogish is saying. We gotta stop playing like some of us just don't get fucking lucky.
Yeah.
There is some science to this. Of course, there's some science to this. But sometimes you just fucking get lucky, and you can't
Mm-hmm.
explain it to other people. And it may not even be your look. She just fucking like you, like BGS is saying.
No,
She
she just
chose,
feels you.
nigga. She chose you. That's it.
Yeah.
And she
The
get down with your
rules.
program, and it is what it is. And other people who might look better than you, who got more money than you, shit, who might even have more swag than you, be out here in the dating world getting their head taken off year after year after year. It just happened like that. Go ahead.
Listen, and that's what I was gonna say earlier. This is what happened. This space almost gave me it didn't almost, it reinvigorated my love for my father
Oh, really?
because it actually helped me understand what the fuck he had been going through with my mom. Love her dearly.
Mm.
Everybody in this place know I love my mom.
Wow.
Everybody in
Yeah.
this place know I know I had a good mom. But if
Mm-hmm.
you want to talk about a wife to my husband, I mean to my dad,
Mm-hmm.
that's questionable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, and only he can answer that. I can't answer that because I stay out of grown folks' business. But when I look back now and go back over my past and history and see my my background and my history, it just makes sense now. You know, me and my dad were just talking today. I told my dad automatically. I said, Dad, you should be a multimillionaire. Brilliant, man. Had so many ideas. She just won't support it. You know, it's just stuff like that. And then when you figure out why she didn't support him and all that shit, like B just said, it's just there's a low level of contempt there. That's their program. It
Because
is
I
what it
got
is. You know what I mean?
ultimately,
So love her dearly. She's
got
the best mom I ever had. You know, I'm all that in a bag of chips because that's what she told me I am. You know what I mean? And I believe that shit. You can't tell me otherwise. But when I say for a wife to my father, I tell my dad all the time, man, you righteously could have walked away. And he said I didn't because of y'all. He said I just wasn't gonna leave y'all like that.
Yeah.
You know, so
I know the feeling.
It just goes to what BGS talks about with duty, right?
Duty,
This is the beauty of the one of my favorite quotes. The internet has exposed us all. If you want to tie this back to Kevin, that's all that was. Just exposure, night after night, reminding you why the fuck you should stay the fuck away or make smarter moves. That's all it was. Night after night, exposure,
Hey,
right?
hey, say what you want about Maya Angelou. If someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Believe them.
Yeah, she spoke a lot of truth too.
Excuse me.
Definitely.
Say what you want about her. She told the truth sometimes.
She told the truth a lot of times. If you listen to her, go ahead, Charles. We're gonna start closing thoughts.
I was like, one, especially if they're a swirler, and two, I just couldn't look at pictures of Maya Angelou because every time it smiles, it looks like it hurts.
It does hurt, and she knows it.
You've been through a lot. It probably does hurt.
Yeah, she does. She knows she's not pretty. That's what she calls herself. Unpretty black woman.
Damn.
Oprah said the same thing, by the way.
Yep.
Damn, the modern version.
Hey, you can't get mad at upfront woman. I'm never mad at upfront woman.
The modern day, I guess Stefco has not yet to get that reality, huh?
Well,
no, she got it. She's just fighting it.
Yeah, she wants what she wants. Like you say, she's the flip side of obsidian.
Boy, agnostic speaks.
I wonder how Stefco will react if I actually saw her in person. Like, I'll just be like, ugh.
Ooh. That might be pretty.
That has happened. It's funny, and I like to say salute to Kevin Samuels, and he's truly a gentleman because he went along with that poor, unfortunate woman, who was average at best, and I told people in the mixed group, That shows you how much of a good class act he is because he actually left her alone. Because to me, she looks like Roger from American Dad. She looks like a goddamn alien with that weird.
Nigga, I can never unsee that. Why did you do that? I can never unsee that now.
Wow.
God damn. Oh my God, Charles.
Yeah.
Fuck you forever, Charles. I can never. Fuck you.
Once you see it, you can't stop it. Because when I looked at her, I was like, she looks so familiar. And then I was watching between that video, and all I see was an episode of American Dad, and I looked, and I put the phone up, and I put it at the TV, and I was like, oh my God, this chick looks like fucking Roger. Oh Lord. She looks like a cross-dressing alien. Oh my God.
She looked like Omar Epps when he was on Juice.
Don't do that,
Are you not supposed to be? Don't encourage Charles.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. When does Art not be? Wait a minute. Art, you're not supposed to be not shit. All of us.
I'll reframe. I'll retract.
He's not hosting tonight, so he can do what he wants.
Nobody be noticing.
It's my evil twin.
Yes. Art took his blazer off and put it on a chair.
Art be sneaking a whole lot, but just don't.
I'll be catching that shit.
Art took his blazer off, his tie off, his dress socks off, and his belt on.
He just got a pair of hooping shorts and a white beater. That's all.
Hysterical.
Hey, he looked like Malcolm X. He looked like.
And the sad part about it is, Art's the type of motherfucker be like, a woman that asks him in a store, does this dress make me look fat? He would be like, it's just the fat that makes you look fat. That extra 200 pounds. That's
hysterical.
How did I know that Kevin had the hit factor to bring to the Black Manosphere? I know plenty of guys just like Kevin, right? And one of my best friends was just like Kevin, right? They have a way about them. And I knew Kevin was bougie as a motherfucker. He was born bougie. I said, Kevin, I bet you when you were in elementary school, you used to iron your jeans, right? And most dudes don't iron their jeans. You used to iron your jeans and put creases in them.
Shit, I do.
I do. What the
hell? So what does that tell you, Mr. Z?
I mean, we already established this a long time ago, but yeah.
Mr. Z tones down his bouginess just a wee bit.
But I've always known Kevin
if
was
Mr. Z was
bougie.
making six-figure, Mr. Z would be bougie like a
motherfucker. Bruh, you already know Haitians. I'm just missing the money.
Well, that's how I knew.
BTS, I've always known Kevin was bougie. I was like, hey, he's willing to talk to us. Huh?
No, he was.
That's what. Go ahead.
But Kevin was bougie, but the thing is,
down to earth.
He was down to earth. He was Kevin's a very, very nice man. That's what people don't really realize about him. Kevin is a really nice guy. They think Kevin's an asshole, but Kevin is a really nice guy.
I know being nice to him,
not nice.
Because they only understand bougie people from one perspective, which is such a fucking tragedy of the society. They think if you're bougie, that means you're automatically arrogant. Instead of someone who just personally likes to have Kobe-like standards for themselves. People can't imagine that shit.
Kevin showed us what it really is. I'm sorry, BGS. Look, I got hung up on a couple days ago from a woman I've been known for almost 20 years because I was having a real conversation with her about some shit she did. And as a friend, I was like, yo, there's a reason why certain people are saying this, right? And we got to the point where she hung up on me. And I'm tying this to Kevin by saying the conversation was kind of like that type of intervention conversation that he would have. And it really hit home for me what he was doing night after night. Like, we're witnessing it, right? But when you engage in that in real life, right, that it hit different.
Yeah,
and
that's being the stern father.
And it's so sad to me how women took Kevin. And we're gonna watch them. I stress this to y'all. I know many people don't care. I know why brothers don't care. We're gonna watch them suffer. We're gonna watch these women suffer in our life.
What did What
Go
did
ahead.
I
Go ahead.
tell you? I said, the environment's going to change and women are going to suffer. I said, but they're
Yeah.
going to come back to the table, but you're not going to be happy in the circumstance when they come back because
Yeah.
they're going to be suffering.
Yeah.
Most guys ain't seen it. They think they have, but they haven't seen it.
Man,
And you
that
said it a while
antidepressant
back,
route.
BGS. We love them dearly.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
Oh
we
yeah,
do.
there are women. Supposed to be our women. They don't act
But they
like
don't
Well,
think we do. They don't think, and they found what Kevin was doing as an affront to their existence,
hmm
and it's frightening,
Yeah, yeah.
and that's where you get the brother that you were speaking to earlier, the
hmm
Clarence brother. That's where you get Sarge sometimes.
hmm
Sarge look like he understand a little bit better than that brother. That Sarge, I won't even put them in the same category exactly though. But Kevin just showed you,
hmm
some of us that's had interviews with these different women. They show you like it's their delusion. It's the shack shit. They've been infantilized by their mothers and fathers.
Yeah, yeah.
It's them
It,
also
it,
being millennials and Gen Z.
But
It's so many things.
if men have the same kind of brainwashing and training here that like Clarence is just the
Mhm.
male side, okay?
Yeah.
The men have it, and the men are suffering behind this bullshit. What do you
Then
think?
imagine the women. Yeah, exactly.
That's why I said 90%. Oh, I just
Yeah.
wanted to say that why I brought Kevin in, right?
Mhm.
Kevin is bougie, right? Kevin is bougie. He's neat. He's all that kind of stuff, right? A lot of guys, like say, like Mike, right? They wasn't bougie enough. They wasn't
yeah,
bougie enough.
yeah.
Mm.
I'm gonna tell you the two people that have accelerated me in the last probably 2 years of probably confidence boosting. With BGS for sure. But so I don't count him because it's a different level, and that was more of the knowledge based, right? Being able to be in a room and being able to have conversations and then get eyebrows raised at you for knowing shit that you shouldn't know.
Yes, you didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the two people who really have boosted me, it was one, Officer Charles. Him and I both share the same birthday and same birth month, right? His Charles' mentality was niggas ain't cocky enough,
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
and it was just niggas ain't cocky enough. And I'm like, what you talking about, man? And he was like, be cocky. At the end of the day, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with Kevin, why it hurt so much, man. I was crying the other day about it, man,
Mm-hmm.
and it just broke me a little bit. I said, that man just wanted black men to look good.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mhm.
all the fuck he
Yeah.
cared about.
He,
That's all
he
the fuck
wanted
he cared about.
he wanted black men to be their best self,
The best
and
self,
and he was just doing his part.
and he was doing his part. Now
Mm-hmm.
Kevin is a nice person
Mm-hmm.
until he really care about you, and then he
Mm-hmm.
gonna
Yeah.
surgically get in your ass.
Mm-hmm.
And like I
He
tell
got
everybody,
size
that just
14
like
on
two,
your
3
ass.
years ago, him
Mm-hmm.
and BGS surgically got in my ass, and it has definitely got me geared up to prep for the style, the image that I want to
Mm-hmm.
pursue or put out.
Yeah.
And it's funny because um, I consider Charles a high value man, even though he don't fucking want to be. And I'm starting to feel it about myself.
Don't believe that, but
I don't want to be no high value,
my
but I don't have a choice because of the way my life is being trajected in that area. Right? I'm being connected. People know me. And then starting to fit and look that part and of coming of age, being a 40-year-old.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where I think Kevin just wanted brothers to be ready
Mm-hmm.
for that moment. You could always reject it, but you can't reject something if you ain't ready for it. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, Kevin just wanted brothers to look good, man, and have a good self image of themselves. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tall order
and have
in
that,
America.
because you have to look the part and you have to fit in. You got to blend. There's certain things if you want to go to the next level that you're gonna have to have. And a lot of guys didn't have it, right? So they didn't have the what I call Kevin my diamond polisher, right?
Mm.
Polish that diamond up so when you get out and need to sparkle, then you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
sparkle like a son of a bitch.
I'm gonna
Well,
tell you who Kevin reminded me of, and I'll be honest with you. He reminded me of an MCU character. Kevin reminded me of his Doctor Strange.
Yeah, true. You got a point there. He does.
good point.
He act just like him. He maneuver like him. He do unorthodox way to get to that problem, but he will get to, and he will make you look at it. You know,
Yeah.
so yeah, I always call Kevin my Doctor Strange, man, because that jerk is meticulous.
You know, I didn't. I came in after Kevin, right?
Hey,
And I didn't
Mr. G,
realize.
appreciate y'all having me
I'm
on,
sorry.
BJs. Thank y'all.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks, Mike, for coming in.
Thanks.
How's your son doing? Before you go, Mike, how's your son doing?
Doing good, man. He's finally seeing what you and I have implemented, and art too, have implemented 2 years ago. So we got off track just to give Art an update. He wanted to go back to public school,
Okay.
but the competitiveness. He's about to be 16 coming in the upcoming season. Their team is ranked top 64 in the nation.
Okay.
And so he's going, yeah, I just got a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
But I've arrived to a point where if I didn't start this 2 years ago, I wouldn't be able to maintain and make it. So he's now seeing the grades got to be there, the hard work, the dedication, and he's talented as shit. But it ain't that. But you got to have all of it running at the same time, you know. So he's starting to see that and go, "Hey, I'm going to be playing with 18, 19-year-olds, and I'm 16. I'm hitting the gym. I'm eating better, conditioning, training. You know, just all the stuff that you said you wish you could do with your son if you had just got home. So that's what we're doing." So,
Yep.
No, yeah,
so,
Mike.
so I would always thank BGS and Art for that part, because that is really put us on a trajectory for him to be successful. And I already told him, I said, even after Charles and Cyril and Gray with the Faulkner Initiative, it's a valuable option. And I just told him, I just want you to have options, man. You pick and choose what you want after that. You're 18, you're grown. I can't tell you what to do after that. You know, so I
You got my
appreciate y'all. Thank
info.
y'all.
I'm teaching online classes for community college, so give me a ring.
Yeah.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, by the way, Mike, tell your son when it comes to his grades and it comes to his athletic prowess, he ain't cocky enough. Yep.
No.
That's bad.
Well,
That's
And
fine.
get it while it's hot too, because I don't know how long I had these positions.
If he's looking for college, man, Ivy League. If not, man, if you want to think about service, go to the academy.
Yeah, I just told him that. I said, dude, if you keep your grades up, man, you can walk into the academy and still play soccer.
Yeah.
You know, we always stop and ask them, like, black men at the gym. We always ask them, say, hey, what are 2 things you wish you could go back and tell yourself? So they be like, man, there's a bunch I wish I could go back. I said, I know, but we want the 2. And it's pretty much consistent across the board. One is unique answer, and then the second answer is always pretty much the same: discipline and application.
Discipline,
You know,
application, and Mary should have married the Maxine Waters' daughter.
yeah, no, I told my girl that. I said, I told my girl that. I said, if you and I had kids, my kids be gone. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, tell him the Naval Academy is a good look. He'll be in Annapolis, so he won't be too far.
Yeah, we talked to a good family friend of ours. He's pretty well connected and then retired from the Navy on the intelligence side. So he's like, yo, please, if he goes into the Navy, just let me know. I will have him situated for the next 10 years of his life. So I told him, I was like, I told him, I said, the goal is this nigga pop off over Putin, pop off over in Russia. It's better to go in, get in the position you want, than going in, putting in the position that they're gonna put you in. You know, so.
I mean, put it to you this way: if he goes to Annapolis, I could keep an eye out for him.
Hey, matter of
Putin
fact,
be really Putin, huh?
I might be up in Baltimore this fall, so I'll be in touch with
you. I'll invite you to the cigar lounge. You'll love it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
I love
thank
it.
y'all, man.
Watch out for the potholes.
All right, Mike. Closing thoughts, folks.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hey, BJs, don't feel bad about Maxine Waters' daughter. There was this chick that wanted to be with me, but I was messing with somebody else. She ended up being somebody's preacher's wife. I'm still kicking myself for letting her go. But no, anyway, thanks for having this panel. I'm about to get off, and it's 2:00. I'm about to watch Strange New Worlds. BJS, skip Halo and watch Strange New Worlds this week.
Skip Halo, okay. I think
it'll be there next week. It'll be there next week. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling Halo right now.
Okay. Hey, Charles, what about the new The new Baltimore series, man. Was it rerun this city?
Everybody watches it except me. I'm just like, if I'm gonna watch any series of Baltimore, all I gotta do is walk outside. Oh, the niggas
It's
are
terrible.
the niggas
Yeah,
are coming.
I'll give you a call later. I'll give you a
Real.
call.
It's
All
so
right.
real.
It's
Yeah.
so real. Like, you know what? Like one of my best friends said. He says, "Yeah, I play this game. It's called Life. The graphics are outstanding, but the storyline sucks."
Yay and nay. Have you heard? Is it accurate, not accurate, or
It's so accurate that they're using people's real names, and
oh shit?
everybody
It's a true
who's in
story.
the know knows.
Yeah,
And I'm like, God damn, they use their names.
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, because when they do with the Lakers, at winning time, they change some facts.
Oh yeah, they're gonna change a little bit of the fact, just a little smidget.
Okay.
Oh man, I tell you. And by the way, tell Pookie that you're watching Stranger Things, not Stranger Ass. Okay. He
Oh,
can
shit.
check
Hysterical.
Hey, that a bit.
content.
All right. All right. Closing thoughts, folks. Who's first?
I said mine, so go ahead.
All right. Who's next?
Well, I'm gonna keep circulating this Kevin saying every time I get a chance is show your work. Everybody
Oh
out
yeah.
there, show your work. I think that's probably one of the most powerful ones that people need to take on.
Yeah.
You know, forget the feeling, just show me the work. But anyhow, appreciate you having me up here. I know I didn't say much, but at least I got a lot of work done. So I appreciate
Oh,
it.
shit.
You had the funniest lines tonight, though.
Yeah, he did.
You had
Anybody else?
All right, y'all.
Mine's is simple. I gotta go back and catch all of that interview. I'm preparing myself to be somewhat enraged. Um, so yeah. Look,
You probably
you
will
can't
laugh
put
when
the
you get enraged. You probably laugh a little.
problem. You know what? We'll see. We'll talk about it next time.
Okay.
But it. I'm. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. And I
Mm-hmm.
think a lot of people are they're gonna I keep on speaking about the next couple decades. I really think this thing as it plays out, we'll see who was right and who was wrong. And because if these things don't get deleted, the internet's forever. And we'll be able to say, actually, you remember that shit you said like 15 years ago? Well,
It won't be.
yeah.
It won't be that long.
Well, yeah, right.
It would be 5 years. What are you talking about?
So I think I'll just end it with that. This thing is it's just so much happening so fast. I can even barely keep up. Like all the shit I'm subscribed to on YouTube, I click the shit, they go into my YouTube history, and then I sometimes I don't even get to them because it's just too much to keep up. And I think that's what people are going through with life. Like it's just too much going on, and
Nah,
yeah,
nigga, ain't
so
no
it's
too
sad.
much going on. It's time to speed up. Fuck these dusty ass niggas.
It's,
No,
it's gonna it's gonna accelerate. You hopefully it does slow down
yeah,
because
I'm just
people
gonna
exactly.
start
say
doing.
That's pretty much it for me.
All right.
Hopefully it slows down, but I mean, if it ain't, I ain't planning on sitting in the fucking mud either. BGS, you gotta pick your fucking knees up a little
Hey,
bit
be careful
sometimes.
what you wish for, sir. That's all I'm
I
saying.
I just gotta say this. Black people, keep yourself safe. If it looks wrong, it's probably gonna be wrong. Look, situational awareness. You got a lot of these people, thanks to January 6th of last year and this incident that just happened in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
People are getting emboldened, and sometimes you gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. Sometimes you gotta crack a few eggs to make some sense. So, one, have the mentality of survival. You never know if yours or somebody else's. It comes down to it. Two, do what you gotta do. Make yourself a hard target. Three, at the end of the day, don't forget what Officer Faulkner told you. Have that mentality of surviving. Woo! And support. PayPal for the sponsorship to get me and the people I'm hiring to training.
Post your link.
Oh yeah, I gotta post the goddamn link.
Yeah, we supposed to been posting a link, Negro.
Oh shit!
Should have shared the image of your GoFundMe page so people could have seen it. But why, especially when you have 500 people there.
Oh shit! 500 people come back. Wait.
Hey, well, I think we topped out at 594.
Oh yeah, shit!
I
I'm
fuck
still.
you, nigga. Fuck your
I'm
bald ass head.
So if you wanted to advertise, should advertise. I'd have showed it. You should advertise then. But we'll do it next time.
Check out
look,
Mr. Z's channel, Black in Effect,
Go yeah,
starring Mr. Z.
post that shit, man. Because we're
Yeah,
on our
man.
way
Check
out.
out.
Post that stuff.
Fuck you, man. You better check out the Spooky Truth. Man. Check out the fitness channel, y'all. Prestigious, the shit legendary. We dropping Canelo content, and we unreal. We uncut. We raw on that
Yeah, yeah. All
motherfucker.
your Negroes got wrenches. Y'all could have posted your own shit, but it's okay. But
I gotta
anyway,
earn it. You gotta grind for it, BGS. You gotta earn
all
it
right.
on these parts.
Okay. All
and
right.
by the way, support that GoFundMe, and I'm gonna put it in your comment section too.
Go ahead. Fine. Yeah, I'll put it in. I'll pin it.
All right.
All right, folks. Anything else before we go? My old
All
ass
I
gonna
gotta
take
say
a
is
crash.
good
Oh,
night, BGS, and
hey, thanks, Lindy. Always, I can't thank you enough, Lindy. Never can thank you enough, man.
oh no, there's no need to thank me. I'm walking in your shoes, sort of.
Oh, okay.
I think we're kindred spirits. You just,
Yeah, we are. We are.
you're just 40 years older than me. I'm sorry, 20 years older than me. Never mind.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we would. I almost had a chance to walk in your shoes, believe it or not.
Weren't you, weren't you,
All I needed was a letter, if you know what I'm saying.
didn't you say you were a kindred spirit with your grandson BGS?
He is he basically not kindred spirit. My grandson is almost like my clone. You know,
What's
um,
the difference?
your clone is somebody that's your blood, but exactly like you. Your kindred spirit is somebody that you share something with. In other words, in a certain aspect. And so a kindred spirit is a lot different than a clone. My grandson is just like me. In fact, my mother, who's still alive, sees me in him. For her, he's her second chance to raise me,
Mm.
which is weird. So, but she got a
And,
death grip on him.
oh
Damn.
yeah, but, and by the way, tell your grandson, don't be the ice skater.
I tell her that all the, you know what, you know what, he knows it by now. And when he's being difficult, I said, "What does Officer Charles say?"
Always somebody trying to ice skate up
Yeah. You notice I use that right for a certain person. I knew you cracked up when you saw it.
Yeah, that was funny because I was dying. I had to pause it because I was laughing for 2 minutes. I was like, you ass. I know that probably pissed him off.
I knew it would, boy. That's why I put it up there. So what would be appropriate for? Oh yes,
Oh yes.
Officer Charles would appreciate this shit.
Oh my God, I almost had tears rolling down. That shit was so timely. I was like, oh, I know Sergeant Willie P he gonna bust a gasket lid. Woo! All right, folks.
Hey, I'm gonna ask you one more thing. I was just gonna tell you, BGS. I'm gonna talk to my white advisory teacher, like this little the white blonde chick from high school about the 1619 project. See
Okay.
what she does.
Okay. All right. Yeah. See what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. They're trying to tamp it down, man. They don't want that shit out. But anyway, y'all, let me hit this button. Let me get the hell out of here so I can take my old ass to bed. All right, folks. Everybody listening, man. I appreciate you guys for joining in. I appreciate everybody that donated tonight, man. I can't thank you enough. Got 530 likes, so I also appreciate that too, man. So I don't know when we're gonna do this again. It's almost like like a throwback to the Coliseum, which is something that's kind of warms my heart. So with that, I'm gonna jump off here and I'm gonna take my old tired behind to bed. So peace out, y'all.